everybody from the ACCC for attending. I'll just start with some formalities to get us going. I declare open this hearing of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Economics. Today is a full program with key financial sector regulators. First, we will hear from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, followed this afternoon by the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority and the Australian Securities and Investment Commission. These regulators all play a significant role in Australia's financial and banking system. Within the Australian economy facing continuing challenges from the COVID-19 pandemic and other global developments, it is crucial that the ACCC, ASIC and APRA competently and efficiently perform their roles in promoting and safeguarding competition, protecting consumers and supporting prudential regulation and financial system stability. Today, the committee will scrutinise the regulators on their performance and operation. In accordance with the committee's resolution of the 9th of August 2022, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording by the media are permitted during the hearing. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. So firstly, I welcome representatives of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission appearing for today's hearing. For the benefit of Hansard, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee. You may wish to start with those present, followed by any witnesses who are attending on video conference.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Gina Cass-Gottlieb, the Chair of the ACCC, and I'll pass then to our CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Scott Gregson is my name, the Chief Executive Officer. We'll start maybe at the other end of the table with Ms Wan.
My name's Leah Wan. I'm the General Manager of Competition Enforcement and Financial Services.
Good morning, Chair. Sarah Proudfoot, Executive General Manager of the Infrastructure Division.
Good morning. Rami Gress, Executive General Manager of Consumer and Fair Trading at the ACCC.
Tim Grimwade, Executive General Manager, Consumer Product Safety.
Good morning, Chair. Kate Reader. I'm the General Manager of the Digital Platforms Branch.
To assist online, Chair, Mr Franklin.
Paul Franklin, Executive General Manager for the Consumer Data Right.
And Mr Loyner.
Tom Loyner, Executive General Manager of the Mergers, Exemptions and Digital Division. Thank you.
And Ms McDonald.
Melinda McDonald, Executive General Manager of the Competition Division.
Oh, thanks very much to all of you for attending, and thanks for sending such a large contingent to ensure that we have people who are specialists in a range of areas that may come up today. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. I remind any members or witnesses appearing remotely via video conference or teleconference to mute their microphone unless given the call to ensure that questions and responses are heard in silence. And in particular, of course, I'd like to welcome the Chair, Ms Cass-Gottlieb, on your first appearance before this committee at a very interesting time at the start of a new term of Parliament and many, many issues on your plate. So welcome. And I'd like to give you the opportunity, if you'd like, to make an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I want to say that it is very important for the ACCC to be present and to engage with this committee. We take our accountability to Parliament and to this committee very seriously and are very conscious of the range of experience and both prior to being in Parliament and within Parliament that the members of this committee have, and the commitment to the matters that are very important to the ACCC. We have represented both our range of roles in our attendees here, but also that we're a national agency with offices in each capital city and in Townsville to properly represent the community in a broad and defined way. What I also have found in this 6 months is how impressive it is to work in an agency absolutely dedicated to the public interest with a total common purpose in every meeting and every aspect of its activities, and that breadth of experience across promotion of competition, protection of consumers, protection of small business and infrastructure regulation and market studies has meant that we have been able to respond to a set of emergencies that have occurred in this time: weaponisation of energy, the security breach in terms of the Optus data, a whole range of aspects that this breadth and great extent, years of work and strong connection to consumers through info centre outreach, consumer advocates, means that we understand what it is to have the consumers at the heart of the work that we're doing. So it's just a broad set of the purposes that we're seeking to achieve and the way we achieve them.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Scott-Leib. So look, I'll start with a few questions and then we'll work around the committee. I had a couple of questions, firstly on the ACCC's monitoring of the reintroduction of the full fuel excise rate. I'm just wondering what activity the ACCC has undertaken since that change.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, yes, Ms. Scott-Leib. Thank you. So thank you very much, Chair. We have been, as you will be aware, monitoring petrol pricing for many years. It has brought a very valuable experience with firstly the reduction in fuel excise and then the reinstatement of the full fuel excise. We expanded our monitoring to cover not only each of the capital cities but 190 regional locations. We are checking that data daily. We are providing updates to consumers online 3 times a week, and we're providing a report about overall movements and our analysis, particularly directed in the cities that have petrol price cycles as to when, tips as to when will be the cheapest time to buy. We're doing that weekly on Friday. We're also communicating on social media. So we have customer outreach based upon that monitoring. In addition, we wrote prior to the reinstatement to each of the major companies, wholesalers and retailers, to say we were monitoring and watching closely, and that if we saw unexpected abnormal shifts that we did not expect based upon international movements in the international refined petrol price and the usual pattern of price cycles, we would be inquiring into it, and if we were concerned either about anti-competitive conduct or misleading statements as to the rationale for price rises, we would take action. So we have taken each of those steps, very close monitoring, engaging with the companies and communication to motorists to emphasise the steps that the motorists can take. I can, if useful for the committee, give a report on what we have seen since the reinstatement, because we do have observations on that, if that would be useful, Chair.
Yeah, just if you could summarise very briefly whether there's been broad compliance or what you've found, that would be interesting. Thanks.
Yes. So on what we have found as yet, there has not been an increase more than the full impact of the restored excise rate. So just to go to that, we did not expect it to come immediately because stocks need to deplete in terms of the lower excise rate. There is only one city out of the capital cities and the 190 locations that have increased above the rate of 25.3, which includes the GST impact, and that is Perth. But Perth did reach the top of its cycle soon after, and in addition, it is not abnormal. Interesting for Ms. Lawrence. It is not
surprising.
Yes, not abnormal for for Perth in its 2 weekly price cycle at times to rise above 25 cents. It can be 25 cents to 20 to 30 cents in terms of its rising to its peak. So as yet we are to see a movement that incorporates, apart from in Perth, a rise above 25.3 cents per litre.
No, that's useful, thanks. And have you found any, you haven't found any individual instances of concerning behaviour?
As yet, no. The way we monitor is that we seek to do location by location in order to get a sense of the overall movements in location. We do look in a random way at particular, we do receive particular stations and to see where their price movements are, but we have not seen examples of conduct where we have seen moves that are abnormal, no.
No, thanks, that's useful. And I'm sure others may go into more detail on that topic later in the hearings. Look, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions around one of the issues that you flagged in your opening statement, which is the Optus breach. I understand that all of the financial regulators are engaged in responding to this in different ways. I understand that your particular role is in relation to scam activity and conditionality of some of the data sharing. So firstly, on the monitoring of scam activity, I'm just interested in what is it that you're doing and what are you finding in relation to the repercussions of the breach?
Thank you. So the ACCC Scam Watch receives reports regularly, and it is the basis, together with interacting with other agencies, the ACMA, financial institutions, that we gather data. And we then produce our yearly report, which has an emphasis on all the losses and the particular type of scams. It meant that we were ready on the first day to receive reports. The reports that we have received over 600 reports since the 22nd of September until the 4th of October, which mention the Optus, that they are Optus customers and they are concerned about breaches and concerned about scams. In that
so can I just ask?
Sure.
Was that 600 out of how many total?
Each day, in effect. So I don't think...
Each year we receive about 280,000 reports to ScamWatch. That gives you a sense of the scope each year. I can quickly do some maths there for you, but they'll give you...
That's about 800 a day or so?
Yeah, yep.
So I'm just thinking this would be is it fair to say it's a fairly material spike?
It is. It is. The
yeah,
message,
sorry for the interruption.
No problem. The message that we are getting from these reports is firstly that many of the consumers are confused about the information they're receiving or not receiving from Optus. So they are anxious and they don't feel they know sufficiently what it is that is the impact on them and the risks that they face. So, and exactly what information of theirs has necessarily been divulged. So that's the first part. They're reporting scams in some cases that take advantage of the Optus breach. So some have reported, and it's really important for consumers actually to know this, some have reported being contacted by parties who say they're Optus or parties who say they're Experian, the credit reporting agency that is being retained to provide some assistance, and in some cases that say that they're MyGov responding. So because the data does include personal information, there's a capacity for a scammer to personalise a contact and to also misrepresent who they're representing. To date, the best that we can tell is that there have been a small number of losses to remote access scams where the scammer purported to be Optus to get access to the funds. So where the customer, because it was personalised, believed it was a legitimate remote access. In other cases, actually, our assessment is people are more alert to scams, which is what all the agencies and the government wants. And we have been engaged in the whole of government exercise to draw people's attention to guard against this risk. So on what we can see, it's only a small number of people who have become victim to a scam, but many are alert to it, and most are confused and anxious.
And can I just ask, how is and will the ACCC continue to oversee and enforce compliance by financial institutions with the conditions for the provision of Optus data under the telecommunications regulations?
The structure that has been resolved is as follows. APRA will be, the regulated entities will be getting them to attest that they have the appropriate procedures in place in order to protect the data that they receive. We will be writing, and I will be writing, to each of the institutions that is to receive the data to seek to receive from them, as a condition to receive the data in the first place, a commitment to comply with those conditions and protections. The ACCC and the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, so the Privacy Commissioner, will both be monitoring to see, in our case, compliance with that commitment. In the Privacy Commissioner's instance, compliance with privacy protection obligations. We'll be monitoring it. If there are any breaches, which we do not expect actually, we expect these financial institutions to take very seriously the commitments and that they are actually seeking to receive the data to assist their protecting their customers. However, if there are any even suggestions that there is a breach, so should there be any going beyond the use of the information, then that may be both a breach of the Privacy Act and also misleading and deceptive conduct in not complying with a commitment that has been given to the ACCC.
No, that's useful, thanks. And look, I'm sure we'll be following up on the Optus breach at the next time we hear you to hear about how it all panned out in the fullness of time. Just to return to scams more generally, so that was interesting to hear that there are 280,000 interactions with your website, I think you said. Just interested, what are the trends in terms of the interactions with the ScamWatch website, but also total losses due to scams? My understanding is it's increasing.
That's correct. So last year, we had, between what was reported to ScamWatch and what we were aware of engaging with financial institutions and with law enforcement and with ACMA and with ASIC, we had $1.8 billion losses reported. That is a significant understatement because potentially maximum a third of actual scams get reported to us. So we did a conservative estimate of over $2 billion of losses.
And that's around double 2020, isn't it?
Yes, correct. And between 1 January to 26 September this year, we have more than $400 million reported lost, which represents a 100% increase in losses on the same period the year before. So we are already tracking at 100% higher than the year before. And actually, I can give you the figure of reports that ScamWatch received in that period. So from 1 January to 26 September this year, it's 162,940. So in essence, 167,000.
And is it fair to say that given the growing prevalence of this, given the growing risk of data security, given the growing need to educate the public, would you say this is an area where more resourcing should be given?
we strongly support that resourcing should be given, Chair. We have a three-pronged approach to how we consider a national scam centre can enhance the capacity of all relevant bodies to firstly disrupt scams. As this committee will be well aware, the sources of these threats and bad actors are outside our jurisdiction in almost all circumstances, not always, but frequently. So critically, what the ACCC is working on with other agencies and the private sector is to disrupt the scams reaching to consumers, and that includes through blocking scam telephone calls, blocking SMSs. We are engaging with digital platforms to seek to ask them to much more closely monitor their platforms and stop, disrupt and prevent the messages reaching at all. Secondly, to educate consumers so that they recognise a scam. And this is not simple, because actually there is a lot of sophistication and change, and there is a need to refer to specific scams, whether it is the recent hi mum, hi dad scam as an example. So when we can get the message out, when our partners can get the message out, when, for instance, Scams Awareness Week that occurs in November, but that we seek to continually get the message out so that people can recognise it. And finally, and very importantly, we wish to work much more closely with banks so that they do confirmation of payee, and even if the scam has got through to the user, that the money isn't paid. Now, in order to do that effectively, the ACCC does not currently have, while we have an expert, really experienced team, we do not currently have the resources to step up. All the efforts that we and other regulators are putting, we have over $2 billion of losses. That is a very significant loss to individuals.
Well, at least.
At least. It's probably multiple factors of that. It results in families losing all their savings. The trauma at an individual level for families is incredibly significant. At an economy-wide level, we're losing the effect of what would otherwise be savings and consumption. So we are looking to be able to have the resources that would have a one-stop shop in a scam centre that would coordinate across all of the agencies and private sector that we need to, so that we can make Australia the hardest target for scammers. It is feasible, but it will need to step up the resources that we can put into it. Did you want to add to that, Scott? With any
Actually, that's really useful.
Yeah.
And because I've only got a couple of minutes left.
Sure.
I did just want to ask, but thank you for that. I did just want to ask, so the ASX is moving to a new clearing and settlement platform.
Yes.
Now, the ACCC's role, as I understand it, will be price regulation, given that it will be a monopoly. Is that correct?
It is correct. And we...
And is the development of that framework on track?
We are engaging with the ASX. Chair, as you will be aware, the ASX has announced a delay in the bringing on of the replacement system. With the new CEO and her team, we are obtaining the information that we need to be able to set baselines so that we are in a position that we can monitor the pricing and perform the arbitration role that we would be given under the legislation.
Okay, no, that's useful. Thanks. And this will be something we'll come back to over time. I'm sure it's a major issue for our financial markets, obviously. And you know, I think all of the regulators are going to be playing a role in this. Now, my last question, and this question was on my list even before this morning, and I very much look forward to seeing you in person at the next hearings.
Yes.
But it was around travel protection, and obviously, there's a whole range of reasons why travel's become a little bit more disrupted over recent months. One of the consumer protection aspects is that under consumer law in Australia, as I understand it, consumers are only protected to the extent that the services will be supplied within a reasonable time, and that this is a lesser protection than in some other comparable jurisdictions. I'm just interested in your thoughts as to whether reasonable time needs to be more clearly defined.
Our recent airline monitoring report identified many concerns about cancellations as well as delays and costs that had been incurred by passengers, both families and business passengers. And the ACCC has received a range of such complaints and other complaints. The airlines are now reporting more closely on-time departures and materially fewer cancellations. We do have the provisions already under the Act for which there has to be reasonable grounds and a basis for representations that are made. There is always a question both of evidence and the satisfaction of the court as to whether those reasonable grounds are made out. So there is uncertainty in it, Chair. Your question is correct in identifying that. In situations where there is no reasonable ground, either because there is insufficient staffing or insufficient capacity to perform what's represented, there may already be arguments. However, there have been reported, and on our monitoring, there is improvement in the performance than the initial periods, which were significantly disrupted after the return after COVID. In some areas, we have experienced that greater codification can actually make enforcement even more complex. So it's not a simple question as to whether there will be improvements if we were to, for instance, set minima. And we do, at this time, investigate and take action where we think there are not reasonable grounds for product and service claims. Is there anything you would want to add on that, Rami?
I think, in addition, ensuring that consumers are aware of their rights and the distinction between when the reasons for delays are outside the control of the airline compared to when they're within the control of the airline, I think is critical to ensuring consumers are able to access their rights.
Thank you for that. I'll hand over now and thank you everybody for attending today, and thank you, Chair, for your evidence, and I'll hand over to the Deputy now.
Thank you, Chair, and with a little bit of humour, given you've opened the opportunity to ask personal questions, in your case about travel availability, I might ask, Gina, if you don't mind, you're new to your job, relatively, and we're a new committee. I'd be interested in your thoughts. I like your statement. Until you sit in the seat, you don't actually understand how it all comes together and what the challenges are. I think most people in the committee would probably have a similar reflection when we enter into our roles. It might be helpful for us to think, what do you see, maybe what has surprised you, or what are the areas you think, or has come to you in your early time, such as it is, that require further effort or maybe consideration?
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair Gareth. I had a good appreciation of core areas of the ACCC's operation. I was well aware of the enforcement roles across competition and consumer protection. I had a reasonable amount of engagement and understanding in the infrastructure, monopoly, essential services regulation part of the operations. I had less experience with the product safety aspects, which are highly technical, critical, of course, for Australians in terms of both personal safety and in terms of the obligations on businesses. I had also had less exposure in terms of the scam watch activity and the roles that the ACCC takes in that regard. So I did not have, until coming into the role, a sense of the incredible breadth. I knew the ACCC is an economy-wide regulator, but I did not know the way in which that the extent of the issues that could arise, in addition, the intensity and urgency of aspects that will arise. What does significantly assist the capacity to respond in that way is the focus and dedication, first and foremost, but secondly, because we are national and we're economy-wide, and we have had the capacity to, through direction from government, to look at electricity, gas, energy markets now since 2018, 2019, petrol since prior to that, financial services in a number of areas, mortgage pricing, international money transfer, foreign exchange fees, for example. So because we are tracking in a regular fashion and building up a strong data and objective base, it gives us the capacity to respond to emergencies, because we either already have a reasonable degree of knowledge about industries, or we have teams who have that forensic analytical capacity to engage, always thinking about the impact on consumers, so that we are not solely looking at a system basis. We are looking at the retail impact and engagement of the provision of the services to the customers and to the consumers, and it's a critical focus. And we have sitting in the midst of our brains, we are enforcers, and we must enforce the law. And the Parliament, consumers, businesses look to us to enforce the law, to make markets work for the welfare of all. And so it also requires not only engagement, but strength and strong action.
Thank you. Thank you for being willing on that question. I want to follow the Chair's questions on the fuel excise and the impact that we saw through that. And I note your responses that we haven't seen anything above that rise. I guess there's a couple of lines that I'm interested in. One is, I think if I spoke to my constituents, and I do, if I ask them specifically around their confidence in this, I know that there is a reasonably low confidence in that passing on of those prices and the price gouging which has been seen before and has been picked up. But one of the issues was maybe an earlier ramping up to that price that we saw, where there was no change on the day, or even in some cases the week leading up to it. They'd walked their way up to a higher price off the back of media coverage. Was that something you covered? Was there anything you saw in that space?
We did. We were watching closely in the lead up. There was, in the cities that price cycle, an increase in some cases 3 to 7 cents higher than the previous peak. It's not that there had not been, in the 6 months prior to that, peaks that were higher. Mm-hmm. So it can be difficult we understand what motorists are concerned about. It's one of the reasons that we do report 3 times a week, and also we particularly say to motorists to use the free petrol price apps, because I can tell you in Canberra, for instance, today, within a short distance, you can purchase unleaded fuel at a 20-cent difference per litre, and that will be happening in many locations. So it's important to access competitive prices, and which also assists competition to continue. So we understand the concern. We did also see the rise, but it was in a rise to a peak, and it's not unexpected or unusual for there to be peaks at the levels that it did rise to.
I guess just further with regard to, you mentioned 190 regional locations that you're monitoring as well. A reflection we'd have is that a lot of our regions sort of operate in a bit of a hub and spoke sort of a model. So we see quite a lot of flexibility between, in my case, a Toowoomba and then to an Oakey and then out further. So as we go away, each little centre has its own little economy, and that we'll see significant movement within that. Is that something that you take into consideration, that there's a different aspect in terms of little microeconomies regionally that you might see within the cities?
We do. So firstly, we observe that the petrol price cycles are happening in the largest metropolitan cities and not in regional areas. Generally, regional areas are operating at a more averaged price and consistency of pricing. It also will take longer for them to deplete stocks. When we look at where is competition in regional areas, we find that the general distance that motorists are prepared to drive are further than often in city areas. That it will also depend upon whether there are highway sites or inside of town sites. But we can get some quite specific issues occurring in just particular regional areas. And we did, over the 6 months, find a few more remote regional areas where we did further investigation into what was happening in those areas.
Was there any outcomes of those?
In general, we received answers about either supply chain problems or other points that were credible answers, actually.
Okay. Thank you. Sticking with the theme of price gouging, beyond Premier Palaszczuk's new mining tax, is there any evidence of price gouging in the resource industry during this boom period? And I note the humour in my question, but obviously we're in a period of high commodity prices, supply chain constraints. It would seem to be a market that would be open. Should there be some bad actors in that field? Is there anything that's come through in that sector?
The significant increase in energy prices has some quite complex factors. Manifestly, we see geopolitical factors. I have heard a wonderful description given recently by a member of the European Commission, the leader, Margaret Vestager, the leader of the European Competition Commission, that it's a weaponisation of energy that we have seen in the responses by Russia, which is clearly incredibly significantly affecting Europe. However, has produced strong impacts in our Asia-Pacific region as well. So that significant increases for gas producers to sell their products in the short-term market, offshore short-term markets, and spot price markets. So there are global factors. There are factors to do with climate change impacts, such that both the flooding affecting coal mines, affecting capacity of coal-fired generators, and then unexplained outages, so that we have a set of pressures at each stage of the supply chain, producing a situation in which there were strong factors of continued demand and in some cases increased demand, but interruptions to the capacity to supply, which many of them exogenous and many of them resulting in pressures that explain the increases. We are, however, engaged in a series of reporting, both in gas and in electricity, and in that we are monitoring so that we can report to the Treasurer, and we report 6 monthly both in gas and electricity. We are also watching in terms of electricity prices that the electricity retailers comply with the Electricity Retail Code, which requires for customers who are on the regulated standard offers that they are not offering prices above the capped price set by the AER in many parts of the national electricity market and in Victoria by the ESCV, and that for customers who are on market offers that they are given a very clear disclosure of how the price they're offered differs from the reference price. So whether the short answer is there are many actual reasons behind significant increases in prices. In the median bill that we have seen in the change since April for electricity prices in the NEM, we have seen an increase of $300. So now that is a 25% increase since April in a residential household medium bill. For small business, we've seen an increase of $1,500.
Thank you. Can I ask? I guess I'll focus down to. Thank you for that. Given the reliance that we've had on our domestic mining industry over the last couple of years, and I guess any forecast forward would suggest that that reliance will continue. It's an industry that has seen over a generation a loss of that mid-sector mining, and companies, Western Mining. These people have gone, and we've got big players now. So we've gone from a space of a very, very competitive field in the mining industry to being one that's dominated by large now multinationals. My question would be around, is that something that you've either previously considered or see as being beneficial or detriment to our ability to get the most benefit as a nation out of these cycles? Clearly we're in a good time now, but we have gone down a path that we have seen a change in the mining industry locally, and it has gone towards bigger companies. In terms of exploration, in terms of development, in terms of a greater appetite to risk, all of that has changed fundamentally in Australia. Is that something that you've considered or have a view on, or is that something that you identify as a potential risk for us?
The ACCC is very concerned about the continuation of effective and competitive markets. We do see competition as a critical aspect that drives for competing for innovation, destructive competition where less efficient competitors are ultimately competed with and potentially out of market by more efficient competitors should drive not only efficiency but also, one would hope, greater productivity, which is very important for our economy. So as a matter of principle, a critical part of the ACCC mandate is to maintain and promote competition in markets, including in mining markets. And there is also, very importantly, competition driving innovation and R&D. One of the aspects, so while we have an informal notification system in relation to potential acquisitions and mergers, any major mining transaction, whether for the mining operators themselves or the suppliers of important machinery, for instance, to mine operations, will come to the ACCC. In some circumstances, when we look at the market, the relevant markets features will be seaborne markets, so beyond Australia, or global. So we will need to look at competition because the companies will be selling in a global market their product, and they will be being competitively constrained by other large multinational companies, for example. In others, that may not be the case. Quite a number of years ago, when the Commission looked at potential questions of a transaction involving, for example, Rio and BHP, the question then became, do you result in a situation even in a global market or a seaborne market for the products that you have too much concentration and you remove necessary and effective competition? So there may very well be sectors where, because the competition and the investment and innovation is happening offshore, that there are fewer players in Australia, but we will watch very closely those questions.
Thank you. It's a topic dear to my heart. And I guess I'd follow that with your views on the Qantas Alliance proposed merger and the potential impacts that might have on FIFO. It's always been difficult to secure projects on the basis of cost of flights, cost of moving labour. In considering this, I guess again, is there a view that the price cycle we're in is potentially compromised?
We are looking very closely at the Qantas Alliance proposed merger. We did issue, so that entails obtaining information through market inquiries from customers and obtaining information from the parties and obtaining information from competitors. We have issued a statement of issues which sets out concerns, particularly in relation to the FIFO charter services, as Qantas and Alliance are the two larger participants, though there are smaller participants. So as we're still in the process of reviewing this transaction, it's best that I refer to the issues as we identified, but we did identify that market and those services as a market in which our preliminary view is that there is likely to be a substantial lessening of competition, which means we're looking very closely at that question and also to other questions. So the more general availability of wet leases and the question of just regular passenger services on the Brisbane-Moranbah route.
Yeah, it's almost a unique feature of Australian mining, the reliance that we have on FIFO. So I guess I refer to the previous one around, yes, there are global concerns, but this would be something that would be of specific, I think, detriment. So I thank your best endeavours on that. Last one, I may be getting close to my allotted time, was the question around greenwashing.
Yes.
And was this, I guess I'd invite comment on, is this a trend you've seen? I've maintained my scepticism when I see my flights are going to be offset if I pay $2 to get a farmer not to cut down a tree that he was already not going to cut down. Have you comments on, is there a trend that has escalated? Are there examples of good behaviour or bad behaviour that you'd like to identify, and what we can probably expect with a change in the political landscape and commitments that have been made? And sorry, given the, for example, the Queensland state government's increased commitments, one would expect, I think, a response from the corporate world. So this would be something I'd be a bit concerned of.
The question of truthful product claims and corporate claims about environmental sustainability is an enforcement priority for the ACCC this year and will continue to be an enduring priority. We have put it in this at this priority level for the following reasons. Exactly as your question is indicating, increasingly large proportions of consumers are making purchasing decisions on the basis of the sustainability of products. And they are doing so because of the importance they're placing in it. And we do not want to see a loss of consumer and community trust in these claims because it is a critical part of the purchasing decisions of consumers. Secondly, in terms of competitive implications, where we have businesses genuinely investing in what can be substantial investments in order to have a more sustainable production process, or to ensure that the products they're selling do meet the claims that they're making, and others that are being misleading or fraudulent in respect of that, we get an unfair competitive situation. And so there is both an important business competition aspect and consumer protection aspect. What we want to see, so we are working on a significant body of work here, and we are still developing that work. We have already commenced in the past week an internet sweep, checking what claims are made, and to see just on a straight out internet sweep on online claims whether we can see ones that set off alarm bells for us, and we will then take further investigative steps. We are also working towards producing guidance that we will issue to businesses, and also awareness campaigns we will do for consumers about what to watch for. The key principles that we would identify now, but we will give further guidance because this is a significant body of work for us, that businesses should be precise in their claims, not to make a claim that is generally about when actually there's only one part of their production process they know that they can verify. So that they should be thoughtful and precise in their claims about where the sustainability or environmental benefit is. Secondly, that they should use trusted certification bodies to give support to it, and that they should be clear in the communications they make to consumers about the claims that they're making. We will be testing each of these aspects, and we're also looking internationally there, particularly in Europe, where there was earlier bringing in of standards. And interestingly, very significantly in the Netherlands, there are competition law and consumer protection agencies who have already done a lot of work in this area, and the ACCC is the president actually this year of the International Consumer Enforcement Agencies, so worldwide, and it is one of the themes that international collaboration is focusing on in this year.
Sorry, last question on that then. With regard to the certification bodies, will you be reviewing their positions as well? Because obviously there may be there's the opportunity for discrepancy there as well.
There is, and it's why we want to be very careful about which ones are trusted and have scientific and rigorous processes behind them. We are working closely with other agencies who have the clear particular purview, ASIC in relation to corporate statements, the Clean Energy Regulator in relation to standards and aspects that are going to be introduced. It's a body of work that together we are all particularly focused on and on developing.
Thank you very much. for your answers, Chair. I'm happy to pass over.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. So now to Ms Lawrence for 15 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'd just like to go back to one of the line of questioning the Deputy Chair had around the mergers, and I know earlier this year there was a statement that you released around examining competition impact of past mergers, and I note there, as you actually referenced also in one of your responses, the need, I just want to read it from here, the need, we need to call for further reforms to the merger regime in Australia, which includes the introduction of a mandatory notification regime to improve the effectiveness of merger control in Australia and bring it into line with international best practice. And I'm just curious as to whether you have a view as to what is the threshold that you'd be looking for, firstly, and secondly, subsequent to that release back in February, which was obviously looking at mergers conducted, I think, around to 2019, whether you've had an opportunity to do any further analysis to see whether, in fact, there are other recommendations you'd like the government to pursue.
Thank you very much, Ms Lawrence. So we do gain a lot from our post-merger review processes, and we are continuing to do them going forward, looking both at particular sectors where there are repeat transactions and also looking at areas, for instance, where we accept mergers subject to conditions, the performance of those conditions and the effectiveness of such remedies. The ACCC has been engaged in a process of, in effect, commencing a debate about reform. We are continuing our work in relation to proposed reforms that we will, in coming months, bring to government, which we know then will be considered by government and by Treasury as to the question for the merits and approach to such a potential consultation and such reform. The areas that we are very conscious of and that I have seen, one of the areas I've seen by coming within to the ACCC is that because we have an informal regime, the outcome is that there can be strategic behaviour to either not report at all or report late, and to constrain the ACCC in its capacity to do its job. And in global transactions where most jurisdictions do have a mandatory regime, we can certainly find that on reporting may be late or notification to us late, which then makes it difficult for us in the context of the regime. While we have been doing internal consideration of the thresholds, it is an important question where we want to make sure that apart from aspects of the amount of business consumers products supplied within Australia, so in terms of impact on the Australian economy, that there will be some sectors where the services are so critical, or a repeat, for instance, acquirer that already has a significant presence and market power in a market, so though a transaction may be small, the effect may be substantial. So we are doing some quite careful thought on the threshold question, because there are not simple quantitative thresholds alone, we think.
Thank you. Changing completely to a different topic now. I appreciate this may largely fall under the remit of ASIC, but given you've spoken a few times about having consumer protection at the core of your work, I'm interested in where you feel your advocacy has succeeded, or where perhaps more work is needed in the buy now, pay later space. So, for example, in my community, I have people using buy now, pay later to put food on the table, which obviously is, well, I would assume, is far from the intent of such a service. And they clearly, if they're putting food on buy now, pay later, they probably won't have the capacity to pay it in time without incurring significant rates. And so I'm just curious as to where you see the ACCC's role in protecting consumer from being exploited from this offering.
So thank you, Ms Lawrence. It is correct that in terms of financial products, ASIC is the Australian Consumer Law regulator, and we know that Minister Jones has announced bringing buy now, pay later within more of the regulation that applies to other financial services, institutions and products. We are generally concerned more broadly about the representations that are made as to fees, the likely fees that would be charged for people who will have an incapacity to pay within a certain time frame. So when we look at this question as an example, for instance, to give you a comparison, looking at it in principle, so not in financial products because their ASIC will be the investigator, but for example in Indigenous communities, the matter that we were concerned about in relation to the supply of telecommunications services at levels that people were unlikely to be able to afford were then subject to continuing requirements to pay. We took action. There has been a very strong and effective remediation program by Telstra, and we obtained $50 million penalties. So we absolutely concur with your concern about consumers experiencing vulnerability and the way in which they are particularly exposed to these risks of not understanding the commitments of a product, whether a financial product or a telecommunications product, that because it is not communicated to them and actually they are being sold a product that they have limited capacity to meet the commitments of, which under the Australian Consumer Law also introduces questions of unconscionable conduct.
So is this something then, because I do commend you on the work that you did with telecommunications plan that was obviously impacted WA significantly,
Yes.
and it was very well attended to, and yeah, so it's a tremendous example of the work and the power and the effectiveness of the ACCC. So in this space though, with buy now, because this is obviously happening now, you can go to any supermarket and just put your groceries through under buy now, pay later. Is there any action that is being taken now in conjunction with ASIC and other partners, or is it a work in progress?
So I'll ask Ms Wan, we do appear, for instance, at Council of Financial Regulator meetings to bring a competition advocacy and also an overall consumer protection advocacy.
But I think if what your question is getting at is an enforcement approach, then I think that is primarily a question for ASIC, given the nature of the product you're talking about.
And we obviously will put the same question to ASIC, but I appreciate they're looking through, a financial regulatory lens, and if there's no breach of the code of conduct that they're working under or whatever, I guess they're going to say, well, there's, so whereas for you, as you said, it's about consumer protection, unconscionable conduct.
Yes.
Like what avenues do you have available to, essentially be that advocacy and that voice to probably quarantine the type of acts that are actually happening right now?
I understand. So I will pass to Rami in one moment, but ASIC does have, under the ASIC Act, the same powers in respect of investigation and enforcement in terms of misleading and deceptive conduct and also unconscionability. We do maintain close contact with the ASIC enforcement team at a general level, and sometimes we refer matters to each other. So because post the Wallace inquiry, there was this hiving off of financial products and financial services with the same powers under the Australian Consumer Law, but to ASIC for enforcement. They are the investigative enforcement agency there, but we do, across our consumer enforcement teams and expertise, maintain close contact with them, and Rami is closely involved in that, so I'll just get him to speak to that.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Lawrence. So we do work out which is the best agency to deal with the particular issue, and so the buy now, pay later matters have arisen in discussions both with the ASIC Forum, but also with our Consumer Consultative Committee as an issue of real concern. Perhaps I can refer to an analogous issue that we are dealing with or involved in, and that's the use of centre pay by businesses to, I suppose, pressure sell Indigenous consumers into buying goods that they may not need. And so centre pay and that conduct falls more within our remit. And in the case before us at the moment, we're working with WA Consumer Protection, also ASIC and NT Consumer Affairs to see what action, if any, is necessary in this particular instance. So there's a spectrum of work, and ASIC are closely involved whenever there's a financial element to the conduct.
Fantastic, thank you. And again, this is perhaps more of a question around advocacy. I appreciate you've got a very broad charter, but just again looking at the matter from a consumer's perspective, where you intersect with the Privacy Commissioner around data collection of consumers, and I'm just thinking in the context where a couple of retailers were working to have facial recognition as a matter of course when you enter their stores. I appreciate they've paused it. They haven't stopped it, they've paused it. And I just wonder, again, what advocacy you're doing with the Privacy Commissioner to challenge the necessity for business to be collecting personal data of people where they don't necessarily have really the option to opt out. And then obviously the ongoing concerns around the use of that data, retention, storage, and the deletion of it is perhaps been covered by our chair earlier, but I'm just particularly interested around what advocacy you're doing to look into from the consumer's perspective about their rights.
Thank you. So, firstly, we have a digital platforms regulators forum, so working together with the Privacy Commissioner, with ACMA and the eSafety Commissioner in order to bring the various aspects of protection of data privacy, the impacts upon consumers, the regulation of each of the broadcasters and communications agencies and eSafety. So we sit together and we seek to bring all of the perspectives together in a holistic way. Probably one of the most important areas that the ACCC is considering this question currently is in relation to online transactions and digital platforms, whether social media search. And we do have with the Treasurer currently our 5th report, which is looking at the question of regulatory reform and is it required to supplement the powers we have currently. In the first Digital Platforms Inquiry report in 2019, we spoke about concerns about the extent of data collection, use, aggregation without sufficient and clear notification to consumers about that collection and use. The ACCC, in addition, at the point at which the Treasurer has approved release, we will be in a position in our next meeting with this committee to talk in detail about the result of our consideration of would Australia benefit through supplementary protections. Our prior report, the Digital Platforms Inquiry Report, recommended additional privacy protections, and there is, of course, that review happening in the respect of the Privacy Act. But the ACCC is not standing still in this regard. We have taken action against Google successfully in relation to location data, and also we currently have before, so we received a court finding of a contravention because location data was being, despite the fact that users believed, phone users believed they had switched off the location data toggle, that actually there was another which was set on by default they were not aware of. So using straight out misleading and deceptive conduct and misleading and fraudulent conduct contraventions. So we have had court success. We are waiting for a judgment in another matter, which is about collection and use of data. We are also underway in an action against Meta in relation to use of data in terms of its Anavo Protect Act. All three of them are about not actually sufficiently disclosing or in fact, we allege, misleading users, phone users, platform users about the extent of the collection and use of their data. So we are very focused on this question from a consumer point of view.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Lawrence. I'll now hand over to Ms. Spender for 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Chair. Look, I want to start off with a broader question about Australia's productivity. So Australia's had very sluggish productivity growth for the last 20 years. I'd be very interested in your perspective on how competition has fed into, what do you think the role of competition or lack of competition is in our sluggish productivity growth, and where there may be opportunities?
Thanks very much, Ms. Spender. And the ACCC did make a submission to the Productivity Commission very focused on this, because we think that properly functioned competitive markets are critical to productivity because they provide signals so that resources are actually shifted to where they can be most productively applied. But in addition, markets that are functioning effectively from a competition point of view have destructive competition. It engineers, in effect, a creative destruction where less productive firms either get superseded by, pushed out of the market, or themselves respond. So as a matter of principle, we consider that competitive markets are critical. It's why we need to watch closely at mergers and acquisitions, because if our markets are too concentrated and not sufficiently competitive, they won't be having the spur to productivity. We have also proposed other productivity enhancing reforms in terms of a focus upon where we do have monopolies. We currently do not have really any power to look at how those monopolies are exercising that monopoly power unless they're vertically integrated, unless they're either above or below in the supply chain. And so if they are receiving monopoly rents that are deterring or making more difficult productivity improvements in supplies to them where they sit in a bottleneck, then we are having a drag on productivity. So we did re-engage there in seeking to have a stronger debate about whether there should be additional regulation of monopolies, particularly in relation to essential services. One area where the ACCC does have specific powers in that regard is in relation to the NBN. and we are currently in the process of engaging with the NBN, which will be providing to us a new variation in respect of its access undertaking, and both the Minister of Communications and the shareholder minister, the Minister of Finance, have also given various parts of guidance as to the government's position as to the importance in terms of those services, and manifestly how those services can underpin productivity across the economy, given the importance digitally of our transition and reliance upon the NBN and broadband in underpinning that. So we are very concerned about having all the appropriate powers and purviews so that competition performs the role it can and must economically in order to spur and assist in improving productivity.
Okay, thank you. Then moving, looking at some of our markets in particular, we have some very heavily consolidated industries with very significant network effects. How do you consider drive competition with, when you have those very significant network effects, which gives, big movers such natural advantages?
Part of the response that traditionally has happened from a policy point of view in those areas has been a consideration about whether there should be additional regulation. So there has been additional regulation in respect to various parts of energy markets which exhibit network effects, and at periods of time regulation of telecommunications pricing, and the NBN regulation is a good example. One of the aspects that the ACCC has drawn out in terms of digital platforms is the significant network effects that very large provider of search, for instance, or of social media services will have in two-sided markets, which bring a significant number of users across multiple services, advertisers who wish to publish their advertisements, and a combination of not only scale but scope advantages that we are seeing, and in addition the expansion in an ecosystem sense to expand out into adjoining markets as well. So these are areas where it's an important question at a policy level whether there needs to be additional regulatory supervision and powers in order to ensure that there can still be entry and further competition in the face of incumbents with such advantages.
Thank you. I'd love then now to move more to sort of focus on energy and climate. There's obviously been the ACCC's recent interim gas report, which has raised high concerns about the high level of concentration in the gas sector, and noting that LNG exporters and associates had an influence around 90% of proven and probable gas reserves. How is the ACCC planning to ensure that we have the appropriate levels of competition in such a highly, heavily concentrated market?
Thank you. We're doing so utilising really each of the ways in which we can bring our powers and purview to bear. So firstly, and your reference there to the finding that we had in that recent gas inquiry report is absolutely accurate. We identified that through either common ownership, so the aspect of similar investors having particular interests in more than one venture, or through agreements that have been entered into that there is that control at 90%. We have written to each of the ventures raising concerns about aspects of what we have discovered, and we are using our information collection processes. So we're proceeding to look at that through, as we stated in the report, proceeding to look at that through an investigative lens in terms of our powers in respect of, to ask ourselves, and it's still at an early stage, whether there is any anti-competitive conduct there. Secondly, we have proposed previously that there should be increased access rights to upstream services. So, for instance, processing services. So if an incumbent holds a processing plant, that an investor of an adjoining to open up new fields which can then be competitive, or new services, to the extent to which there is ongoing requirement for increased supply, even in a situation which may be to provide firming supply while renewables are providing much of the supply. And thirdly, we are using our monitoring and our advocacy role to draw attention to the importance of this. So we're using really three of the aspects of the way in which we can bring to bear and better inform policy making in relation to this.
Mm-hmm. In relation to that, there's obviously been a new deal signed with the LNG exporters that's meant to ensure the security of the domestic gas supply. But it has been condemned by industry and consumer groups who say that it's locking in higher prices, which is, having, for instance, Manufacturing Australia has said the agreement smashes investment confidence in gas customers, while entrenching super profits. And the Energy Users Association has said, it seems we'll have plenty of gas. It's just a pity that nobody will be able to afford it. We've talked already about increasing energy costs. Does the ACCC believe that this deal the government has signed is delivering for Australian consumers and businesses?
The deal has a commitment to supply 167 petajoules, which is certainly in excess of the estimate the ACCC had of the likely shortfall, which was at 57 petajoules. However, that's an estimate based on the producer's own and exporter's own figures, and AEMO had a range. It also has involved a reliance upon a voluntary code of the producers in order to provide for mechanisms for engagement with users, and it includes a commitment to have reasonable efforts to bring that volume to domestic users in advance of taking to export. And the ACCC, it is announced, is to continue to look at compliance with the heads of agreement. In our work in that regard, and we will be reporting in relation to that again next year, we will look to see as to whether the compliance has improved as compared to our past report, in which we concluded that the producers were not complying with the spirit of the heads of agreement. So apart from, we had concern about their compliance with the terms as well, but the spirit. So we are hopeful that this commitment now from the producers will meet the expectations of what they have promised. However, we do continue to have a role to monitor it and to report to government. And it is, there are a range of critical interests here. We have manufacturers as end users We have gas-powered generation, electricity generators as end users, so they are certainly critical questions, and they're questions we will be looking at in our monitoring role.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you note that, they had there was a voluntary code and there was a heads of agreement they haven't, necessarily supported. I guess at what point do you say we need to go further than this? We just keep on assessing this against that.
We will be looking closely at this question. In the past, we have advised in favour of mandatory processes. And we will, when we monitor this, test the question of whether what the industry has come forward and proposed in a voluntary format is effective.
Okay. And my last question is related to climate change, again, which is I speak to financial institutions, and one of their most important actions they're doing now is planning for net zero. And there's desire to work across the sector on this, for example, on industry transition pathways. But there's a little bit of concern about whether the ACCC will draw a line, how the ACCC will draw a line between collaboration and collusion in relation to this transition. Are there any thoughts that you can provide in relation to this, that line drawing, particularly for financial institutions or others working together in relation to net zero?
It's a very important question, and it is part of the work that we have underway. We are very focused upon that the community, political commitment and significance for our country of the transition to net zero. We are already in certain areas having applicants come to us as part of our exemptions power to enable there to be greater collaboration in industries. So we have some examples, initial examples. They are, for instance, between local councils who are wishing to together procure in order to have a more sustainable service provided in waste management and to have better focus on recycling outcomes. For example, we have some also between manufacturers of some products that are looking to have more reuse across the industry to provide better for reuse and for recycling. They're just initial examples of our recognition that our power to exempt, where we are satisfied that public benefit outweighs a diminution in the competitive dynamic. We do have that capacity. It is sitting in our Act. We are seeing that the European Commission has issued guidance on the way in which it will assess such applications. But we are certainly starting to have a number of representatives, industry associations for particular industries say they are considering these questions, and we are giving them the message that we are ready to engage. We will need to see evidence of demonstrable and sustained benefits in order to be able to be satisfied that otherwise competitive, independent activity can be exempted. But we are certainly engaged in doing a body of work to prepare ourselves for this.
Ms Bender, I wonder if I might just add, and consistent with our Chair's comments, earlier we spoke about truth in advertising and in relation to sustainability and the transition to zero carbon. And you've just raised the issue of that cooperation that might be needed and the safety net to competition law that might sometimes need to be applied. Those two examples probably understate the extent of competition and consumer issues that will emerge in this massive transformation the economy will go through. We will see industries change, we will see market power perhaps be transformed, potentially transferred from one old economy to a new one. We see increasingly, as do other jurisdictions, a real place for competition and consumer focus at the table in many of these transition moments. I think we're looking at the way we can build that expertise in the agency and how we might deploy that into the right discussions and debates. I think you'll see a little bit more of the ACCC putting itself in those discussions.
Daniel, you're on mute, I think.
Sorry. Ms. Cass-Gottlieb, I'm conscious this is a long session. We have 4 more members and at 15 minutes each, we'd finish on time at 11:45. I'm just wondering, would you prefer to break for 5 minutes and we finish at 11:50?
I think we're comfortable, if the members are comfortable, I think we're comfortable to continue, Chair.
Okay, well, I think probably then we'll just continue on. Mr. Laxale, we'll give you 15 minutes starting now. Oh, Jerome, you're on mute.
I am too. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity, and Ms. Cass-Gottlieb, thank you for your answers to date. I have a few questions on greenwashing, as the Deputy Chair had. You've said that greenwash is one of the ACCC's priorities, and both yourself and previous chairs have said the same, and that greenwashing includes misleading claims concerning net zero and carbon neutrality. Is that still correct?
It is. We do engage with a clean energy regulator, particularly in relation to offset questions, which have methodologically also a lot of complexity.
Okay, so you've been reported in the press as saying that greenwashing and fabrications about carbon neutrality have created unfair advantages for companies and have led to misleading consumers. Do you think that firms actively use claims about being net zero or being carbon neutral to gain a competitive advantage over other?
We are concerned that that is the case. We do know that amongst other consumer enforcers worldwide, so within the ICEPEN group that I referred to previously, that is International Consumer Enforcement Protection Agencies, they have done at a global level research to test this and found 40% of claims had problems and weren't able to be verified. So now that's a high proportion. We are only now, because this has been this financial year priority, we are now commencing investigation and internet sweeps, as I spoke about before, as an initial step, where we can build up a database to be aware of to what extent we think those problems are occurring in Australia. But we are being very prominent about the priority now, because we are asking businesses to take a rigorous and truthful and proactive approach so that their compliance efforts, we give a strong compliance message, but we will be testing, and once we've tested it, we'll be able to give you a more data-based answer to that question. But the research of our colleagues globally says that most likely there is such misleading behaviour taking place, but we need to do the work here in Australia.
Sure, but just in relation, I mean, do you believe that misleading, if there were to be some of that misleading behaviour here in Australia, do you see a link to competitive advantage
Absolutely.
of one firm over another?
Absolutely.
Yep, okay.
I do, and the ACCC does. We see that it undermines the activities of the parties who genuinely, companies that genuinely and legitimately invest in improving their processes, in making them more sustainable, in making a swifter transition towards commitments in terms of transition to net zero. So we see it not only as undermining community and consumer trust, but as undermining the capacity of Australian business to move as the policy commitments oblige towards the targets.
Okay, thank you. Several people, including a former chair of the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee, have raised some concerns with the integrity of carbon credits. I think the term is often used, low integrity carbon credits, to describe some that are in the system. For the purposes of today, I'll just call them junk carbon credits. How can a consumer know the difference between a carbon neutral product developed with renewable energy over a carbon neutral product that's offset with junk credits?
The first part of your question is, and all of it is important, and one part of it is incredibly relevant from our perspective, which is consumers are unable to actually validate or assess the truth of what is being put to them in this regard. It is one of the reasons that our initial guidance that we are emphasising is that there needs to be very specific, very clear, able to be substantiated and narrow claims made rather than general claims, because it is very difficult for consumers to ever assess the validity of such claims. In terms of the questions of offsets and such products, we do have engagement currently happening with ASIC and the Clean Energy Regulator. So I'll ask Rami to speak about that engagement, because as the rest of your question indicated, this is a very complex set of questions to determine what actually truthfully can be said.
And so the regulatory framework with respect to carbon credit units would be something within the purview of the Clean Energy Regulator. So if there's integrity issues with respect to those units, then they would have responsibility for them. I should also say with ASIC, any claims that are made in the context of investment raising, in the context of prospectuses, then that would fall within ASIC's purview. But more generally, to the extent that there are claims made about by corporations that they are moving towards net zero when that's manifestly not the case, then that would be something that would fall for consideration by the ACCC.
Okay, so you've touched on the Clean Energy Regulator. So do you play any role in investigating the integrity and legitimacy of either Australian carbon credits or international carbon credits when firms use them to gain a competitive advantage over another firm?
So to the extent that a legitimately held carbon credit unit is used in a manner to misrepresent its effect or creates an association that's not accurate, then yes, we would our jurisdiction would be enlivened unless it's done in the context of an investment product or service, in which case ASIC would be engaged. So it does depend on the context of how the claim is made or the conduct occurs. But as Ms. Cass-Gottlieb mentioned, we're working very closely with the Clean Energy Regulator and ASIC to ensure that there's sort of regulatory alignment on these issues.
So you said a legitimately held carbon unit, but what about whether or not that carbon unit is legitimate, as in whether it's actually reducing emissions? You've established the link between it being, people who claim to have net zero gain a competitive advantage over others. Would that not, investigating legitimacy of the units themselves? Are you saying that's not in your role?
Well, so if that relates to the regulatory framework in which that unit exists, then yes, that would be a question for the Clean Energy Regulator to look at, or other, possibly a policy question for government. So we don't have any regulatory function with respect to Australian carbon credit units. However, once there is a unit that has been properly created and is used in a way that is either misleading or deceptive or unconscionable, then it would fall either to the ACCC or, in certain circumstances, ASIC to investigate that conduct.
Okay. Ms. Cass-Gottlieb, you mentioned in a previous answer that a consumer is unable to tell the difference between, those making legitimate claims and those that are perhaps not. Given that we've just seen a population, I guess really we had what's called the climate election, climate change is on top of people's mind. Being able to distinguish the difference, I think, from a consumer's perspective would be top of mind for a lot of people. And you mentioned that this financial year, that this was a area of focus for the ACCC. So when, do you have any timeframes as to when you'll be commencing investigations? You mentioned an internet sweep before, but I mean, how do you see this financial year and next play out in terms of that space?
So we have, yes, we have commenced that internet sweep, which will inform guidance that we will give. We also do have some areas of investigations underway, though, because they is still in an investigation phase. Our process is to keep them confidential, but they cover quite a range of sectors. So we are in both an information gathering, data gathering and investigation phase. We will, in the course of this financial year, release guidance in relation to what we expect to see. We, from businesses when they make product claims. We will also, as we proceed with investigations, at the point at which, if we decide that they are appropriate to take proceedings, we will of course announce them, and that will also help build up understanding. But in addition to giving guidance to businesses about what we expect to see in their conduct in terms of being clear, defined, limited in their claims, and always having strong verification material that they can substantiate the claims, we will also be engaging with consumers about what we are seeing, what they can look to, and as we see quite possibly through policy work with government, where we see standards being promulgated about what can be seen, that will also help us to start to give to consumers bases upon which they can have confidence in the backing behind a claim. So we do see this as work for us, but for work together with policy as well, Mr. Laskal, so that there is, in addition, the building up of standards that customers and consumers can rely upon.
Okay, one final question. Has the ACCC ever found that a company has greenwashed? Have you made a determination?
So the ACCC did take proceedings in relation to flushable wipes. And just that phrase, as you will hear, does convey the ACCC alleged that environmentally and in terms of the system, that it did not just mean that it could be flushed from the user's own toilet, but that it was able to be managed in the sewerage system. Unfortunately, the ACCC was not successful in the court proceedings there. However, it is a good example of the sorts of importance in relation to, for instance, a claim that a product is recyclable, or a claim that a product is made of sustainable materials. There is a degree of the importance of the scientific basis, and we are aware that when we take these cases, we will be put to proof in courts about showing where we consider that the claim does not have a sufficient justification. So it is an example, and we do have others we're investigating.
May not have been clear. I meant in regards to, I use the term greenwash, I meant, has the ACCC made a finding against someone for greenwashing, for being claiming to be carbon neutral? Yeah.
Claiming to be carbon neutral, I don't believe so. We did consider that flushable wipe, we alleged it was greenwashing actually, because we considered that had the connotation.
Again, not exactly on point, but Volkswagen was probably
Yes,
also
that's,
the most significant.
that's very much on point. So the representations there were as to emissions reductions in relation to the Volkswagen vehicles, and that did result in a finding of misleading and deceptive conduct and significant penalties.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Laksal.
Thank you.
Mr. Wallahan.
Thank you, Chair. And to the Chair of the ACCC, thank you very much for appearing today. My first question is about the Australian consumer law. It is now over a decade old in its current form, and the Productivity Commission found in 2008 that it could benefit our community to the tune of several billion, even $4.5 billion. After 10 years, how do you think the Australian consumer law is holding up?
We consider the Australian consumer law is an essential protection both of consumers and their interests and their rights, but in addition an important underpinning of competition, because properly informed, accurately informed consumers exercising choice is a key part of what competitors compete for. So it is an intersecting, reinforcing support to the maintenance and promotion of competition. We consider that the law has been considerably assisted by the making of parity between the penalties for consumer law, certain consumer law contraventions and competition contraventions. It has given much more focus. So the Volkswagen example that was just given with penalties of $125 million. So it creates much greater focus on compliance with the consumer law. There are, and the ACCC has in the past year, out of our over $200 million penalties, the majority was in respect of consumer law contraventions in that year. So the law is active, powerful, and able to be deployed by the ACCC very effectively. There are areas where we consider that reforms are important and valuable. One has been in respect of unfair contracting terms that the government has already announced, in terms of enabling the ACCC to take action and secure contraventions where there are unfair contracting terms, whether to consumers or from larger businesses to small businesses. But in addition, we do see that there will be significant greater protection to consumers and small businesses if there is an unfair trading practices prohibition. And the reason that we are looking to this is that where there may be terms which can be stated to be sufficiently clear to consumers, for example, there can be practices such that the consumers are given, such as click wrap when you get it online. Consumers are given limited time. It's confusing in which to decide as to whether to agree or accept terms, for an example. There can be choice screens in an online environment which are framed both to confuse and behaviourally to play to the behavioural likely approaches of the consumer, such the consumer accepts terms, becomes involved in a subscription trap, which are practices that are not, if there's not a misleading or deceptive conduct, we may not have, our experience is we don't have a sufficient capacity to take action, and this is particularly reinforced in the situation of digital transactions and so much happening online. So there are areas in which we are looking for reform and we are advocating for reform, and they include, in addition to be able to take action in respect of breaches of consumer guarantees. So consumers can pursue them. They have a right. However, the ACCC can seek orders to have a court order compliance with a consumer guarantee, but we cannot take proceedings for contravention and penalties if consumer guarantees are not honoured. And finally, we have been looking for a general safety provision that all products brought to market in Australia, the manufacturers should be put to a standard that they are satisfied that they are not unsafe. So we have a powerful law. The ability to get meaningful penalties means that there is a lot of focus on it. We have achieved much with it, but after the decade, we're looking to add to it and to enhance it.
Thank you, Chair. My remaining questions relate to travel, and I know that was touched on briefly by our Chair. I understand that the ACCC undertook an inquiry in late 2020 and early 2021, and that report was released on the 9th of September this year. The final page, I think it's 4.6, talks about consumer rights, about when flights get delayed or cancelled. I just wanted to talk about that to see if the Australian consumer law is fit for purpose in regards to refunds. And sorry for the long question, but there's a comparison to be made in the UK and the European Union where there are quite strict rights. It's EU 261, where consumers can qualify for a refund. I'm just wondering if you're aware of the European and UK regime and if you think there's scope for that here in Australia.
So we are aware of these regimes. We have been, the purpose, as we put in that conclusion in the report, was to identify that consumers have a range of rights in Australia currently, both contractually, but in addition, in relation to consumer guarantee rights, and in addition, if there's misleading and deceptive conduct. We do agree that the regime is not as specific as those European provisions, and I am aware from recent engagement with in the United States. The United States houses are considering whether to introduce some legislation similar to the European legislation. So the really global experience of challenges from a supply side in responding to return of people to travel, in fact, at demand levels, as our report said, in Australia, at or very close to pre-COVID demand levels for domestic travel, that the inability for the industry to, from a supply side and capacity side to respond, has produced some greater focus here and in other territories globally about whether there is sufficient protection for this.
No, thank you for that. And that's perhaps something for us to review as a parliament, or certainly for the executive, for those in government. Could I turn now to the issue of the travel industry? I've had many constituents speak to me about money that they paid to a travel agent that was never refunded, or the travel agent went bust and their money was never recovered. Is that an area that we need to look at in more detail, including the specific question of whether agents should be required to have a trust account for people's deposits?
So perhaps I'll just, during COVID, the ACCC took many steps across multiple industries, and particularly in the travel industry, introduce engaging directly with many of the suppliers in the industry. It was a situation in which the consumer guarantee in that circumstance in certain cases did not apply because, for instance, travel restrictions were a separate matter stated to be outside the industry participants' capacity, but it really, through significant work in conjunction with the ACCC, many members of the industry offered either refunds or credits and were clear to consumers what they were, and it did involve significant work in order to be able to provide options and redress in many circumstances, not all circumstances. The other aspect is at times when consumers purchase on credit cards, they can get a refund through their credit card provider, depending upon the provider. So at times, if the purchase has been made, and in quite a number of instances, we found that was the most immediate redress actually for certain consumers. In terms of the question of trust funds and regulation, it is not an area that would otherwise be in our purview, but certainly you can look in other industries where participants hold money for a period of time on behalf of customers, that some form of industry supervision by parties that are appropriate to supervise, and roles are an important manner of protection. But
and I might add that at one point there was a travel compensation fund which travel agents and other intermediaries, I think, were contributors to, but that was disbanded quite a number of years ago. So the question is a live one, whether some form of fund or trust account should be re-looked at, but not a question for the ACCC, a question for government, I suspect.
I have no further questions, so thank you very much.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Wallan. Can we now have Mr. Charlton?
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you all for your time today. I marvel at the breadth of topics that you are covering for us. I want to begin with a macro question, if I can. Over the last few years, Australia's performance in global competitiveness rankings has been falling. Last year was Australia's worst result in the IMD World Competitiveness Yearbook in 25 years. At the Jobs and Skills Forum, Danielle Wood said that Australia's economy is older, fatter and slower, pointing to less entrepreneurship, firm entry, less competition and more concentration of market power across the economy. All this is backed up by measures of aggregate productivity which are falling. Does the ACCC have a view on the level of competition across the Australian economy and how it's trending?
we are concerned about the various reports, including those done by Treasury, in terms of concentration in various sectors. The underlying elements, and they're all implicit, Dr. Charlton, in the question that you asked, is that vigorous and effective competitive markets produces significant economic benefits and rigour, and that our economy relies upon that. So we do have a level of concern in relation to this. It is one of the elements that we identify in a range of the market studies that we do. Consistently have identified that in the ongoing, for instance, digital platform studies that we're doing. And it is an area, for instance, each time we are considering questions in relation to proposed mergers and transactions, where we're looking very closely at the questions about current levels of concentration and concerns about any increase to levels of concentration.
Are you happy with the level of concentration across the Australian economy at the moment?
We are concerned about the level at the moment. The sorts of elements or steps that might be taken in regard to that, apart from watching closely for any steps that may, for instance, transactionally occur or through anti-competitive conduct, for there to be coordinated conduct or concerted conduct, which would mean that it would operate in a less competitive way, given that level of concentration. So no, we're not happy. What we can do about it, apart from ourselves both investigate where there are allegations of anti-competitive conduct, we also have made, through our submission to the Productivity Commission, submissions in respect of regulation in relation to areas where more oversight in relation to areas where there are significant either monopolies or parties with market power in essential services, but also to look, for example, in terms of opening up access in those areas, for instance, in energy. So we are making proposals in respect of change and in addition, the administration we do, for instance, and our role in relation to the consumer data right is one area that does seek to empower consumers to secure competitive offers. So we are intersecting with this concern in multiple ways.
Do you track the level of competition across the economy to inform your work and the proposals that you mentioned? And if so, what indices do you use to track it?
So I don't believe we track it across the economy. When we do any market studies in sectors, we then assess the competition within that industry sector. Transactionally, whenever we're looking at a transaction or particular conduct, we will ask ourselves the question about the level of competition relevant to that. But in terms of across the economy, we rely upon the work that is being done in Treasury or being done academically in order to look at those measures.
Thank you. When you're looking at specific cases or proposals and you are analysing market power in those sectors, what data resources do you rely on?
So a breadth of them. So firstly, in terms of data, we will look to the measures of activity of each of the competitors, looking not only at their points, if it's relevant, at their points of presence. We will look at the extent of their sales. We will look at the numbers of customers that they have. So we'll look at both stock measures and flow measures, looking at their competitive presence and looking at the levels of concentration. We then move beyond quantitative data and we seek to obtain qualitative evidence about the way in which the competitive dynamics of the industry and how the participants in the industry and customers consider that the industry is operating in terms of its competitive dynamics.
Dr. Charlton, I think potentially within your question was also the tools available to us. We've invested
Yeah, sorry, I should have been more specific. I was more interested in the sources of data rather than the variables.
Yes.
I'll just quickly mention, Dr. Charlton, that we've invested heavily in our data capability as an agency over the last 2 to 3 years. We've built data scientist capability that assists and are deployed from merger investigation to market studies to competition or consumer investigations. And that's supplemented by our economic capability that has also grown and been invested in. From an IT perspective, we now have a range of tools that our people use, both from a number crunching perspective, but also a presentation perspective. So we do feel we're certainly catching up and closing the gap on some of the private sector participants we engage with on data capability, in many cases overtaking them.
Thank you. Perhaps I should add, on the sources of data, when we look at certain industries that have public sources of data, ABS, the data that is put together, so petrol prices, an example, public sources of data, because the sources of data that we can have are either the parties themselves, and we have powers if we have a reason to believe there's a contravention to compulsorily obtain data. So we can, if there is not an existing public source of data, we can compulsorily obtain data, and then the significant strategic data analytical capacity that we are building allows us to engage with it and analyse it. Sometimes it is difficult to obtain. If you're about to suggest that there could be supplements to that, we would absolutely endorse that. Sometimes it can be difficult to obtain all the data that we need. And or it takes time to analyse it if there aren't publicly available sources of data. One of the things that our new focus from a strategic data analytical sense is that we are seeking to capture effectively the data that comes into the ACCC from multiple sources. So from consumer complaints, from engagement in monitoring, from transactional activity, so that we are capturing in one source and analysing as one source all the data that comes to us about particular traders and business participants, so that we have a holistic view of what all the data available to us tells us about their behaviour.
Thank you. Do you access Blade or any other firm-level data sets to conduct your merger investigations or market studies?
We're certainly familiar with and engaged with Treasury, Dr. Charlton, in relation to Blade. I might turn to Mr. Loyner about whether we've used that in any specific merger assessment, for example. But we certainly engage with Blade data at certain levels. But Mr. Loyner?
We haven't recently, to the best of my knowledge, used the Blade data, but we have accessed data from government on various matters, particularly health sector matters, where there's an excellent data set in the Department of Health on all the claims that are made, for example.
Thank you. When you're doing merger investigations or market studies, do you use any sources of consumer data, for example, to analyse elasticities or any other elements of consumer behaviour?
Yes, we do. So when you're applying the mergers test, the substantial lessening of competition test, there's various sort of consumer work you can do to measure, demand side elasticity, supply side elasticity, etc.
Sorry, what's the consumer data source for that?
Well, sometimes, for example, if it's a retail merger, you can actually get data on, if there's been a price change at a certain product, what have consumers switched to? We did that. One good example was we had a beer merger, and the question was, would consumers switch to cider if the price of beer went up? So we did extensive, demand side substitution work to analyse that, and we had a full data set available to us to sort of do that work.
In addition, we do have access at times to credit card and transaction data, Dr. Charlton, which can...
Yeah, that was really where I was going. Thank you.
Yes. And sometimes we use consumer surveys actually when we need to, if a transaction is significant. But yes, we do access credit card data and other transactional data.
Terrific. Could you give me a little bit of a sense of where you think the future is in terms of using and developing these data sets within the ACCC? I guess for two reasons. Firstly, to support your work in merger investigations and market studies, but also because of, I think, what I observe at least as the increasing role that the ACCC is having in policy development, with some really great work being done by the ACCC across a number of areas. Would you reflect on the role of data and the capability of the ACCC in these areas going forward, and how that might support those activities?
As Scott, our CEO, has said, we have been very focused on the importance of improving our capability in this area and our the way in which we are using data analysis. So, and we have built our team with data scientists, with the capturing of intelligence as broadly as we can. And we are doing so both transactionally, so in particular transactions. We are also doing so in a more strategic way in order to have it assist us to be able to look at particular conduct that may be anti-competitive and to understand, for instance, from a behavioural economics point of view, how would consumers act now or be expected to act, or what would we be expecting to be seeing on a supply side based upon the data that we have. We're also using it operationally to better inform the way we do our own work, how more efficiently we can do our work, how it can assist us in looking to theories of harm when we're investigating. So we are applying multiple ways in strategically as to how we can apply it, and we are also engaging with other competition enforcement agencies. The UK CMA has a very strong data focus. We're participating with the CMA in sharing our initiatives, including at times where each of us have written code about how to analyse data that we're gathering. So we are seeking to also be in contact with a small group, but a growing group of competition agencies worldwide who are realising that if, as Scott said, we know we must attempt to keep pace with the way in which the corporate sector is using data, or we will be unable to properly discharge our mandate and our responsibilities.
Thanks very much for answering my questions. I'll hand back to the chair.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Daniel. Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Ms. Cass-Gottlieb and the rest of the team for making yourselves available today and for your testimony so far. I've got a couple of questions, I suppose, off the back of other questions that have been asked by colleagues along the way, and probably off the back of Mr. Charlton's comments about productivity. Has the ACCC, and also there were some other discussions earlier in the piece about competition and electricity prices, gas prices, all of those sorts of things. Has the ACCC ever conducted an inquiry into the benefits of or the impacts on consumers of the past 30 years of privatisation and analysed whether those benefits have been a net benefit to consumers or there's been a net impact to consumers?
I'm going to thank you very much for the question. I'll start in principle and then come back to the energy question. In principle, the ACCC has significant concerns about examples of privatisations that have occurred without consideration of the ongoing impact upon consumers in the relevant state, territory, regional area that are affected in a situation where previous public-owned either natural monopoly or statutorily imposed monopoly is transferred without regulatory protections in view of a situation in which in private hands there are manifestly different incentives and stakeholder interests which are understood by everyone, which will apply, which is different than during public ownership. So the ACCC has been calling for some time for greater consideration to be given about, firstly, privatisation initiatives, but in addition to appropriate regulatory frameworks being put in place that can protect against and protect from exercises of market power post-privatisation. So that's, and in response to the Productivity Commission recent investigation on productivity, the ACCC asked for, and we're very happy to have the questions that have been posed here, and the question you're posing asked for a much stronger national debate on the question of the appropriate regulatory frameworks and oversight that's needed in the case of privatisations. While we have had long-standing, now from 2018 in respect of gas, 2019 in respect of electricity, so we have been looking at prices at various levels of supply chain, prices and costs. I'm not aware that those reports have considered the effect of privatisation, but I will check with the head of our infrastructure division sitting here, Ms Proudfoot, about that question.
Thank you, Ms Gottlieb. We did, prior to commencing the current electricity inquiry, we were tasked to conduct what's referred to as REPI, the Retail Electricity Pricing Inquiry, and I think one of the drivers for that was a suggestion of market failure, particularly in relation to retail pricing. That was run through 2017 and 18, and while again it didn't have a specific privatisation focus, it did look at the prices that were being charged, particularly around standing offers being unregulated, and led to the development of the default market offer that exists now in the Retail Electricity Code. So that's probably the closest to the sort of work I think you're describing.
Well, thank you for both of those responses. I'm more looking at it from a much broader, higher level perspective. I just use energy as an example. You could, and I know it was referenced in a previous answer, the NBN and telecommunications were referred to. All of these assets used to be owned by governments, whether it was state or at a federal level, and have now been privatised. And I'm just interested to see whether anybody has ever done a piece of work to see what the net benefit to consumers is, because I suspect over time the initial promises of benefits have failed to materialise. That impacts in part productivity, which is the question Mr. Charlton was asking. It also impacts our competitiveness internationally because our cost base for our economy is higher. And it also impacts from a regulatory point of view because, as you rightly point out, Ms. Cass Gottlieb, we have a requirement then to regulate those entities, and we all regularly discuss and bemoan, whether it's at this committee or others, the ever-growing octopus of red tape in our economy. One of the, I find extremely interesting, one of the areas that a lot of this regulation occurs is where we're regulating now private entities that were formerly government-run or owned entities that ran for the public benefit, and now we don't like their conduct now that they're a public company and are responsible to their shareholders. So we seek to now regulate their behaviour and add to the ever-growing mountain of red tape. So I'll make that a comment rather than a question, but you may wish to add to that.
I think the one point we draw attention to is that one of the aspects that the ACCC is hoping a debate about privatisation will bring is a consideration about whether some assets still in public ownership just should remain in public ownership, but also whether a structure of a privatisation might be able to introduce some contest in it if it's possible to divide it in particular ways that there is then the capacity for competition and market contest which then would mean it wasn't there was not a need to regulate the then monopoly or party with a strong market position in private ownership. So we're trying to engage in a policy sense with a rethinking about processes from here that might then mitigate the need for such ongoing regulatory supervision.
Yeah, okay. No, thank you for that. Well, if you haven't done that piece of work, might I encourage you to give that consideration on your forward work program. The other question I had earlier in the discussion, Ms. Bender asked some questions around the ESG and the interaction with the ACCC around that in getting clearer guidance. Now, one of your core requirements of the ACCC is to ensure that consumers have choice, that they're not paying exorbitant prices or inflated prices for goods and services. My concern with this discussion around ESG, and I don't think, if companies want to have particular goals in that space, well and good. What I'd be very concerned to see is that companies are given an exemption under your cartel rules, which I believe you have the capacity to do that, such that corporate Australia has the ability through that mechanism to impose a set of views, costs and a reduction in choices for consumers based on their view of the world. And I'd be interested to know, first and foremost, what is the hurdle for a group of companies to gain an exemption under your cartel rules? And bearing in mind that I understand the definition that you have for cartel-like behaviour is that businesses that make agreements with their competitors to fix prices, rig bids, share markets or restrict outputs. I would see businesses acting in concert in that space to impose their views of the world on consumers and thereby reducing their choice and potentially damaging the economy as a result would be cartel-like behaviour. So how are you going to address that particular issue?
So I think, Mr. Van Manen, that the question is looking to, so if one individual company takes action independently, stating it is only now shifting to a particular mode of production and consumers, that's all they're offering, that won't give rise to a cartel concern because they're acting independently. And they will, consumers will still have choice because they can exercise an informed choice and bring to bear competition by going to other choices. If you're envisaging a scenario in which a number, well at least two, competing...
Well, the example that Ms. Bender raised was the banks, and that's particularly relevant given some of the commentary globally around a number of initiatives for banks and financial institutions globally to cooperate on a range of issues. And I'm concerned that in doing that, there's a potential to reduce choices for consumers when consumers have, and/or business, by the way, nowhere else to go.
Yes. So your concern is a detriment in terms of reduced choice.
Correct. And potentially inflated prices, which we're now seeing in the electricity market.
To the extent to which individual, for instance, financial institutions take a decision on an ESG basis to restrict loans to particular sectors, it will not be, that will not be potential cartel contravention. If there were to be, if they were to approach the ACCC to obtain an exemption because they wish to do so as an industry as a whole, then our test would require there to be evidence that there was a public benefit, and a public benefit that was sustained and durable, because there would be a competitive detriment that was durable, and we would also need to be satisfied that the benefit was arising, that it would only arise with that conduct and could not arise through there being independent decision making depending upon the stakeholders of the particular each individual business or financial institution or corporation that came. So the standard, the threshold, the standard would be very high for there to be an agreement reached in such a manner. If I just would like to distinguish, if across an industry there is a move in a similar direction, but it's a result of their stakeholders, shareholders, the terms, for instance, of on which they deal with other customers, for instance, that it happens that it moves in a similar direction, but it's not as a result of an understanding contract or arrangement that has been reached between them. It is not likely to be cartel conduct.
But no, I accept that premise. But does the if they sought to come to you for that approval, do you have the resources and capacity to make those analyses on the basis of the information you have, the information they provide, and information from outside sources?
So our experience is that generally the answer to that is yes. We obtain the information that we require in these exemption processes. At times we need a substantial period of time to do so, because we need to gather it not only from the parties but across industry and also from customers and competitors, and we need time to understand it. We have compulsory information gathering powers, and so we obtain documents, also internal documents from parties, so that we test whether they make points in submissions that is not actually what they say internally or say to their board. So we do rigorously test these questions, and we do have compulsory information gathering powers to be able to do so, so that we can reach the decision making that to the standard that is required. Sometimes in exemption applications, parties are slow to give us information we require, and sometimes because we cannot get the information we require to make the decision, they withdraw the application.
Chair, I'll leave my comments there. I've got a few more questions, but I'll put them on notice.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Van Manen. Well, thanks very much, Chair, and this is, I think, your first attendance here as Chair in front of the committee, and
yes,
thank you to you and all of your staff for answering a very wide range of questions in relation to a very wide range of topics over an intense 2.5 hours, and we look forward to further engagement in the near future. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thanks again, and I suspend hearings and we'll resume at 12:30.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Get us underway. I welcome representatives from the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority today to appearing today for today's hearing. For the benefit of Hansard, would you please all state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
So Wayne Byers as Chair of APRA.
Helen Rowell, Deputy Chair of APRA.
John Lonsdale, Deputy Chair, APRA.
Margaret Cole, APRA member. Suzanne Smith, Executive Director, Superannuation, APRA.
Sean Carmody, Executive Director, Insurance at APRA.
Therese McCarthy-Hockey, Executive Director, Banking.
And Renee Roberts, Executive Director, Policy and Advice.
Thank you. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. Before I ask you to give an opening statement, Mr. Byers, can I just acknowledge that I think this is going to be your last time appearing in front of this committee in public hearings, and I just wanted to acknowledge your service over a long period of time. I think you've been chair for 8 years now during a very tricky time in many respects for the Australian economy. So I just want to acknowledge your service and thank you and ask you to make an opening statement if you wish.
Thank you very much, Dr. Molino. Thank you for the kind words, and also thank you for the opportunity to appear here today to discuss our annual report. First, I do just want to congratulate you on your appointment as chair of the committee and acknowledge all the new members of this committee. APRA does welcome these hearings as an opportunity to explain our activities to the Parliament and to the broader community, and to answer your questions about how we go about fulfilling the mandate that the Parliament has given us, which is to protect the Australian community by ensuring that financial promises made to bank depositors and insurance policy holders and super fund members, those promises are met within a stable, efficient and competitive financial system. As the Prudential Supervisor of the financial services industry, we currently supervise around 2,000 institutions across deposit taking, so that is banks, credit unions, building societies, general insurers, life insurers, private health insurers, friendly societies, and most of the trustees within the superannuation industry. Now, in total, those institutions hold about $8 trillion in assets for Australian depositors, policyholders and super fund members, and that amount is up by about a third from just 5 years ago, highlighting, notwithstanding the financial and economic ups and downs in recent years, the financial system has continued to grow quite strongly. I think this hearing is formally to discuss APRA's annual report for the 2021 financial year. That report detailed how APRA and the financial system responded to the significant health and economic impacts of the pandemic. We noted that the Australian financial system remained financially and operationally resilient during a period of immense disruption, and regulated institutions all played an important role in supporting the broader Australian community through an extremely difficult time. But given we're about to publish our annual report for 21-22, I thought I'd focus my remarks this morning just quickly on a few more contemporary issues. In doing so, however, I do want to start just by again emphasising that the Australian financial system remains in sound shape, with financial institutions that are, in aggregate, well capitalised, liquid, profitable and operationally resilient, and well positioned to continue to deliver services and support the Australian economy. Now, that's important because the economic outlook and operating environment in Australia is obviously rapidly evolving More broadly, we see frequent natural disasters, elevated geopolitical tensions, and cyber threats, as we saw most recently evidenced by the Optus data breach, as well as the lingering impact of the pandemic. And those things are all creating volatility in financial markets, increasing cost pressures for all industries, and heightening risks in the financial system. And all of those pressures are occurring alongside developments in technology and digital innovation, which are rapidly changing business models and the operating landscape. So against that backdrop, I'll just briefly outline a few of the critical work streams currently underway at APRA. As we repeat often, a strong financial system is not just dictated by traditional balance sheet metrics of financial strength at individual entities. New and novel risks are constantly emerging, and that means we need to devote an increasing share of our effort to a range of industry-wide themes. So they include things like deepening our understanding of how technological change and digital innovation is going to transform the financial system. We need to materially enhance the cyber and operational resilience of financial institutions. We need to make sure institutions take well-informed approaches to managing climate-related financial risks. We need to ensure there are plans for institutions' recovery from financial stress, or, if they're no longer viable, arranging their resolution without the need for taxpayer support. And generally, we need to continue to strengthen institutions' governance, risk culture, remuneration and accountability practices. On this last point, I do note that the financial accountability regime, the legislation for that is currently before the Parliament. APRA and ASIC have been working extensively in recent months to be ready to jointly administer this regime, including developing joint administration frameworks and systems to support institutions with the implementation and ongoing compliance with that regime, and we will be ready to go if Parliament passes the legislation. We also have major initiatives underway that will materially benefit APRA, regulated institutions and other stakeholders. We're setting out to modernise our prudential architecture and approach to regulation, and we're enhancing our collection, use and publication of data to support better decision making. And then within each sector of the financial system, we've got a number of specific issues and priorities. Obviously in banking, we're devoting considerable attention to analysing the impact of a large and relatively rapid increase in interest rates. The banking industry, as I said earlier, remains well capitalised and prudentially sound, but banks and other deposit takers face funding cost pressures and heightened risks in credit portfolios from an environment of higher interest rates. A particular focus of many, including us, is the housing market. While developments in this market are unlikely to create stability issues, there will inevitably be pockets of stress from borrowers who find themselves overextended, and this will be exacerbated as property prices fall. In insurance, each of the general, life and private health insurance industries face varying affordability, availability and sustainability challenges. Factors creating these pressures differ across products, and in some lines of business are becoming quite acute. They're not things that APRA itself can solve. We are, though, actively collaborating with Treasury, ASIC, industry and other stakeholders to help develop solutions that target the root cause of issues for specific insurance products. Unfortunately, there's no silver bullet. The drivers impacting, for example, the affordability of home and commercial building insurance, such as a changing climate, are different from those impacting the availability of public liability or life insurance products. Solutions, we think, are likely to require coordinated action across all arms of government and with industry. And then finally, in superannuation, our focus continues to be on identifying and addressing fund underperformance and ensuring trustees have an unwavering focus on the interests of their members. In August, we published the results of the 2022 MySuper performance test. While there were 5 failures, or 5 funds that failed that test, and 4 funds that have now been closed to new members, we think that the advent of the test alongside the existing APRA heat maps has driven positive change. Trustees of underperforming funds can no longer hide from the spotlight, and we've seen a steady flow of trustees acknowledging that their members would be better placed in the hands of another better performing trustee. This consolidation is driving costs down and seeing more members in better performing products. Now, as the committee would be aware, the review of the Your Future, Your Super reforms is now underway. That review is going to give stakeholders the opportunity to have a say as to what enhancements could be made to the reforms, including the performance test. And from APRA's perspective, a review after 2 cycles of the test makes good sense. And then, as you mentioned, Dr. Molino, at the start, this is my last parliamentary appearance as Chair of APRA. So before opening up to questions, I would just like to say it's been a privilege to serve as Chair for the past 8 years. That's been especially so because of the hard-working and dedicated APRA staff, and it's because of them that I'm quite confident that APRA will continue to deliver a safe and stable financial system into the future, just as the Parliament and the Australian community have come to expect. So with those comments, my colleagues and I are very happy to answer the committee's questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Byers. Well, look, I'll start off with a few questions and then hand over to the Deputy Chair. I just firstly wanted to ask about APRA's role in relation to the response to the Optus data breach. My understanding is that all of the financial regulators are playing a role, and I asked this question of ACCC, but what could you please clarify what role APRA is playing?
So thank you. There's sort of 2 aspects to our role. I think there's the specific response to Optus, and we have a role under the regulations. And then we have a more general focus, which applies to cyber security within the financial system more generally. When it comes to the specific Optus matter, since that matter came to light, particularly through the Council of Financial Regulators Cybersecurity Group, we've been coordinating work with Treasury and other arms of government to understand the impact of that on the financial system and how the financial system might respond to make sure that customers are protected. Within the regulations that are being produced and which the government has announced, provision is being made for Optus to provide certain types of data to financial institutions to help them identify and prevent fraud. There are a few components or a few steps that financial institutions need to go through to be able to get access to that data. The specific task that APRA has is that we have an information security standard. It's for the technical term, CPS 234, but it sets out obligations on financial institutions in terms of the way in which they establish, store and manage data and do so safely and with appropriate controls. And so before a financial institution can get access to any of the customer data from Optus, one of the steps they need to take is to provide us with an attestation that 2 statements are true. One statement being that the information is being provided and will be used for the sole purpose of protecting customers. And secondly, that the financial institution will store, use and manage that data in accordance with the APRA Prudential Standard, CPS 234. So it's an attestation to us. There are also obligations to the ACCC. And when both of those steps are fulfilled, or not until both of those steps are fulfilled, can a financial institution get access to the data from from Optus.
Thanks for that. And so, so that they make an attestation in relation to CPS 234. Do you monitor their compliance with that?
Yes, and I might let Helen talk about more broadly what we do around CPS 234, because it's much broader, obviously, than just data being provided from Optus. Maybe Helen?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So, as you'd be aware, we released the Prudential Standard a few years ago, and since that time we've been monitoring the implementation of the standard across the industries that we regulate, with 2 key pieces of activity. One is getting independent reviews undertaken by entities of their compliance with the standard. So far, we've had 93 entities across banks, insurers and super entities have that independent review undertaken, and there's another 80 entities going through that process, and the remaining entities will have that independent review or something similar done next year. And so that is all about getting a sense of how individual entities are faring in their implementation and the level of compliance. We also have implemented a pilot data collection on entities' information security, cyber security practices to get, again, some quantitative information about the level of testing and controls in place across the industry. And we had about 300 responses to that survey, which has given us some good insights into where industries are undertaking the degree of testing and validation and security measures that we would expect, and where there are weaknesses that we would push into further. I think on the whole, the level of implementation and compliance based on what we've seen so far is okay. There's obviously a range of maturity across the industry in terms of where entities are at in their cyber security practices, but certainly at the bigger end of town, I think industry has uplifted its cyber practices quite considerably in recent years, albeit it's a journey that's never finished.
No, thanks for that. And actually, so my next question, and I think you've kind of alluded to this, was how well placed do you think Australian financial institutions are to respond to cyber incidents and the broader risks in that space?
Well, maybe I'll just start. I mean, I think you've got to be careful here because it's a constant challenge, and you've got, unlike many risks that financial institutions deal with, in this particular case, you've got an active adversary. It's not just a sort of an economic variable that you are responding to, but you've got an active adversary that is trying to constantly defeat your improved defences. But I think our observation would be across the financial system, this is taken very seriously. It's high on the priority of all boards, of all executive teams. There's a huge amount being put into investment in improving defences, in improving detection capabilities, and improving response capacity. And I think we would probably say that the financial institutions are, you know, at least in a broader context, quite advanced. But what we do also know is that at some point, some sort of event will happen. It doesn't matter who what defences you've put in place. And so as much as we focus on the defences that are being built and making sure defences and controls are as robust as they can be, it's equally important to be investing in detection and response capabilities so that you identify any breaches quickly, limit the damage, and work out how you will respond as efficiently and as promptly as you can.
Thanks, that's useful context. Now, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions around housing, which you referred to in your opening statement. Are you noticing any discernible early trends in defaults yet?
Short answer is no. Others may have the exact stats while I'm giving you a quick answer, but the sort of rates of customers who are in arrears is still actually drifting lower, which I don't think anyone thinks will continue any longer. And when we talk to the banks, and maybe John might like to add some more to this, but I think when we talk to the banks, they certainly think there'll be a reversal in the trend. But at present, the arrears rates are actually still drifting lower. So that's obviously pleasing, but probably not a situation that's going to last too much longer. But maybe John?
So thanks, Chair. So the latest stats we've got, Chair, is from June, and we've got non-performing loans at around 0.8%. So that is historically very low. And as Wayne said, it has been drifting lower over the last 12 months. It's similarly for housing. but for small business, slightly higher. I mean, if there's a pressure point, that's probably where it's beginning to show. These are aggregates that we watch very closely, as do the banks. Not just the non-performing loans, but actually the surpluses that have been built up. And anecdotally, what we're seeing is that some of those surpluses, while they're still there, they're being drawn down a little bit more. So we would expect there to be some elevation as we go forward, but albeit from a very low base.
No, thanks. That's useful and look, gratifying to hear at this point, but as you say, may change. I mean, there's the aggregate, but then there's also the distribution of defaults and the fact that I think, again, as you alluded to in your opening statement, there's likely to be pockets of stress. Is your expectation that the pockets of stress are likely to coincide where there might be pockets of rising unemployment? Is that one of the key factors that you're looking at?
Well, again, so yes, well, obviously unemployment's a very significant driver because people, the history of Australian mortgage holders is that while they have a job, they will keep paying, even if they have to squeeze their budget somewhat. But there comes a point if you no longer have the income, you simply can't pay. So unemployment is a key issue. When I think about the pockets, though, I think it will be, there'll be people who had very low servicing capacity even at low rates, people who borrowed at very high rates, high debt-to-income ratios, and there will be people who took advantage of the very low fixed rates that were on offer in 2020 in the midst of the pandemic. Many of those will be sort of 2 and 3 year fixed rate loans, which will, over the next 12 months, need to be refinanced. And for those people, there'll be a significant repayment shock as they have to refinance their fixed rates into higher rates, and the gradual increase in interest rates that variable rate borrowers have experienced will come in one hit to those fixed rate borrowers. So they're the sort of types of loans that I think will be particularly vulnerable. But across the entire borrower cohort, if there are areas of the country or communities or industries where there's a pickup in unemployment, then that's obviously going to be a vulnerability as well.
And so I was going to ask around people coming off fixed interest rate loans. So again, is there a distributional pattern there at all, either by, for example, income or house value or geography, maybe outer suburbs? Are there particular areas where you're looking at what's going to happen when that starts to happen?
I'm not sure. I don't think we have the data that would give it to you by geography, but there's no doubt that over the last couple of years, the share of mortgage borrowers, just general share within the broader community of fixed rates, has gone up significantly. That served its purpose at present because those borrowers have been shielded. But as I said, that will come to an end at some period of time. I don't know whether John...
So I don't think, Chair, we have the detailed distributional data that you're referring to. But like in terms of aggregate, what we're seeing is like 23% of new home lending in 2020 was fixed. So that's quite a change from traditionally what was the case. We look at when those loans are actually maturing as well.
And what was it traditionally?
So traditionally dominated by variable rate lending. So there's a much higher rate, as Wayne said, of people taking out fixed rate lending at very low rates in 2020. And so we do have a good picture of when that maturity is in aggregate, and around the middle of next year, my recollection is that's probably the peak of people coming off fixed rate loans. And if you can imagine them refinancing at a significantly higher interest rate, whether that's variable or fixed, that has the significance of being quite a big shock for those people. So in aggregate, that is what we'd look for.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. What I meant was like, so it's 25% now, were you saying, that are fixed?
23%. Yeah.
23. And what would it ordinarily be?
So we can come back to you, Chair, with that data, but I think we would say that the percentage of new loans being taken out in the past would be much more dominated by variable rate than fixed rate lending.
Yeah. Now, the last couple of questions I have were on super. On the data that you're using for the voice product heat map, my understanding is that last year you had to rely on some third-party data, but this year the data quality is, or the data sources are much more direct. Is that true?
Yes.
And so this year you're going to be relying on much more granular, direct data.
Yes. Collected by APRA under our superannuation data transformation project, yes. And last year we did not have that yet, so we had it provided by a third-party provider. So that has changed, yes.
Okay, well that's a positive development. I know that there's a review underway. I'm just wondering, in terms of the performance test, does APRA have a position on how risk should be factored in to the performance test or to the performance measure?
So with the review of the performance test, as you mentioned, Dr. Molino, I think our view is we're working with the Treasury and others in connection with the consultation process, if you like, and when some of those thoughts come through, because I think that is close to completing now, the consultation period, we will then work to the government's decision making on what changes to the parameters for the benchmarks might be considered appropriate. For our own heat maps, we do include, I believe, I understand, risk dimensions. We can explain that further, in further detail if required. So for APRA's own heat maps that we've been running now for 3 years, we have greater number of parameters and dimensions for the assessment of performance. Those were designed for different purpose, though. Therefore, there is more information there. They're designed for our own supervisors and for trustees to be able to understand better performance issues and run their businesses or make changes accordingly.
Well, thanks. That's useful. Well, look, I might follow up with a couple of questions on notice on this because I've run out of time. And as chair, it would be outrageous for me to go over time, set a bad precedent. But look, with that, thank you all, and I'll hand over to the deputy chair.
Chair, could I just clarify one comment I made just on the 23% stat? That's 23% of fixed rates over a period of 2 years. So I've now got the stats for your question on variable rates. So if you go back before the pandemic, over 80% of home loans were variable, and that dipped to around, just looking at the chart, maybe half, 50%, around July 21, and that's up now to back up to 80%. So it was high, then went lower, then it's gone higher again.
Right, but there's a big cohort there about to come off.
Correct.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's useful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Well, firstly, thank you all for coming. It's a great display of how seriously we take it, everybody here today. I'm looking at a, sorry, I'm getting a bit of feedback there. Rather favourable picture of you, I think, in the AFR, Wayne.
That would be
it
rather
says,
rare.
No, it gets better. It says, under Wayne Byers' leadership, APRA has arguably become a tougher, more thoughtful and more transparent organisation. I think those on this side of the committee don't usually get as many kind words on our way out. But what would you see? Congratulations, that's wonderful sort of praise. But what would you see as the next hill for APRA? What's the challenges ahead? What's the focus that needs to be sharpened now?
So a couple of thoughts. So first of all, what I have What has dominated the agenda through my time has been a strengthening of the financial metrics, reflecting the financial system inquiry back in 2015 that was led by David Murray, that made clear that we should have a financial system that was unquestionably strong, and we've tried to make sure that the financial system, particularly the banking system, which is at the core of it, is unquestionably strong. And I think the last couple of years through the pandemic has shown the benefits of having a strong financial system. That still needs to be preserved, so I don't think you ever say job done. I think you've got to keep working at that and make sure that's preserved. But the challenges ahead will be some of the new and emerging risks that I talked about in my opening statement. Cyber risk is only getting bigger and more important. Climate risks and the impact that changes to government policies are going to have on the way in which the economy is financed, and the financial system plays its part there. So we continue to push into issues on culture and remuneration in the financial system, and then we've still got work to do on underperformance in the superannuation sector and affordability and availability in the insurance sector. So I sort of don't leave with a sense of job done. I just leave with a sense there's always a lot to do, and I'm confident that the organisation will keep doing it.
I think that's a very competent answer. But can I just ask further on cybersecurity? Is this an area you think you have sufficient legislation coverage or support for where APRA sees the challenges, or is it a field? No, it is an open question, but I invite your thoughts on it. It's clearly a risk that's going to continue to grow.
Absolutely, and so you won't find us, and I don't suspect you'll find any other regulator or any other part of government saying we feel confident we're absolutely on top of this. Everyone will need to spend more resources on the issue in the future, devote more governance attention at the top of organisations, have more expertise within organisations. It's a sort of a quid pro quo from we all want digital innovation, we all want to take the benefits of technology, but at the same time, we open up more and more avenues through which cyber attacks can happen. And given the importance of the financial system, it is critical infrastructure in a sense for the well-being of the community and for the functioning of the economy. You would always say we need to do more, and we wish we could do more.
I think everyone would agree with that statement. It's a pretty easy one to follow. I just want to follow the Chair's questions around home loans and arrears, and you touched on very briefly, but we didn't go into impact on small business. One of the things I think described very well, the small pockets of stress that exist, and they sit alongside pockets where opportunity has been grabbed and seized, and some people have gone ahead very, very well. I guess a challenge for us is seeing a view that is nuanced enough to identify where those pockets of stress are. With regard to small business, is there some commentary you could give on that in a similar vein to what you provided with home loans particularly?
Well, maybe I'll start and then I'll see if John wants to add, or others, colleagues, want to add anything further. I mean, one of the things we saw through the pandemic, and this goes to your point about trying to dig beyond the aggregate, was the pandemic. For some industries was extremely tough, but there were some industries that actually did well as business shifted around, and businesses that were located in CBDs, for example, as CBDs vacated, did poorly, but if you're a cafe in the suburbs, you might have actually done okay because everyone was all of a sudden working from home. So it was very patchy, and you had to and there were some industries, accommodation, hospitality, etc., which were very badly affected, and other industries far less so. So the key lesson, which is probably not telling you anything particularly insightful, is the need to get beyond the aggregate and drill in and look at regions and look at industries. We've got probably not the greatest data on that sense to give us really good insights, particularly geographically. But what we can see thus far is the story on small business is, as John said, arrears are higher than in housing already. So we start from a higher level of arrears. But at this stage, the data shows that they're not trending up yet.
And sorry, just before you jump in there, John, I'd expect intuitively that would be a standard situation. Small business taking on a higher risk as it would be.
Yeah. Yes.
So, I mean, I don't have a lot to add. I mean, not all small business is very varied, so different types of industries and size. We talked about the non-performing aspects. They are low, but they are trending up, and that data's a little bit dated. So, with a couple more interest rate rises that we've seen, I think you'd expect that to move up as well. In terms of new lending, the banks are saying anecdotally they're still lending. There's money there to lend for good business opportunities, but for new business, like I think if you look at the credit growth numbers on small business, I mean, they are affected. So so it's not just the non-performing ones, it's the new ones actually coming in that I think are struggling as well.
Would it be a fair expectation that would continue to rise?
Yeah, so we would expect that to continue to rise, and we don't forecast it. But if you think that you can see credit growth starting to plateau, you can see interest rate rises starting to bite, you would expect that to continue. It's a normal part of the cycle.
And just back to home loans, one of the, I guess, areas of interest is who was borrowing, and whether we're seeing in some reports that there was a increase in maybe people who were more financially stable, being able to multiply, let's say, rental acquisitions as opposed to new homeowners coming in. I guess that would have a pretty significant difference in impact on their risk with regard to arrears. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, it sort of depends. I mean, what we did see through through 2021 and the start of this year was that housing loan commitments to owner-occupiers were sort of, they were high, but they were steady. But investors were the ones that seemed to be driving the growth in new credit. So investors coming back into the market, as I think, maybe a sense of the pandemic was over, or seemed to be the worst of it was over, because I hesitate to say it's over. The worst of it was over. Interest rates were still very low. Housing prices were starting to accelerate. And so housing looked particularly attractive for investors at the time. So we did see, if you're thinking who was sort of actively stepping in and growing, which sector, it was the investor sector. Now, the investor sector tends to have higher levels of debt relative to income than owner-occupiers. And so, they will behave differently, I think, in terms of their response to high interest rates than maybe, than owner-occupiers. So there's behavioural differences there.
And look, a final question, and I have has a relevance to me and my electorate, being the home of Heritage Bank. Would you have any comments on the relative benefits, as you've seen them, of the proposed merger with People's Choice, or of the future that lies ahead there? Certainly at a local level, I've had those expressed to me, but I'd be interested in your views.
Thank you. So this is a matter for them as a commercial decision for the two organisations, and they have a member base that they will put it to. What we do know is that banking is a business that requires a lot of investment, so they're thinking about that. and it's evolving the risk landscape as well, technology and cyber as well. So they're factors they're weighing up. At the end of the day, we know mutuals are very focused on community, and they've talked to us a lot about the common values that they see for their organisations, and the boards are putting it to their members for a decision, but they believe that they are aligned and it is good for their members. But it ultimately is a decision for the members of those mutuals.
Well, thank you all very much, and thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I'll now hand over to Mr. Laxale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to APRA again for your time. My questions are in relation to the recent self-assessment survey in regards to CPG 229, which is the Prudential Practice Guide Climate Change Potential Risks. And they're in a similar topic to what I just asked the ACCC on. Are you aware of the term greenwashing?
Yes.
Cool. In APRA's climate self-assessment survey of regulated entities, did the issue of the litigation risks of greenwashing and misleading claims come up?
I'm not sure specifically, but Sean, are you able to answer that?
No, that wasn't something that we teased out specifically. What I would say is that we'd see greenwashing as sitting under the sort of broader heading of disclosure. Disclosure is one of the big important themes when it comes to climate risk, both domestically and internationally. And certainly the issue of greenwashing has been discussed extensively at the Council of Financial Regulators Working Group, and in particular it's an area that ASIC has taken a very close interest in. Obviously, when it comes to disclosures, there's a sort of Corporations Act lens there in terms of the sort of honesty and accuracy of disclosures. I mean, the focus that, from an APRA point of view, we've really brought on disclosure is just the importance of consistency and clarity in those disclosures. And so to that end, when we talked about the issue of disclosure in that Practice Guide 229, we recommended the alignment with sort of international kind of frameworks, so such as the TCFD, which is a widely used framework, and all of the Council of Financial Regulators are watching with interest the development of the new ISSB, so the International Sustainability Standards Board, on sort of developing sort of standardised international guidance for disclosures. So I think that's going to be really important and helpful in sort of helping to weed out risks of greenwashing. If institutions are disclosing with reference to very standardised definitions, frameworks and terminologies, I think that does reduce the risk. But as I say, something that I know ASIC has put out a fair bit of guidance on more recently.
So is greenwashing something that APRA has considered as part of its advice your advice that you give to institutions, or are you still waiting for the international standard?
So when it comes to greenwashing, as you alluded to at the start, one of the key things there is litigation risk. So it's not an area that we would take direct enforcement action in. That's something that ASIC, or if it's relation to consumer statements, it might be more within the ACCC's framework. But what we emphasise within that practice guide is, as well as talking about the physical risks of climate change, pretty obvious in terms of claims, but also transition risk, how business models and regulations might change. We actually explicitly refer to that risk of litigation. And so I would say that greenwashing would be one of the potential sources of litigation risk. There could be others as well. If boards aren't giving appropriate consideration to the risks of climate change and expose the business or customers to risks that might have been able to be anticipated ahead of time, that could be another source of litigation risk. But certainly in the guidance, we'd see the sort of exposure to greenwashing would be something that would come under that broad heading of litigation risk.
Okay. There have been some concerns raised in regards to the international and the Australian carbon credit units and their carbon credit systems. And these credits and offsets are also seen as an attractive investment opportunity by financial institutions, I think globally, but also here in Australia. Do you believe that banks and or other financial institutions should be investing in carbon credits for the purposes of profit?
That's really not an issue for APRA's prudential regulation. I mean, our focus is on ensuring that institutions understand the risks that they're exposed to or need to manage in response to climate change and have appropriate strategies, whether that's investment strategies or sort of mitigation and response strategies for their business. We do not provide guidance or set expectations around what those investment strategies are, or whether investment in carbon credits or any other investment would be something that was appropriate. We leave that's a decision for the institution to take. What we want to see is the appropriate governance, risk management, measurement and transparency around the way they're assessing and responding to climate risk.
The only thing I'd add there.
Okay,
the only thing I'd add there is obviously to the extent that any such investments generates financial risk, that's something that should be appropriately covered within sort of capital requirements and so on of those institutions, as would be the case with any type of risk exposure a bank would be taking, whether through lending or financial markets activity and so on.
Okay, so just through that lens on governance and risk, do you expect that entities that you regulate, that they should conduct due diligence on the carbon credits they use?
Well, we would expect as a general rule that entities understand and do appropriate diligence on any investment that they undertake.
Okay, and does APRA investigate the integrity of carbon credits? Is that something that you do, or that you have a
not specifically, but we are engaging, as Sean said, there's the Council of Financial Regulators has a climate working group which has the Reserve Bank, Treasury, APRA and ASIC on it, and we also engage with other agencies like the Clean Energy Regulator and others to share information around developments in the climate space. So it's more a focus on kind of information sharing and understanding rather than us having a role in terms of validating those particular investments.
Okay, and who do you believe, I guess, is responsible for the integrity and legitimacy of carbon credits?
Well, I would say that
if it's not you,
the Clean Energy Regulator would be the one that would be.
I think the Clean Energy Regulator would be the starting point. Yeah.
Great. Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Littell. I'll hand over to Ms. Spender.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Chair, for being here today and all of you for joining today. Look, I'll start again on the theme of climate change. Last year's floods absolutely reminded us about the physical risks associated with climate change, and we're expecting more of this wet weather. How confident are you that the insurance and reinsurance sectors in particular can handle the physical and transition risks related to climate change?
I think it is a significant challenge for the industry to adapt to. I think they are certainly aware of the need to understand the risks and the exposures, where they can take direct risks as insurers and write business, and reliance on reinsurance is absolutely critical there. At this stage, I think the capacity of the insurance industry and the reinsurance industry to provide cover remains, but it is under pressure, and there is a clear need for significant investment in mitigation to reduce the risk in some of those most exposed areas, to be able to enable insurance to continue to be available and affordable in some of those more exposed regions. Sean, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, look, probably the only thing I'd add is that, that typically with most of these insurance contracts, they're fairly short term, like typically reprice on an annual basis. So we see the real risk there not being so much solvency risk for the insurers themselves. They can respond quite quickly. Rather, it's about sort of access and affordability of insurance, in a broad range of regions, which is one of the reasons why that's been such a strong focus for APRA and for the Council of Financial Regulators more broadly. And in fact, as I'm sure you know, there are parts of Australia where access and affordability of insurance is already seriously problematic. And so, while at one lens we say as a prudential regulator we want to make sure insurers can meet all the promises to policyholders they've already made, if we were to preside collectively over a system that shrinks that no one can access and afford insurance, that's a very poor outcome. So that's why we're sort of very focused on trying to stave off that risk. And as Helen said, a big part of that, and it's a multifaceted problem that's going to require all sorts of different public and private sector bodies to be involved in. But as Helen said, a big part of that answer has really got to be about the investment in upfront resilience. There was a study published earlier this year, I think it was research done by Finity on behalf of the Insurance Council of Australia, similar to things we've seen internationally before, that estimate that $1 of investment upfront in resilience and mitigation saves about 10 times that in cleanup. And if we don't do something like that and the costs ultimately grow and grow, that has to be absorbed somewhere, and so that's why that's something that we see as a really important part of how that we collectively respond to that challenge.
Okay, and I guess look, that leads me a broader question. We were just saying, this has got to be an activity that is concerted across the economy, across the public sector, private sector, regulatory institutions. What do you think some of the options that the federal government should be considering in terms of giving the financial sector the greater opportunity to manage climate risks in a way that is both financially prudent, but also, as you say, gives access and affordability to consumers?
I mean, I think the particular measures that the government takes is clearly a matter for government. I think the role that we are seeking to play, working with Treasury and other agencies, in particular ASIC, is to try and make sure that we've got a better data set and evidence base to identify where the sort of significant pressure points are, where the investment in mitigation or changes to building codes and the like are most going to benefit, or whether there are other policy levers that need to be pulled to answer it. So, I mean, I think we've seen the implementation of the cyclone reinsurance pool has been a step to try and mitigate some of the increasing pressures in relation to a particular type of catastrophe risk. That sort of measure is not necessarily the right measure for all of the risks around affordability and climate change. So I think, there are a number of different ways in which these risks can be addressed and different parties can take action. I think our role is really more about working with those agencies to provide advice and have input on, the evidence and the policy responses and the options that are available.
Okay, thank you. I understand you've been working with the 5 largest banks on the climate vulnerability assessment, which is due to be published soon. Could you give us a bit of a sense of that process and how it will support our economy during this transition?
So at a high level, I think, as you know, this has been an exercise that's been in train for probably 18 months to 2 years now. We're at the end of the process and we will be releasing some outcomes from it in the coming months. I think at a high level, it has demonstrated, we've had a lot of, obviously, engagement with the particular entities that have been involved to refine the scenarios and the modelling approach and help them with the process. It's extraordinarily difficult to do 50-year protections and sort of integrate all of the different models and assumptions that you need to be able to do that and do that well. So I think it's been a learning experience for us and for the banks. I think it has highlighted to them the investment that's needed in uplifting data, capability, modelling, etc. And it has, I guess, at a high level indicated that banks will continue to lend, but there are some shifts, I think, in how they would view risks and price risks that are the result of the exercise. But Sean, can you add a little bit more?
So just a couple of other things. So when we set out on this exercise, there were really 3 broad aims that that we wanted to focus on. One was to ensure that there was the right level of investment and focus in these institutions on building their capabilities in terms of data, analytics, analysis, both of risks and opportunities. Secondly, it was to get some insights into what the potential impacts of climate change would be on the resilience of these institutions. And thirdly, to get some sort of sense of what sort of business model responses they might have in these various scenarios. I think on the first one, we had very strong success in that we've seen, even over the time we've been doing it, it's been quite a long journey. We started a while ago. We've seen this shift from very early when we were engaging. You'd often see the banks would send representatives from their sustainability teams to these things. By the time we got into it, we were seeing credit risk analysts, stress testing analysts, the sort of quants were in there, and it's becoming, even over the last couple of years, we've seen it's becoming much more mainstream internally in the banks as to see how they're analysing risks and strategies. So I think that's a really important thing that we've helped contribute to. In terms of the vulnerabilities, it gets, as Helen alluded to before, with a lot of these sorts of issues, they're very regionalised, and it's this whole issue about aggregates versus detail is very important. We did have quite a granular modelling set for this climate vulnerability assessment, and if you look at the overall result, you'd say that the banks come out of it looking quite resilient, even under sort of some adverse scenarios. But you drill down, there are definitely areas within the country and certain industry subsectors where we would expect under these scenarios to see more elevated stress, similar to what we're seeing already in terms of the localisation of insurance stress. So that's something that is useful, and so that's been quite helpful. And then the third thing in terms of business model response, as Helen said, even in some sectors where the losses did elevate over time, the banks were saying in a number of those sectors that they would continue to support lending. So, for example, agriculture was an area where they'd say, well, we'd expect to see some heightened losses, but they would continue to lend. But there was some more, I guess, climate-exposed, some sectors where they might be looking to sort of reduce the size or extent of exposure. So that was quite useful as well. But as Helen said, 50 years is a long time. We've never done scenario analysis that far into the future before with institutions.
And look, and my final question, I do have other questions, not on climate, but I'll put them on notice, is really about a national climate risk assessment. I'm interested in your perspective on, whether that would be useful for the financial sector's ability to manage physical risk from climate change.
I think it is important that there is sort of good coordination and information sharing across the Australian economy in terms of the impacts and the response and the risk exposures. Whether you call that a national risk assessment or not, I'm not sure, but I think there is a need, given the challenges that need to be addressed and the fact that it is impacting the whole Australian economy and the financial system is one part of that. I think having some sort of coordinated approach is going to be pretty key going forward. And that's what we're trying to do, working with Treasury and others.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll hand back to Chair. Thank you. Daniel.
Thanks, Ms. Spender. Hand over to Mr. Charlton.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you all for your time today. I wanted to ask you some questions about changes in the payment system and the implications of those changes for system stability. Maybe I'll start with a couple of questions about the role of some new products in the payment system. What's the share of the retail payments that is currently constituted by Apple and Google?
I have to say I don't know the answer to that question. The Reserve Bank collects and publishes those stats, though, so we, if you allow us to take the question on notice, I'm sure we can find the answer and get back to you. But it's not something, just to be clear, that at this point we have any responsibility for, and we don't collect data. The bank does that as its role as payment system regulator, and so we can find that answer and we can respond on notice.
Thank you. Do you have a general view on the share of retail payments conducted by tech players and how those have changed over time?
So the general view is clearly retail payments are moving to digital streams. I don't know about you, but I've do a lot of things now through my phone that, 3 or 4 years ago I carried around cash in my wallet, and now I rarely pay for anything with cash. So, and I'm sure I'm far from unique on that score. So quite clearly the community is choosing the convenience of using those sorts of payment mechanisms. Banks are obviously responding, but also you've got some big tech companies that are providing some pretty good, convenient ways of making payments, and it's clearly very attractive to the community. So, I see it as a sort of a trend that is only going to go one direction.
And I note your previous comment that you don't collect data on it and you don't see it as your responsibility to regulate it. Do you think that if these players become a much larger share of the payment system, they introduce some business continuity risk and operational risk into the Australian financial system?
It's a very good question, and maybe Renee might want to add something on this in a minute, because I didn't mean to convey an answer that suggested we were uninterested in the issue by any means, because essentially what's emerging is new forms of money, and it's sort of interesting to see how that will evolve. We had pre-COVID been working with the Council of Financial Regulators on a new regime for stored value facilities. So wallets and various other things digital wallets and various other things that may come into the financial system. They looked like a bank deposit. People had the same functionality as a bank deposit, and that the community might think had the same degree of safety as a bank deposit, and we needed to think about how to do that. So there was some recommendations. We're now thinking about the implications of stablecoins as well as how that will fit in, because again, there's just degrees of it's just degrees here in terms of the differences between some of these products. So it's an area of active interest, but until we're sort of given a formal mandate, these are just areas in which we've got proposals to government. Maybe, Renee, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, thanks, Wayne. Just one extra comment, I guess, is that we would support sort of the idea of the same risk, equivalent rules, and a similar sort of regulatory outcome. So that's probably what we're looking for, and that's the approach that we would take.
Thank you. Do you have any information on how many Australians use WeChat, how many transactions are conducted through WeChat, and I guess importantly, given the specific area of your responsibility, how much stored value is retained by Australians within WeChat?
No, we don't have that. We don't have a means of collecting that information.
Yeah. I imagine it's pretty challenging. Given the comment before about same risk, same regulation, do you think you should have a role in understanding those types of questions in relation to these players and regulating them in the way that you currently regulate ADIs?
Do you want to
go? Did you?
No.
I'll go. So where there's stored value involved, and as Wayne earlier said, if the community is expecting some sort of deposit-like protection, it's something that we would consider where it's material that we would have some involvement. We currently do regulate some payment providers where there is stored value, but as Wayne also said, we are waiting for an appropriate mandate and to see where the licensing regime may land, and that's really the stored value framework that we're just waiting on direction from. So we're looking forward to that. We do expect something to be done in 2023 in that space.
Great, thank you. In relation to the growth of digital wallets and stablecoins and other financial markets and payment systems innovations. Could you give us some thoughts on how APRA is preparing for a world in which those types of technologies might be a large or even very large share of the payments and financial system, and what the implications of that might be, or what you think some of the implications of that might be for the ADIs that you regulate?
Well, I think we're clearly looking hard at it. I mean, the difficulties is one of the difficulties is such a moving target and evolving. But, and there is, I think, decisions that ultimately governments need to decide about what sorts of products and instruments that are emerging in new digital forms of money. Where do you want to draw the line in terms of those things which should be regulated by the prudential regulator and promise, a high degree of safety and stability, and which ones can be perhaps just they're investable assets, but they're not ones that offer prudential regulation. So our focus has always been on things that, as I said before, it looks like a deposit, it quacks like a deposit, it sounds, and the community thinks it's perhaps the same as a deposit. At this stage, you can see things emerging that look like that, but and clearly we think the stored value regime and the application of that to things like stable coins, which will have a lot of similarities with bank deposits potentially, is a sensible step forward. That doesn't mean, let me be really clear, that doesn't mean we're aspiring in any way to be regulating the entire crypto world, because I think that's that would be a very tough task. But where those things either are investments or accounts that the community thinks, as I say, they expect a degree of safety with them, or where they are of a size that they become systemically important for the stability of the financial system, then clearly there's a role, I think, for government to think about what's the appropriate regulatory regime for these things. It may not be APRA, it may be ASIC, it may be another body, but there will come a point where the community will expect investments to be well regulated, and from a sort of systemic perspective, it would be a worry if they were not appropriately regulated. Sorry, John?
So that's a discussion about the broad policy framework. Another aspect of our work is how we're thinking about our regulated entities and how they're engaging in this world. And earlier this year we wrote to regulated entities, and the basic message we gave them is that when you're dealing with crypto assets, you need to be behaving quite prudently. You need to be thinking about our outsourcing standards. So if you're outsourcing some services, have a close look at that. You need to be applying robust risk controls as part of that. And then we also mapped out the key bits of work that we were doing, and Renee and Wayne have talked about the stablecoin and SVF work, but there's also a new operational risk standard where we're looking at third parties, and we're also watching very closely where the Basel Committee is getting to with the treatment of assets. So all of that will go into the mix on how we think about our regulated entities and how they relate to this world. So that's another element.
Thank you very much. In terms of where you might draw that line for prudential regulation, could I get your response to a couple of different types of assets? Customer stores value in WeChat, which some reports suggest is being used by more than 1 million Australians for transactions. Customer uploads money to their Starbucks account. I think in the US, 1 in 5 coffees is purchased through Starbucks with stored value in a Starbucks account. Customer purchase stablecoin. Somebody owns the future Facebook coin or other coin produced by a digital platform. Bitcoin in a wallet. Which ones of these fall on the should be regulated by a prudential regulator, or to use your words, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck? And
I'm not sure if Renee has the specific criteria, but in the stored value regime, we tried to draw a distinction between things that looked, what are the criteria that would make it look and feel like a deposit account, and that there was a potential for a reasonable balance in there. So if you're using, in New South Wales, an Opal card, and you've got a balance on your Opal card to pay your train fares, we're not particularly interested in that because ultimately it's not redeemable into dollars. So those sorts of things, we don't need to be regulating store gift cards. There's stored value there. We've tried to identify the things that can be used for payments that potentially customers might have a substantial balance in, that you can get money, not only put money in, but also get money out, so redeemable in Aussie dollars. I think, Renee, they're the key criteria.
You've covered it, Wayne. Thank you.
But that set of proposals are, as I said, they've been submitted by the Council of Financial Regulators to the government. So we've tried our best to define where we think a sensible boundary would be. For those things that are below the boundary, they still might have some ASIC regulation, some sort of lighter regulation, not necessarily intense prudential regulation, but there still might be for certain sorts of small value facilities, stored value facilities, there still might be some ASIC regulation. So we've tried to focus the area that we think we should be prudentially regulated on material balances that can be used for a wide range of payments, not just in a narrow ecosystem, and which can be redeemed for Australian dollars, so you can transfer money in and out. They're the key criteria.
Thanks very much. Thanks for answering my questions. I'll hand back to the chair.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Charlton. I'll hand over to Mr. Van Manen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Byers, and your whole team at APRA for appearing today. I recognise it's been a difficult couple of years for APRA and our other regulators, so thank you for all the work you're doing. Can I first ask a question around, going back to the Optus discussion we've had earlier, a number of my colleagues have asked questions around this. It's my understanding from the setup of MyGov ID that it was intended or is intended ultimately to be able to be used by the private sector to guide identification for clients to ensure that they meet their obligations under the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing provisions, which is largely the reason for a lot of the identification requirements and therefore documents that are held on file by Optus or others. Have you, as a regulator, had any discussions with government about how that could be used? Not necessarily in relation to Optus, because that doesn't necessarily come under your remit, but it certainly would apply to the banks and other organisations that do come under your remit, to reduce the risk of data breaches of clients' identification information, as we've seen in the Optus breach, by using that MyGov ID solution as opposed to the current methodologies?
Yeah, it's a very good question. It's not something that we've had a particular active engagement in, but quite clearly stronger digital identity is, what have we learnt from this Optus exercise? We need to get away from sort of some really basic, in many cases still paper-based type identity into digital, even biometric and other sorts of security that are much more robust. There's, at the moment, there's sort of competing digital identity schemes that are being set up. There's MyGov ID, Australia Post offers a digital identity service, the banks through, I've forgotten the name of the organisation, but the banks are working on a sort of private sector digital identity which would be used within the financial sector and potentially more broadly. So I think everyone can see the merits of the idea that you're talking about. What we don't yet seem to have cracked is a consensus on how many of those we should have, because I don't think a proliferation of them is necessarily a good thing, and how we sort of settle on what's a good system for both the public sector and the private sector to use together.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to go to a couple of other areas that have been so far untouched. As you know, Mr. Byers, we've spoken in the past, and I had a long career in banking and financial services prior to coming into Parliament. Over the past several years, you've been doing a lot of work with the life insurance industry to ensure that they have the appropriate capital requirements on their books, because there's been a long discussion about the quality or otherwise of their business and the capital backing it over many years. That's led to a significant upward repricing of insurance premiums, particularly in the income protection space. The feedback I'm getting from the industry is that that's leading to a downgrade of policies or a downgrade of cover, or also an abolition of cover altogether. We know that we already have an underinsurance problem in this country more generally. What work are you now doing with the industry to ensure that we address that underinsurance problem, but also ensure their products are fit for purpose for the long term and reduce the cost of those premiums going forward whilst maintaining their profitability?
So, as you'd be aware, we have been focusing particularly on individual disability income insurance, but also more broadly on product sustainability in the life insurance sector over the last few years, because quite frankly, what we had seen prior to our intervention in the market was the terms and conditions that were being offered to policyholders were getting more and more generous, but the prices that were being charged to the policyholders for those generous benefits and terms and conditions were not keeping pace, which meant that the insurance industry was making significant losses. And we had raised this with the industry a number of times and asked them to respond and address it, and in the end had to be quite prescriptive in setting some boundaries around the terms and conditions of some elements of IDII to get, because our concern was, to your point, actually making sure that there was a product that was available that was going to provide disability income insurance to customers for a price that was both sustainable for the insurers from a financial soundness point of view, but also was going to actually meet reasonable needs and expectations of policyholders. Now, there's an inevitable trade-off in that balance between terms and conditions and price, and the reality is that we've seen a deterioration in claims experience that was also contributing to the poor profitability of those products, and that needed to be addressed. We're still seeing poor claims experience, but what we have seen is new products being introduced into the market at different price points, which means that there is a range of cover that's available to policyholders that is more affordable and still provides reasonable terms and conditions. But at the end of the day, it's up to the policyholders to decide whether they want to keep the more generous terms and conditions and pay the premium that's needed to cover the risk in that product, or move to a slightly less generous product that still provides reasonable benefits but is going to be more affordable and perhaps more stable in premium over the long term. And that's a specific sort of case study, if you like, in disability income insurance. We're also seeing similar pressures in some other segments of the market, and so our expectation is that insurers work with advisors and their policyholders to make good, balanced decisions about the terms and conditions and the pricing, so that there is cover available for policyholders that meets their needs in a reasonable way and is affordable and sustainable.
Do you also have a discussion with ASIC about that? Because the flip side of that is that if advisors go changing products for clients to keep them with cover, ASIC previously has done a number of reports on the issue of insurance being rewritten and used that in part as a basis to argue the point for changing how advisors get remunerated or reducing the amount of remuneration they have. So there's two parts to that. Do you have those discussions with ASIC so they understand maybe in greater detail the need for some of those changes to be made for clients?
Absolutely. So we've coordinated very closely with ASIC every step of the way in our engagement on these issues, and in fact have had a number of joint meetings with ASIC and the industry, so both the life insurance industry and the advisors, to talk about the nature of the problem and the response, and from an APRA perspective and from an ASIC perspective. And so I think there is a shared understanding. At times there is a little bit of a difference of perspective and mandate between APRA and ASIC, but what is important is that they understand where we're coming from and what we're trying to achieve, and vice versa on our side, and that together we are being proportionate and reasonable and working with industry and advisors so that there is good insurance available to policyholders ultimately, that sort of tries to balance all of the complex trade-offs that need to be made.
No, thank you for that. I appreciate your answer to both of those questions. I want to go back a little bit on another issue as well. Over the last few years, APRA's sort of tightened up the requirements about lending for investment properties, and in particular imposed some limitations around interest-only periods, such that once you get past generally 5 years or so, there's a requirement to move to principal and interest repayments. I know Mr Hamilton touched on the issue of investment lending earlier, and certainly my experience in my electorate is that rental properties are very hard to find. I'm not seeing any uptick in investors buying property in my area. Have you done any work to identify whether there's a link between the tightening of those investment loan criteria and either increasing rents, which we're now seeing very significantly in parts of my electorate, but also around the country from many of the stories we see, and those tightening regulations around investment loans and interest-only periods and moves to principal and interest?
Yeah, so I couldn't say we've got specific research that answers that particular question. What I'd say, though, is just to be clear, I mean, what we've done is tried to make sure that, ultimately loans need to be repaid. So it is important that as banks make loans, that they're thinking about a customer's ability not just to pay the repayments during the interest-only period, but also at some point to repay the loan. And while I know there will be some investors who will say, well, my means of repaying the loan is to sell the property and pay the debt off, I mean, it's not good banking to be relying on that sort of practice. You should make sure that your customer's got the capacity and the cash flow. So that has been our focus. We, APRA, haven't put any limit on the term of the interest-only period. There's nothing in our guidance that says thou shalt not provide an interest-only period more than X years. So there is the capacity for banks to lend for longer periods if they really think that's a good practice. And my final point just to make is that while we do require, and because we think it is sensible practice for a bank to assess a customer's serviceability for a loan on the basis of their ability to afford a principal and interest loan once the interest-only period is up, there's nothing that precludes a customer, when they get towards the end of their interest-only period, from rolling over their loan into a new interest-only loan or refinancing into a new interest-only loan. The only requirement is simply that the banks will do a new credit assessment at that point to make sure that the customer can still has the circumstances and has the cash flow to afford a new interest-only loan. So I was sort of wary of a suggestion that somehow there's a blanket limit and people are locked into a particular loan, because that's not the case.
Yeah, okay. No, I appreciate that, Mr. Byers. Two final questions, if I have time, Chair. Could you please provide the committee an update or some more background information on the modernising Prudential Framework project that you're currently working on?
Thank you for the question. So the Modernising Prudential Architecture project is something we embarked on last year, and it's been fleshed out a little bit in our corporate plan over the last 2 years, but we've just recently released an information paper, really just to help everyone understand what it is we're thinking about. It has sort of three prongs to it, if you like. One is the architecture itself, which is the design of the prudential standards, the guidance, FAQs, letters, and how all of that really hangs together. The complexity that's evolved over the years, things like the use of definitions and making sure that they're standardised across the framework, perhaps some simplification of language, just making it easier to understand, and with the general objective of it being easier to implement and comply with in industry. The second part of it is really about it being able to be digitalised. So that's the documents in and of themselves. At the moment, that it's a set of PDF documents. It makes it difficult for industry, and particularly the regulatory technology industry and the supervisory technology industry and the industry themselves to absorb the rules, if you like, into their systems more electronically. And so we're looking at, one, the ways which we can enable that, but also the way we write. The language we use is very important, needs to be understood by machines, so you'll hear things like machine-readable language. It's very ambitious, and it's not easy to do, so this will be a multi-year initiative. And then the third prong to it is just understanding when there are new risks, if you like, and I think we've spoken about a few of those today already, that might need new rules, where they fit, where they go. So we talk about it as new risks, new rules, and really what's the approach to that, because you can see that some of those risks have got multiple applications across many different risk classes, many different industries, and so the design of the framework is important as to where we put them, I'll put it simply like that. But we've had really good interest in this initiative from industry and other stakeholders, and we're looking to engage quite widely on this, and have already started reaching out to various segments of the industry and getting feedback, and particularly around some pain points that industry might have in working with our prudential framework.
Have you got a time frame in which you sort of want to have this work completed?
Not really. It will be multi-year. So we set ourselves objectives every year to deliver on some things. So the first year was really trying to understand the problem that we've got and doing some analysis on the framework itself and getting some feedback, particularly from inside APRA, because it's we all use and work with the framework every day as well. We identified a few what we'd call quickish wins, some standardised definitions. The operational risk framework that we released was a really good example of what we're trying to achieve when we release CPS 230, and it's out in industry for consultation now. We were able to collapse 5 other standards into that one. So we're not looking to sort of pause our work and rewrite everything. We'll be doing this as we go. So it will be multi-year. The digitisation or the digitalisation, if you like, to enable automation, that will also take some time. So we think it's, at least a 5-year journey from here. I don't want to make too many commitments because I think it, as the industry will shift again and then we'll need to keep up. But suffice to say that there's a significant commitment to making the framework easier to work with.
No, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And if I may, Chair, one final question. Your responsibility in part is to run the performance test for MySuper products and oversight of superannuation trustees. Does it concern you that there are now a number of funds, including Energy Industry Super Scheme, but I believe there was also a couple last year who have applied to the courts for permission to use members' funds to pay for fines or other fees that might be charged to the directors or the trustee for their shortcomings or misdeeds? And how would that ultimately impact or potentially impact the fund's performance against the performance test?
So this is an issue that was very live last year, as I'm sure you're aware. It arose out of changes to Section 56 of the SIS Act. And the concern resulting from those changes for certain superannuation trustees who did not have suitable provisions in their trust deeds was that the implications of the changes to the section could potentially render the trustees insolvent. And this could arise in a situation where a relatively small administrative penalty was incurred, for example, missing a filing or lodging date, and even that, even a relatively small penalty would render them technically insolvent. That did not appear to be a situation that could be considered to be in the best financial interests of members. The trustees of such funds did not think so, and we at APRA also took the view that that would not be in the best interests of members. Those trustees implicated by the change in the provision therefore sought to apply, as you mentioned, to the relevant courts to amend their trust deeds to enable the charging of a fee to raise funds to be held on the trustees' own balance sheets to protect against the risk of such situations. So that was the situation in a nutshell. It was quite a bit more complex than that, but I hope I've shortened it down there. And in the context of those court applications, APRA played a significant role. We joined along and went to the courts as amicus in most of those cases to explain to the courts what the relevant legal provisions were about, what the best financial interest duty meant in that context, in our view, and what sort of considerations the court should have in mind when deciding whether to enable the trustees to change their trust deeds to do this. And in many cases, we essentially are required trustees to provide considerable further information to the court for the court's assistance. So we did, I think, a very thorough job on that. In all of the cases, the courts concluded that the applications and the solutions, if you like, that the trustees had come to the potential insolvency issue were permissible and were not a breach of the new section. So we have a series of trustees who have legally, with support of the courts, changed their trust deeds to enable them to build up, if you like, a resilience fund. Running along essentially from that, but also we had in mind to do this work, we are in the process of we had a consultation on improving financial resilience for trustees of super, and we have gathered information, and we are actually very shortly going to put out a discussion paper on strengthening financial resilience in super. I think we will have to see how this situation evolves. The penalties that we are talking about here could extend from minor administrative penalties, as I said before, to more significant penalties. But in any event, the concern was to enable trustees, in particular trustees of not-for-profit super funds, to be not to find themselves in an insolvency situation. And as the development of this, putting aside these resilience funds go forward, we will want, through our normal supervisory relationships with super fund trustees, to monitor how they're going about that.
Thanks, Mr. Van Bellen.
Is that reporting commenced, or?
Daniel, I'm going to have to leave in a moment. Would it be
Oh, yeah,
possible
Mr.
to
Van
maybe
Bellen,
come back to Bert's questions if he's got follow-up?
I'll put the rest on note. I'll put the next one on notice, that's fine.
Sorry, Bert.
Thanks for that.
I've got to go in 10, so you'll be able to chew into mine, no problems, because I have to leave shortly.
Apologies, that was probably rather a long answer, but I felt it was appropriate to set the context.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So
You go, Ms. Lawrence.
Thanks, Chair. So I just want to go back to some of the questions around insurance. Firstly, I appreciate the nature of the increased impacts of climate change is creating significant issues within the sector. Within the Perth Hills, where I live, $99 million was claimed just in this last financial year. The impact and the cost on households is obviously rising dramatically. And my understanding from a recent S&P Global ranking report that only half of the 21 global reinsurers are looking to continue increasing their exposure to natural disasters. So I'm just concerned as to what your modelling would suggest as to what are the measures or the triggers that you would look to see where we might have a risk of market failure for insuring against natural disasters, given the forecast increase from CSIRO and others.
So I think, as I alluded to earlier, what we are doing is, as part of our regular supervision and data collection, we do collect a lot of information on what capacity is in the Australian market, both direct and reinsurance, and changes in that over time. We also engage a lot with international regulators and international reinsurance companies to get a sense of where there may be capacity pressures arising or not. It is difficult to develop specific triggers or concerns, sort of measures that would sort of kick in a particular response. I think all I can say is that we are alert to the potential problem of a withdrawal or a significant reduction in reinsurance capacity, and we monitor that and engage with industry quite regularly to keep on top of that. And then I think, as I said earlier, really the way that these risks need to be addressed to ensure that insurance is still available and reinsurance capacity still comes into the Australian market is to look at where and how the risks need to be mitigated and what the actions are by federal, state, local governments and homeowners and policyholders themselves to build in more resilient ways and to mitigate the risks that they're exposed to.
And to that point, because I take it that mitigation's a key step in the right direction to lower the risk. So households, particularly across my electorate, we have BAL ratings, we have requirements to build to particular codes. It's costing enormous amounts at a household level to, put the right window treatments, fly screens, guttering, sprinkler systems for roofing. Like, this is a significant additional cost to households. It's had a complete zero impact on their premiums they're paying. So how are you looking at how these mitigations are actually flowing through ultimately to the costs that households have to pay?
So that is part of the engagement that we have with the insurance industry because it is obviously very important that they do reflect those risk mitigation responses in the premiums that they're charging. Again, there's a lot of insurers and a lot of policyholders and we don't engage at that sort of more granular level. Our role really is to set an expectation for the industry that they are actually striking that right balance between the premiums they charge, the cover they write, the design of the policies and their sustainability, but also actually continuing to provide cover and make appropriate risk assessment responses in their premiums to acknowledge and reflect where that mitigation is occurring. That will be particularly the case as I know it's not the Perth issue, but the cyclone reinsurance pool. I think there will be a lot of focus by both the ACCC and APRA in how the insurance industry is reflecting the impact of that reinsurance pool through to the premiums that are charged to policyholders.
Do you feel they're looking for a perfect asset here? I mean, ultimately, their profits have increased in spite of the natural disasters, being a major cost impost on their bottom line. But their premium growth has exceeded their expenses growth. So do you feel, notwithstanding that they do the bundling, they're trying to get a perfect asset in the insurance market for risks related to natural disasters?
I wouldn't characterise it that way. I think it's obviously very complex to do the modelling and strike the right balance here. I think the exposures are very different across the Australian community, and I think insurers understand that, and I think they increasingly understand that the role they need to play in providing solutions and responding to the risks so that insurance does remain available and affordable.
What role do you feel APRA has in terms of ensuring that there's a fit-for-purpose product then? So again, and I appreciate floods are the focus at the moment on the East Coast, but where I live, it's bushfires. I have residents, and I live in a bushfire-prone area, so I include myself in this, where it's the ambiguity around the policy, whether it's a direct attack, ember attack, whether the fire is within 100 metres of your home, whether you've got smoke damage. There's so many little loopholes. It's extremely difficult to know whether you have, in fact, a product that's going to cover your costs in the event of a bushfire. So what sort of, looking at the increased focus that we need to have around natural disasters, is APRA providing any guidance, or do you have any work that you're doing to ensure those products are fit for purpose for people that live in places like where we do? Unless we all become climate refugees, we have to work with the risks that we have.
I'll get Sean to answer this because we are doing quite a lot of work with ASIC and the Insurance Council and Treasury around what some of the solutions are, including use of standard terms and simplifying cover. But Sean?
Yeah, look, I think it's a really pertinent issue. I mean, we've seen similar sorts of things with the recent floods, the difference between rain damage, surge damage, flood damage, all of those sorts of things. You get a lot of those sorts of, subtleties, confusions, lack of consistency and definition. So that's definitely been a live topic of the conversations amongst ourselves at ASIC and Treasury. And I think, we've seen that really advocating for that sort of standardisation of terminology, which does a few things. I think one is that it should help give greater clarity to consumers about what the nature of the cover is. But sometimes it can also help speed up the claims process as well, because if you're not having to sort of tease apart what's covered or not. But the one other thing I'd add, and it gets back to your question about sort of seeing, the benefits of the investment in resilience coming through to premiums or not. I think it gets back to the topic we've talked about in a lot of contexts here about the role of data and better granularity of data, because with a number of these initiatives, whether it's the reinsurance pool, whether it's investment in reinsurance, there are things that should be weighing down against premium prices, but we know we're in a backdrop at the moment of rising inflation at the same time. So we've got inflation going up all around the world, there's supply chain disruption.
I think my premiums went from 1,500 to 3,800. I
Exactly.
don't think that was inflation,
Well, but that's
in spite of the mitigation
That's
measures.
exactly my point.
And my experience is reflective of many of those who live in my electorate. So I'm not sure that I'll buy the inflation argument on this one, but I appreciate it's a contributing element.
Well, that's my point, is it's easy to say, well, a high-level answer is, inflation's a factor, and we know it will be there. But unless we're able to sort of break down the components and say, well, here's how the various components moved, it's hard to unpick whether that really was the driving factor or it wasn't.
But also, I'm interested in how APRA scrutinise those sort of premium settings, because if majority of the, a good part of the losses from insurance companies was actually from their investments as compared to paying out in claims, I'm just interested, ultimately the consumers wearing and having to pay the premiums that are providing those underlying profits for these companies. I'm just trying to understand how we're making sure, one, we're getting products that we can afford for the risk that we have to assume, but at the same time, there's a degree of fairness where we're not essentially covering off losses from other sectors, but except where it includes natural disasters, which apparently has to be looked at in isolation.
And we don't look at sort of, we don't sort of set or control the way insurers set their pricing. We do monitor profitability, trends in profits, look at performance and premium changes by class of business and the like. We don't typically go down below class of business. We do have some state-based information. So it is something we monitor, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's a commercial decision for the insurers how they price their risks. I would just note that actually insurer profitability has been significantly impacted over the last 3 years and is continuing to be under pressure. And so they do need to strike a balance in terms of charging premiums across their whole portfolio that cover the risks that they're riding and enable them to deliver a reasonable profit to be able to continue providing cover for risk to the community.
Just one last question before I dash. I have constituents in my electorate who, by the nature of their visa conditions, are required to take out health insurance. So I have quite a strong migrant population. There doesn't seem to be a huge number of service providers that they can select from. And what they've been telling me is that the insurance coverage is perhaps got more exclusions than inclusions. So they are basically having to pay the premium, but they're also facing quite a degree of out-of-pocket expenses as a consequence of having to access the private healthcare system, not being able to access Medicare. So is there a way of ensuring that, is APRA looking at, again, sort of fit-for-purpose policies, particularly where it's a mandatory requirement for people to have to take out and coming into Australia?
We have not had a specific focus on that particular category of health insurance policies. We would be happy to take on notice and provide some information of our perspective on that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ms Lawrence. Hand over to Mr Holohan.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, I'm on my second computer. Is that loud and clear?
You've transferred successfully.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for appearing and for all of the work that goes behind appearing before this committee. My first question goes to the acts that you are responsible for. What are the most litigated provisions, particularly on appeal, and are those provisions fit for purpose?
Well, to be honest, the way our framework works, we don't spend a lot of time in formal litigation. Sort of generally the way we operate is through prudential standards, which are regulations that we write and which don't have specific penalties against them if they are breached. The sort of first port of call if a prudential standard is breached is a direction to comply, and it's only a failure for a direction that leads in many cases to potentially to litigation, but we very rarely get to that point. So in the sense of provisions that are litigated through the courts, it's actually a very rare, I struggle to answer the question because it's a very rare event.
Perhaps if I could clarify, I should have made it clearer. You don't, not necessarily where you are a party, and this goes for all of our regulatory agencies. Often if there's a particular provision that keeps getting appealed, it's usually a signal that there's work for us to do because it's not clear. Is there a provision like that that has some ambiguity that keeps going on appeal even when you're not a party?
I'm looking at my colleagues to see whether there's anything that comes to mind, but I think we've drawn a collective blank in response to that.
And that can be a good thing.
Yeah, I think, but perhaps just to clarify, for a lot of the law that we are responsible for, so the Banking Act, the respective insurance acts, and the SIS Act, at least for the bits of it that we regulate, it's fair. It is in one sense, a fairly narrow focus. So there are many other aspects, many other laws and regulations that apply to the financial institutions we regulate, but other regulators are responsible for enforcing them. So I'm sure if you ask that question to ASIC, which has a raft of other responsibilities, including the General Corporations Act provisions to enforce, they would probably have a long laundry list of issues to put before you.
And they're up next, and I will ask them that question. So thank you for that. My next questions relate to your future reforms. And Treasury is conducting a review, and from their website, I think that review submissions close in 4 days. Have you been asked to make a submission? And if you haven't, will you?
We don't intend to make a submission because our role is essentially to be involved supporting Treasury in the work they're leading in reviewing in accordance with the consultation provisions. So we won't make a submission expressing specific views in the context of the dialogue we're having. I've no doubt that we will express views on the workability of changes if some come forward, but ultimately any changes to the way the performance test is framed or conducted will be a matter for government, and we'll work with that.
In the opening, you spoke about some of the funds that didn't meet the test, and I think there was about 5. Of those that failed, how have you found the subsequent industry consolidation after they've disappeared or failed?
Well, if I give a high-level answer, and my colleague Suzanne Smith might fill in there, but look, certainly the results of the performance test in the implications it has for underperforming funds have driven consolidation, and we feel very positively about that, because what it means is that members are moving to better performing funds, and better performing funds typically have higher investment returns and lower fees, so they're better off as a result of that consolidation. And to the extent the test has driven that, that is a positive thing. Perhaps, Suzanne, you'd like to add some thoughts to that?
Yes, so of the 13 funds that failed the first performance test, at least 10 of those now have either exited or nearly exited, so moving towards consolidation. Interestingly, some of those funds didn't fail a second time, but they still thought that, in their view, their members would be better served elsewhere. So I think to Margaret's point, it's encouraging trustees to really think about the outcomes that they're delivering and to take very much a forward-looking view. And I think that's what's important. It's not just the here and now and the passing, it's actually the longer-term view and where members are better served in the future.
Thank you very much. And Chair, the rest of my questions were addressed by other members, so I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Now, I just wanted to see whether Mr. Van Manen wanted to ask any questions. Doesn't sound like he
No,
does.
I'm all good.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I think then that's it. Well, Spender, did you want to ask a couple of extra
I was going
questions?
to say, if there is an opportunity, I'm happy to in the last in the dying minutes. Just in relation to the sort of superannuation conversation, which I think Keith was just talking about. I think one question I've been raised is whether we are concern is whether we're going to drive to a sort of excess consolidation of super funds by these new rules. Do you have any perspective or to share on this?
So I think if you look at the landscape of super as it still is, there's clearly been consolidation over the years, and there's been significant consolidation in the last 2 years, perhaps driven by the performance test as we just discussed. But we still have a very large number of trustees in the industry. My colleague probably has them exactly here. There were 212 in 2013, and we're down to 160 in 2021. It's still a large number. We also find that there are a significant number of small funds remaining in this industry that really that have relatively a small number of members and a relatively small amount of money under management. So I think in terms of ongoing consolidation for the foreseeable future, I don't think we feel that there are going to be structural issues or competition issues anytime soon, and I don't think that is the concern of the regulators. I think more of a concern really is that, as my colleague said, we've got the focus on consolidation for those that have failed the performance test, and that's rightly so. But there is this question of sustainability of others that have passed the performance test for the time being, but on our observations and calculations using certain metrics that we publish, there are some that don't look like they will have a longer-term sustainable future. We encourage those trustees to be thinking about the future of the importance of the future for members of good governance and good returns in the businesses that they're trustees of. So we will continue, even where there aren't fails, to nudge some of those that we see probably don't have sustainability to consider the options for the future and how their members could be better served.
Okay. Thank you. Look, I've got one more question, but in interest of time, I'll put that one on notice and send it in formally instead. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks everybody. Thank you for appearing before the committee today, and once again, luck in your future endeavours, Mr. Byers. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend proceedings for a short break. We'll resume at 2:45. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I can only see feedback yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, he said he's just done. Representatives from the Australian Securities and Investment Commission appearing for today's hearing. For the benefit of Hansard, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Joseph Longo, Chair of ASIC.
I'm Sarah Court, one of the Deputy Chairs of ASIC.
Karen Chester, Deputy Chair ASIC.
Danielle Press, Commissioner of ASIC.
Sean Hughes, Commissioner of ASIC.
Thanks very much. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. Mr. Longo, I would invite you to make an opening statement if you'd like to.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Molino. I'm pleased to appear before the committee once more and welcome you, Dr. Molino, as the new committee chair. I'm joined today, as we've just heard, by Deputy Chairs Sarah Court and Karen Chester and Commissioners Sean Hughes and Danielle Press. I should also mention Dr. Molino, I think sitting behind me with us also, is ASIC's Chief Operating Officer Warren Day, our Executive Director of Strategy Greg Kirk, and our General Counsel Chris Savundra. So hopefully between us we'll be able to make the 2 hours we're about to spend together productive. Before I commence my formal remarks, can I just say on behalf of all of us how much we recognise the importance of proceedings like today. It's a real opportunity for us to explain what we do and to engage with a very important committee of the Parliament. ASIC's remit, I think, is widely recognised as among the broadest in the world. We are Australia's corporate, markets, financial services and consumer credit regulator and counting. So we have a very broad remit. However, in my prepared remarks, which I'll now come to, I don't plan to touch on all the things we do, but hopefully my opening remarks will be of assistance to the committee, as I know it's a new committee and there are many new members. I recognise it's been more than a year since our 2021 annual report was published. So in addition to answering your questions on that document, I'll briefly give an update on what we've been up to since. As recovery from the pandemic continues, we have focused our attention on addressing regulatory and consumer protection issues in the evolving economic environment. With an expanded regulatory toolkit following the Royal Commission, we are committed to taking appropriate action against misconduct and reducing the risk of harm to consumers. The new design and distribution obligations have been in effect for a little over a year, and we have already exercised our stop order power under the regime on 7 occasions where we have identified problematic conduct. The problematic conduct has included issues casting the net too widely in terms of the consumers they are targeting, particularly when they are offering high-risk or niche investment products that are likely to have narrower target markets and require greater controls on distribution. We have 10 targeted surveillance projects on foot focused on sectors where we are seeing consumer harm from poor design and distribution practices. We are also actively examining misrepresentations based on greenwashing claims to support well-informed investment decision-making and to prevent consumer harms. ASIC is continuing to shine a light on the inherent risks of crypto assets and will take appropriate action against crypto products causing harm to consumers within our regulatory perimeter. Promotion of these assets through popular and viral channels can make them appealing to investors, but there continues to be lack of public awareness of their highly volatile, risky and complex nature. We are supportive of government's action to establish a regulatory framework in this space, and we will continue to work with Treasury and other stakeholders. A new reportable situations regime commenced on 1 October 2021, expanding the breach reporting arrangements and requirements for financial services and credit licensees. We've been monitoring reporting closely as industry settles into the new regime. This material is a critical source of intelligence. As the regime matures, it should help ASIC become aware of non-compliant behaviours earlier and to better identify emerging trends. Our first report on information received under this new regime will be published later this month, indeed in a couple of weeks. Our regular enforcement work continues at high volume. It is informed by reports from the public, external administrators, auditors, other government agencies, media reports and breach reporting, as well as our own intelligence and surveillance activity. One of these inputs, reports of misconduct from the public, usually number around 10,000 each year. We triage and prioritise these reports using criteria informed by our strategic priorities and other matters to select those that will be subject to further consideration. Given ASIC's finite resources, choices always have to be made about which of the many matters drawn to our attention can be pursued. Our challenge is to allocate our resources for maximum public benefit to consumers, as well as more broadly ensuring the proper conduct of markets and industry. Over the year, ASIC has continued to work on building capacity in the industry to prevent and address consumer harms. One focus over the past few years has been improving the industry's approach to remediation, and I'm pleased to say another milestone has been reached recently with the release of our expanded remediation guidance. Through our supervision of remediation programs, we identified gaps and best practice opportunities to ensure the onus is on firms to provide fairer, more consistent and timely outcomes for consumers. The guidance strikes a balance between practical advice to the industry and clear incentives to comply, setting standards for good record keeping that allows problems to be identified and fixed earlier. We have, through our engagement with industry, achieved a return for an estimated 7 million consumers in the order of $5.6 billion over the past 6 years. We have also been working on strengthening our organisational capability to ensure ASIC continues to be a fit-for-purpose regulator. Last year, we commissioned an independent review of ASIC's infrastructure and have implemented its key recommendations, including reviewing operational service level standards and updating our technology service delivery model. We established a dedicated regulatory efficiency unit to make it easier for businesses and other stakeholders to interact with us. For example, we are looking at improving our early investigation engagement. This includes meeting with entities ahead of commencing a complex or significant investigation. The focus will be on clarifying expectations associated with the conduct of the investigation, including fairness. We've commenced an ambitious digital transformation project, which will support ASIC to become a leading, digitally enabled, data-informed regulator. I touched on the Financial Regulator Assessment Authority at my last appearance. FRA's report was released on 25 August and we are working through the recommendations. We were pleased the FRA acknowledged ASIC's contribution to Australia's financial system and found us an effective and capable regulator in the space, noting that we have the largest remit of any comparable regulator globally. The FRA made 4 recommendations around enhancing our use of data and technology, strengthening our engagement with stakeholders, enhancing our ability to measure effectiveness and capability, and continuing to broaden our mix of skill sets. These are areas we are working on right now. ASIC's corporate plan was launched on 22 August. It sets out our priorities and actions for the next 4 years. Along with our BAU, business as usual, regulatory surveillance and enforcement activity, we have identified 4 external priorities over this time and 8 strategic projects to support these priorities. Our people continue to work diligently to ensure the breadth of ASIC's enforcement toolkit is used to achieve fair and timely outcomes for consumers and to promote trust and confidence in Australia's financial system. So with that, Chair, we look forward to answering the committee's questions.
Thanks very much for that statement, Mr. Longo, and thanks to all of the staff and senior officers from ASIC that are here today. I'll start off with some questions and then hand over to the Deputy Chair. I'll ask a few questions around Optus. I've asked all of the regulators here today about this. Obviously, it's a very important event that's occurred, and all 3 of the regulators who are here today are going to play a role. Firstly, I'd just be interested in if you could set out what's the particular role that ASIC has played since the Optus breach was notified.
Well, our immediate priority has been to work with the ACCC and other regulators and government to minimise the consumer impact of this breach, this data breach. Deputy Chair Sarah Court in particular has been involved with working directly with the ACCC and the working group it's leading to look out for increased scam activity, for example, and looking for ways of cooperating with others to minimise consumer harm. So our fundamental priority is that. So I might hand over to Deputy Chair Court if she wanted to amplify a little bit, because I know you've gone to a number of meetings on this very topic.
Yeah, no, thank you. So, Dr. Merlino, as Mr. Longo has said, we are predominantly working closely with the ACCC, the OAIC and the ACMA. There's a lot of regulators, as you've alluded to in your question, that are playing in this area. Our fundamental concern is about making sure that consumers are protected and that government messaging is consistent. So we have made sure, for example, on our Money Smart webpage, we have been alerting consumers to being wary of the scams and potential impersonations. But I think all the regulators understand that the potential harm arising from this incident may well have a slow burn, in the sense that we're going to have to be very alert to the issues for a long time going forward. In relation to a regulatory or enforcement response, our position at ASIC is that this is at least immediately an issue for the OAIC, the Information Commissioner, Privacy Commissioner, and the ACMA, the Telecommunications Regulator. And indeed, I think just today, both of those agencies have announced that they are opening formal investigations in relation to the Optus breach. So Optus don't hold an Australian Financial Services licence, which really means that from an enforcement perspective, ASIC's remit is only to the extent that there may be a failure by the directors or senior officers of Optus to discharge their duties to the company. We're certainly not leaping into any investigation of that kind, and that may well come to fruition depending on the work of those other agencies. But at the moment, as I say, warning consumers, trying to protect consumers as best we can through our channels, and then working closely with those other regulators who are more immediately involved with those investigations.
So it seems to me that there are a number of potential touch points with ASIC. So as you indicated, so one of them would be that there are clearly directors' obligations to consider risks associated with these kinds of breaches. And I know ASIC puts a high priority on board consideration of non-financial risks, which this would fall within. So is this an area which, in a sense, reinforces the importance of that agenda?
Certainly, we focus, as you've pointed out, on the importance of non-financial risks for boards and senior officers. That is an enduring priority and interest for us. I suppose my only hesitation, Dr. Molino, is not to jump to any conclusions at this early stage about this particular matter. So if I could speak at a high level, as you say, a fundamental and continuing interest of ours and regulatory and enforcement priority is the importance of boards and senior executives giving proper attention to non-financial risk. And in particular, we've looked at things like cyber risk and cyber resilience, and indeed had a significant case in that area just last year that we are using to send these kinds of messages out. But in relation to this particular data breach, as I say, I think at the moment we have a watching brief, but obviously the fact of this incident and the fact that as we continue to read in the press these kinds of incidents are not rare, then it is a significant opportunity, I think, for us to be talking about the importance for boards to be paying attention to non-financial risks, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And look, just to clarify, I mean, I was certainly suggesting that it reinforces the importance of boards considering these things regardless as to whether, in this instance,
Indeed.
one lands on any particular conclusion. But can I just ask for a bit more detail on what it is that ASIC's done in relation to potential scam activity that might have arisen as a result of the data breach?
So I think I can answer that in a broad sense to say, obviously, we have heightened our messaging to consumers, particularly, Dr. Molino, through our Money Smart website, which is a website that ASIC runs and is predominantly about informing and educating consumers and investors. But ASIC has a continuing priority in relation to scams that goes obviously well beyond this particular incident. It has been elevated by the Commission this year to be one of our 8 strategic priorities, and our work in scams has a number of different limbs. We, I guess, predominantly recognise the role of the ACCC, particularly in consumer messaging through the ACCC's Scam Watch website. But the ACCC's Scams report this year highlighted that there was more money reported as having been lost as a result of investment scams than any other scam, and those investment scams fall within ASIC's jurisdiction. So the reports were that upwards of $700 million was lost in relation to investment scams over the last reporting period, and we know that that's likely just the tip of the iceberg. So the work that we are doing is predominantly on disruption. ASIC has a continuing relationship and works closely with a number of the major financial institutions, and so one of the projects that we have got this year is to look at the varying ways that financial institutions, particularly the major banks, are dealing with scams. So that has 2 elements. Firstly, to what extent do their systems detect and disrupt scams at the front end? And as importantly, in the event that their customers become victims to scams, what kinds of remediation approaches do they take? Because we're getting reports from consumer agencies that say, look, you know, the way in which bank customers are dealt with in relation to scams is really sort of ad hoc. There's no best practice, there's no one approach. And so one of the things we are looking at doing is working out, well, what are the best practices involved in this area? And then we'll be issuing a public report in the new year, setting out what those best practices are. So that's recognising that most scam payments at the moment are made via the traditional financial institutions. We're taking enforcement action in some instances, but I have to say that traditional enforcement in relation to scams is not the most effective use of a regulator's resources. There are significant jurisdictional problems, and often it's very hard to even ascertain who is perpetuating the scams. We've also done, in conjunction with the ACCC in recent times, a trial of a private provider that is an agency that can help to attack scams sort of right at their heart, that as soon as we are put on notice as to a potential
false URL. So let's say it's an imposter bond where there's a scammer that's impersonating the Commonwealth Bank website as an example. As soon as we are made aware through our channels that is a potential scam, we can then shoot off that URL to this provider, who can then act to liaise with the host and get that website taken down. And we found that was just a 3 or 4 week trial that we did earlier this year, but we found that was a very significant way to really disrupt scams at their heart. So that work is continuing. Obviously, the Optus incident has intensified our interest, but it is a continuing piece of priority work for us.
No, that's useful. And look, I'd also seen some of the consumer groups reporting on the varying response of different deposit-taking institutions to scams. So it'll be interesting to see your report in the new year. And I certainly agree that the Optus incident, but just the general rise in the prevalence of scams means that this is an area which I think regulators need to take and arrangements generally need to be strengthened in this realm. So look, I had a couple of questions in relation to the ASX's move to a new settlement and clearing facility, which I understand, again, a number of regulators are looking at, including ASIC. So I'm just wondering, what aspects are you looking at? And so what are some of the risks that you're identifying in that process, and how are you managing those?
We're one of 3 regulators, the Reserve Bank, ourselves and the ACCC. The ACCC's role will ultimately be as a sort of a price regulator, and the legislative basis for that role is in the pipeline, so to speak, and I understand there may be legislation to support that next year. But in the meantime, we're doing some work on with the ACCC and the Reserve Bank on competition in clearing and settlement services. But I'll put that to one side just for the moment. The fundamental issue or question that's on our minds at the moment, or my mind at the moment, is the replacement of the CHESS system, which is towards the end of its life, and to be replaced with technology or a system that's based on distributive ledger technology. Now, now this project is very significant. It's very complex, and as we all know, it's been delayed now several times. And so, starting at the highest level, the ASX does not expect to be in a position, probably until next year or early next year, to announce a new start date, a new go live date. What it has done is appointed Accenture to do a review of the technology, and that review is well advanced. And through Ernst & Young, the independent experts that are assisting ASIC in this matter, EY is playing a role, giving us assurance on compliance with the conditions that ASIC imposed on ASX's licence last year. EY's role as independent expert will continue to look at the work of Accenture, and so that too will form part of their assurance program. So the issue for the moment is, and what's concerning everyone is, well, when will this system be ready? And when it is ready, will it work? And when do we think that's going to happen? And so a lot of work is going on, obviously, at the ASX itself, but certainly within ASIC and the Reserve Bank to monitor and track the progress that's being made. So we're in effect in continuous communication with the ASX management on these issues. I and ASIC absolutely acknowledge the concern and significance this project has. We all know the ASX is absolutely critical infrastructure for the Australian economy, and so our sort of efforts in this area will have to continue for some time until the upgrade is achieved. In the end, we want this to work. It has to work safely. The market participants and stakeholders need to be able to use it confidently. The system needs to be robust, resilient, and be scalable. So these are all aspects that are being grappled with by ASX at the moment with its vendors and consultants. So I think that's sort of Dr. Molina, sort of a high level.
No, that's useful. And so we talked, the ACCC discussed some of the pricing issues this morning, and that was useful. I mean, I imagine some of the issues, both with the transition and the operation of the new platform, I mean, there's a kind of a mix of, medium probability but low impact issues, and then hopefully very low probability but, very big impact issues. And it's going to be a matter of kind of monitoring both of those sets of issues. And particularly with the latter, that's always something to, have front of mind when there's a transition to a new platform. But I imagine it's going to be a serious and complex risk management process.
Yes, I think that's right. Now, ASX plan to make some announcements in the coming weeks and into next month on what how they're going with the Accenture review. The findings of the Accenture review will be made public, and we understand that'll happen later in the year. I suppose just adding to your sort of assessment of your sort of low risk, high impact and that approach, the other part of this that makes it very complex is the number of stakeholders. So they all need to attest to their being able to use the system safely, because when it's switched on, it's not just ASX that's has to be operating effectively, but all market participants are relying on ASX, and we're relying on the market participants, their own systems and their technology to be able to engage with the upgrade. So it's so part of the complexity here is that even when planning for this new platform, to use your word, as well advanced, there'll still be quite a long period, at least a year of testing with market operators before and stakeholders before we can be confident about switching it on. In the meantime, we have CHESS, we have the existing system. And so it's very important that we're also satisfied that ASX continues to invest in the robustness and resilience of its existing system, so that it's able to cope with the volumes that we can expect in a whole range of market conditions. So that's the other, if I can put it this way, moving part here. There's the upgrade, and then in the meantime, the CHESS has to continue to work in circumstances when we're not certain as to when the upgrade's going to take effect. So this whole area is, as you can imagine, a very significant and strategic priority for ASIC to engage with ASX about. The only other observation I would make, and it sort of goes back to your original question, I think the other point to be made here is that we are working very closely with the ACCC, and in particular the Reserve Bank, in connection with these issues. Because although our focus today is the upgrade, we're also very interested in governance at the ASX, its approach to managing non-financial risk. There's been a lot of changes at the ASX. As we all know, there's been a new CEO was appointed a little while ago. There have been a range of other senior management changes. So there's a lot going on at the ASX, and so we're working closely with it and with the other regulators to make sure all this goes in the right direction, if I can put it that way.
Thanks. Now I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you all for being here. Good to meet you in such a formal setting. I'm sure we'll correct that and do it a bit more informally in the future. Look, I guess Dan's covered quite a few, the Chair's covered quite a few of my concerns. I'll probably touch on some issues that I'd invite comment on. If I go back to the collapse of the Aboriginal Community Benefit Fund, and I use it as an example, not an explicit, but as an example of a case where vulnerable people are able to be exploited. And I guess with a view to challenges we're facing at the moment, cost of living, housing, sort of economy wide. Is there, and it is an open question, I'm inviting comment around, where do you see areas that you might be focusing on where exploitation could exist, where there's potential for it? What help do you need to ensure that we're not in this sort of situation again?
That is a big question. There are a range of harms that we're focused on, and I'll certainly be asking Deputy Chair Karen Chester in particular to add her remarks, and Sarah as well. There are a range of harms. There are issues affecting, for the insurance sector, for example, pricing issues there and dealing with insurance claims. There are issues in the credit where we're seeing predatory credit or inappropriate credit practices. I think I mentioned greenwashing in my opening remarks. We're concerned about that. Deputy Chair Sarah Court talked about the range of scam activity. So there are a range of harms that we're focused on in our investigation and enforcement activity. You opened with the ACBF situation. For Indigenous Australians, we have a particular strategy dealing with that group of First Australians. They're particularly vulnerable for all sorts of reasons, and we have a program for them as well. So our challenge is to, and then I'll go to Karen first, I think, our challenge is to try to identify those harms that are having the most impact on consumers and do something about it. We're not going to be able to chase all of them, but you'll see in our corporate plan, I won't go through the detail of that, but you'll see there are a number of areas where we are putting a focus on for the next 12 months. But I might ask Karen, Deputy Chair Karen Chester, to elaborate on some of those themes.
Thanks, Chair Longo, and thank you, Deputy Chair, for the question. It's a big question. I think at the get-go it's important to say that the Parliament post-Royal Commission has probably given us one of the best tools that we could have ever asked for. Indeed, there was a lot of hard, smart endeavour by ASIC over many years to see that happen, and that's the design and distribution obligations. And why is that important in this context? Because it's a turning point in terms of the legislation that we have focusing on consumer outcomes, which is what really matters here, especially when it's difficult to have line of vision when you think of Indigenous Australians in remote communities and egregious hawking practices and selling junk insurance to them. So there's a couple of areas that we're focusing on with respect to the application of design and distribution obligations, and that'll give you a sense of where we see some concerns at the moment. But the way the design and distribution obligations work is it effectively makes the business have to be quite consumer-centric in the provision of financial products and financial services. And in short, it basically says you have to design a financial product that meets the needs of consumers and that are in a target market. And then you need to make sure that that target market is well defined, and then you make sure that that product gets to them. And it's not just a sit and forget exercise either. You have to follow through the life cycle of the product. So the areas that we're focusing on there, which will give you a bit of a sense of some of the areas where we've got some concerns, are buy now, pay later, credit cards, small amount credit providers, managed funds, and I'll come back to that in a moment, crypto and super. So that's where we're looking at rolling out and embedding the use of design and distribution obligations, and it's been up and running for a year now. So we're in compliance mode. So we're out there at the moment disrupting. We've put in place 7 stop orders in the managed investment schemes fund management space to make a pause on those products being offered to especially retail investors in this case. Because they're high risk, but they're not being targeted to consumers that can tolerate a high risk. So from our perspective, where we go with design and distribution obligations will be a leading indicator of where we consider there to be potential harm to consumers. The other area that I'd call out, and it's one that Chair Longo intimated, and this links very much to sometimes enforcement and remediation taken together can lead you to where we've got some concerns. You might recall that the recent enforcement action that we got underway against Insurance Australia Limited with respect to insurers not following through on pricing promises and discounts. That resulted, so we've got that enforcement action underway and Deputy Chair Court can go into more detail on that. But importantly, we hit the pause button and went to all the general insurers and said, you all need to do a review of your pricing practices. And so they've all undertaken that review. 11 have reported back to us. Out of that, we now have a remediation tally of about $760 million. This is a very recent activity. This is not something that was sort of Hayne Royal Commission. This is conduct of recent. So the whole pricing area in insurance is one that we're focusing on very carefully. So we've got that remediation work underway. We've had the pricing reviews undertaken by those general insurers. Those reviews are now with us. They're going through a process of fix, find and repay. They're in the fix and find phase underway now. The repay's getting there as well, which is the remediation. But it's an area that we're going to continue to look at more closely, and we'll have a report going out on that early next year. And then we'll probably look at some price optimisation issues as well, which sort of link to some earlier questions that I think the committee had around natural disasters and insurance. So that's a bit of a quick tour of where we're focusing. In terms of what we might need going forward, and I think the UPLA ACBF is a good example of where we were very frustrated before when we had an entity that was clearly very focused on working within a very complex regulatory system between Commonwealth and state and changing products to get through exemptions under the laws. There were lots of gaps. Those gaps took a long time to fix, over 2 decades to fix. But now we have most of those gaps filled. We've got the product intervention powers, we've got design and distribution obligations, all those things. Funeral expenses exemptions been removed. We've got licensing powers there now. So there's lots of things that we could do today with respect to the egregious conduct around ACBF to have disrupted more decisively and more quickly. I think the one area, though, going forward, when we think of where we're seeing technology and data and changes happening in the consumer area, is probably around unfair trading practices. And this is an area that we have interests with the ACCC as well. And the government has recently announced, following the consumer ministerial meeting in Adelaide that Minister Jones was at, that forum will be looking at undertaking a review of the merits of looking at an unfair trading practices regime across Australia to further strengthen the Australian consumer law. So that's probably the one I think if we were focusing on in terms of unfinished business, that would be one for us.
No, thank you. It was a deliberately a big question. I think the concern at the heart of it is that as pressures build or continue, what we've seen increasingly, what might be small dollar value risks actually have a significant impact when compounded, and that's something I think from your answers there that you're identifying and potentially raising a little bit in priority or consideration.
Yeah, and the one common theme across many of these, and it comes back to the point the Chair made before about non-financial risk, the one lesson we learned from the Royal Commission is that mismanagement of non-financial risk actually crystallises very quickly into significant financial costs. Remediation is a perfect example of that. The metrics before that the Chair shared with the 5.6 billion and 7 million consumers is tip of the iceberg. Like, we're not monitoring all the remediations. They were just significant remediations that we were watching to make sure that consumers got the right outcomes. With the pricing issues that we're seeing with general insurers, again, it's a lack of investment in systems, unnecessarily complex products, and pricing promises that they then couldn't even track through their own systems to know whether or not they'd been able to discharge. So for us, it brings home this message to the boards of these companies. Managing these non-financial risks is kind of key to managing these non-financial risks is key to managing financial risks.
Well, let's sort of follow that a little bit, because I think with maybe non-financial risks, and we touch on the greenwashing that was raised earlier, it's become something of a theme of today, actually. I guess, how do you balance this with the sort of a desire to see disclosure of environmental risk not falling into the same bucket? Because I carry a pretty healthy bucket of scepticism when it comes to some of these corporate claims. I'm not attacking people who do so in good faith, but I think that it warrants a fair bit of consideration. How do you see that balance?
Well, I think the greenwashing is really a particular kind of harm that, in principle, we feel strongly about. In that we're looking for situations where consumers are misled by overstatement of green credentials or zero emissions, with a view to misleading consumers or investors into doing something they would not otherwise do. So that is not the hallmark of a well-informed market that's going to encourage consumers to be acting their own interests. So greenwashing is particularly prevalent at the moment because of a great interest in the community in the subject through climate change and the heightened concern about that area of investment.
Are you seeing any increase in?
We're looking at a number of matters at the moment involving concerns we have with greenwashing.
A heightened number, is that trend?
I think it is increasing, yes, absolutely. I think the ACCC also are... see, the greenwashing isn't just in the investment space. The use of greenwashing representations is across the economy. So it's all goods and services. Could be a consumer could be misled by an overstatement of the where those eggs were hatched or where those goods and services came from. So to me that's a legitimate area of concern for a financial services regulator. The disclosure issue is another question altogether. And this is one of ASIC's 8 core strategic priorities, and that is we're working very diligently and comprehensively, domestically and internationally, to land on disclosure standards for around sustainable finance. Now, in this area, it's really important that ASIC, that Australia is aligned as much as it can be with what's going on overseas. From a capital raising perspective and from an international investment perspective. Now, I know Commissioner Hughes has done a lot of work in this area, so if you'd like to know a little bit more about the work we're doing with the International Sustainability Standards Board, with IFRS, International Financial Regulatory Standards Board, there's a lot of work going on in those areas. Now, at the moment, a lot of this is voluntary, but these standards, I think, are likely to become part of, subject to government policy, become part of Australia's requirements for reporting standards in the next 2 to 3 years. So this is all about taxonomy of risks and being able to disclose these issues in a consistent way so investors can know what they're dealing with when a company makes these disclosures. I don't know whether Commissioner Hughes wanted to elaborate a little bit more on that, or Karen? No.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So, but I might just before we get into the international, because I guess there's 2 streams to ASIC's role here. The first one is really around integrity, which is the greenwashing issue, and the other one then is disclosure. And the biggest development there, as Chair Long has intimated, is the move at pace by the International Sustainability Standards Boards, which came out of COP26, to get a global baseline.
And forgive me, please forgive me interrupting. I think I just wanted to clarify. I guess my question is around. Are there really 2 streams? How do we ensure that? Because a question around the integrity of the disclosures could well follow.
No.
And this is, I guess, the point where I'm headed to.
They're parallel railway tracks is probably a better way of looking at it, because if you don't have integrity in your disclosures, then you're misinforming investors and consumers. And we do think, because of the biggest structural shift in global capital markets is the move towards sustainable finance, given climate change and decarbonisation. And when you look at the metrics, it's quite extraordinary when 80% of global GDP is subject to a net zero target. And we know from our own ASX 200 that 70% of the entities are themselves subject to those targets as well, that the disclosure and the integrity of the disclosure and the integrity of the marketing, which is really around misleading and deceptive statements and conduct, which is the greenwashing, are parallel railway tracks. So on greenwashing, we do think there has been an uptick. We did a review recently looking at product issuers, fund managers and super funds. And looking at those practices, we issued an information sheet, which is how do you avoid greenwashing, to remind them of what their obligations were with respect to misleading and deceptive statements and disclosures. And that was our way of signalling, here are your current obligations. We're expecting disclosures going to be lifted with what's happening with international standards as well going forward. And so we're now in compliance enforcement mode. We've reminded them of where the line in the sand is. And in that information sheet, even though we posed some very simple questions, like are your descriptions true to label? Do you have a reasonable basis to your targets? While they were targeted at super funds and fund managers, they equally apply to directors of listed companies given their disclosure obligations at the moment under operational and financial reporting. But we do need to lift the tide in two ways. One is in terms of what will happen with International Sustainability Standards Board, and I think the government's committed to doing a consultation around whether or not that should be made mandatory for large listed and financial institutions in Australia. But also what's required here in terms of the supporting ecosystem to make that happen around sort of consistent labelling, taxonomies and all the rest of it.
Thank you. Goodness, I've reached an age where new words pop up and I have to struggle. Finfluencers. Can you give me some view as to who's at risk, the nature of the risk, and I guess what can be done in the short term, which it seems to be an area that's sort of trading in that unregulated space, being able to because of the very nature of it.
Well, this is an area where ASIC's obviously taking some action at this very moment. There's a trial going on that leans into these issues, but I certainly won't comment on that trial today. The whole area of influencers is all about essentially well-known people in the community or celebrities or individuals who are not the holder of a licence, expressing views about what people should be investing their money in, and often doing so in circumstances that are extravagant or misleading and unlicensed. Now, as I think your question suggested, where you draw the line, whether they need a licence, whether they've gone over the line in providing advice when they shouldn't be, is part of our job too, and we've done a lot of work in that area through our engagement with with this sector to warn them about the issues they face if they cross the line. But again, it goes back to an earlier question about consumer and investor harm. What we're calling out is people or entities overstating what investors or consumers might be putting their money into without a proper basis, without being properly qualified, and in some cases doing so in circumstances where they should have a licence. So it does go into the advice space. I don't know whether Commissioner Press would elaborate a bit more on that.
Well, forgive me, before you do, please. It really is. I mean, it's just a new take on an old issue, but I guess I'm really wondering what you've seen in terms of the exposure, how big an issue it is, where it's targeted.
Well, with the use of social media, for example, the impact now can be much more dramatic, and many more consumers can be affected by the use of the various platforms or social media to get this activity out. And a lot of individuals are leveraging their reputation in the community, to lend some credence to whatever it is they're suggesting people should be doing. So in those circumstances, that can often lead to people losing their money or to doing things that's not in their interest to be doing.
Is there a suggestion that people are inadvertent or becoming from an influencer to a influencer, or are they deliberately trying to do this? There's a difference, I guess, between someone who has a level of following and credibility who takes a path, and someone who's deliberately trying to deceive from the get-go. But there's no difference in job done. But I'm wondering how
I
this
think
is
a lot
building.
of these individuals feel they are doing the right thing and they are being helpful, but that doesn't mean that activity isn't something that isn't regulated and isn't misleading. So that they may not intend to be doing the wrong thing or being misleading, but that's not the test. So
Thank you. I've got one last question. Rasic, concerned that super funds are not correctly valuing their unlisted assets. In the case, would be Canva on this one, and using them to inflate their returns, and if so, what action the regulator taking?
Yeah, we'll ask Commissioner Press to take it's another complex subject.
So the unlisted asset valuation is somewhere that both ASIC and APRA play, and APRA is actually taking the lead on this. So I would say that the action that we would take against a fund who was maybe potentially doing that would be in line with APRA. And I know APRA are actually doing the work right now. So to try to make sure that we're not double handling this issue in the market and increasing the regulatory burden, I would say that's probably a question that's better put to APRA right now.
Yes, but I guess is it you have a view that it's likely to come to you, or?
I think we need to see their work played through to see how those assets are in fact being valued. Are they being appropriately valued? One thing that we did do last year was looking at whether or not there was trading on valuations that weren't accurate, which led into conflicts management. And we did see an improvement in their trading policies actually around those conflicts. So I think that's where we've focused to date, and we've seen a very significant uplift in those policies and the integrity of those policies. The actual asset valuation itself, we would be looking for APRA to do the predominant work on that.
Are you working with APRA on this at the moment, or is it something that has come up?
It's a piece of work that APRA are doing, yes, and we are in parallel with them and feeding into that work rather than doubling up on that work.
Understood. Thank you very, very much for your time.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I'll hand over to Mr. Laxale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Representative of ASIC for coming today. I'm glad I'm following on from the Deputy Chair because I too had questions on surrounding greenwashing, and I take comfort in some of the responses that have been given already. In your answers, you said that you're in compliance and enforcement mode at the moment in regards to greenwashing and false and misleading claims, in particular around greenwashing. Could you expand on that a little bit? Perhaps give us a bit more detail in regards to how many people perhaps you've prosecuted or how many are under investigation?
Thank you for that question. So I think it's fair to say we're beginning our work in terms of the compliance and enforcement work that we're doing. So I can tell you that we've got a number of investigations in relation to allegations of greenwashing, and the kinds of things that we're looking at involve potential misleading or deceptive conduct by various listed entities, super fund trustees, and one managed fund responsible entity. These are investigations that are at an early stage at the moment, but we're really focusing in on the misleading and deceptive conduct part of our consumer protection framework. So looking at statements like claims about, wanting to achieve net zero emissions by a particular time, claims about carbon neutrality, claims about an emissions reduction strategy. And then the other sort of broad area that we are looking at is claims about investment exclusions or screening processes applicable to sustainability-related financial products. So, you just have to kind of flick through the paper or various things to see, frequently there aren't being, on the front page of the newspapers, various advertisements claiming, a whole range of sustainability-related assertions. And as Deputy Chair Chester referred to in response to an earlier question, we put out an information guide specifically on all of these issues, having done a broad industry-wide review, found a number of areas of concern. We've put the industry on notice to say, look, these are the kinds of claims that if you choose, of course, nobody has to make a sustainability or a climate-related claim. So if you make such a claim, the important thing is that you need to have the evidence and practices, systems and procedures sitting behind it to back up that claim. So we see examples where a firm might say we're going to have net zero emission by 2030 or 2050. And so ASIC's job there is to have a look at that and say, well, that's very interesting. You show us how you are going to achieve that. What are you actually doing on the ground today in 2022 that is likely to ensure that you will get there? Obviously, all these things are forward-looking claims and future claims, which makes investigation can be somewhat challenging, but that's the nature of the kinds of issues that we're looking at.
Okay. As part of many claims to get to net zero, and I guess it's part of the international system that a lot of companies would use offsets and carbon credits to achieve their claims. Part of ASIC's role is to promote confident and informed participation by investors and consumers. Are you concerned that there are claims by experts that carbon offsets of low integrity might lead to a lack of confidence amongst investors and consumers for those who are relying upon credits to meet their claims?
We're just doing a pass over to Deputy Chair Chester on that one.
No, so I think it's fair to say that the whole sustainability finance area, Mr Lazal, is such that it is a cross-ASIC issue, and you've got two deputy chairs and a commissioner working on it at the moment, and largely because it's a stretch for us because there are so many moving parts. But the issue that you're raising is an important one, particularly given when people do make forward-looking statements around the net zero targets. They are typically relying on some carbon credit offsets. And so the integrity of that market is very important. So we are working with the Clean Energy Regulator and the ACCC. We've got a working group established there. We're focusing very closely on the outcome of the Chubb review that's underway. So from our perspective, we do have full line of vision there. We are following very closely what's happening in that market. There are issues also around the efficacy of international carbon credits and offsets that I'm sure that you're very familiar with. Not a forefront issue for us at the moment, but we are working with other regulator colleagues in that area. But I think it's fair to say when you look at the decarbonisation task ahead of us, and when you look at what's going to be required of corporate Australia to deliver on that, we do need to make sure that there is integrity in that market, because there's not too many net zero targets that will be fully funded by self-abatement.
No, that's right. I think the way the international system works, it relies upon those credits, and my concern has been that the very public statements from chairs and former chairs about the strength or otherwise of those credits. I think if it is found that some of those credits are to scratch, that there's a risk investors might be misled if they were being relied upon to meet the claims by the company?
So I think at the moment we're waiting for the outcome of the Chubb review to know whether or not there's a need for further work, whether there's an evidence base and a need for further work around the issue of the integrity of the way that the ERF is operated, and those carbon credits have been granted to date, those certificates and units.
Okay, no problem. You mentioned earlier that you expected companies to have evidence to get towards their net 2030 goals or net 2050 goals, net zero, those goals. Do you expect the companies who use carbon credits to engage in due diligence on the credits that they purchase?
So the legal threshold is a reasonable basis.
Yes.
At the moment, I don't think until there's an outcome of the Chubb review and an assessment by government that there is a systemic issue around the integrity of the carbon credit units, then I don't think we would expect. It would be difficult to expect a corporate today to have formed to have a view on that if we don't have a view ourselves because we're waiting for the outcome of a review.
Yeah, so there's a corporation that's buying those credits in good faith based on what they appear to be doing or providing. Then as Deputy Chair Chester says, that's a reasonable basis for saying, well, here's why we're saying we're taking this approach because we're buying these credits. It's depending on the circumstances, it's probably not reasonable for corporations unless they're actually put on notice of a particular problem to go behind that. But this is definitely a work in progress. It's a very important feature of the overall strategy that we're all grappling with to deal with these issues. So there's likely to be further developments here.
So I've asked these questions of all three regulators today, and it seems to be a very contemporary focus of yourselves and HLC and APRA. Can I just ask, it's very welcome. It's fantastic that you're working together. It's fantastic that it's a priority. Can I just ask why perhaps it wasn't a priority any earlier?
I might suggest that may not be the case. Indeed, ASIC in Australia was one of the first regulators to go out on the front foot and suggest to listed entities that they needed to look at the task force for climate-related financial disclosure and adopt voluntarily those practices in Australia. That was about 5 years ago. I think ASIC led the charge, and full credit to Commissioner Kathy Armour for doing so. Yeah. So ASIC also behind the scenes has been working through the Council of Financial Regulators. The climate working group there has been up and running now for I think 3.5, 4 years. We're actively involved in that. We've been calling out greenwashing for a while. I think what's fair to say is it's now become a whole of ASIC priority for us. Across all of our groups. And partly that's because of when you look at the more recent uptick in the percentage of assets under management, the forecasts now are about a third of assets under management by 2025, so 53 trillion or something globally, will be ESG assets. We're seeing greater retail investor interest. So all of those are reasons why there's been an uptick in our activity, why we're doing surveillance across all of ASIC's areas. We're talking about managed funds, we're talking about super. So it's become a whole of ASIC issue, but it's not a new issue for us. When I say it's sort of an exponential frontier for us, I think that's because of the global developments. And when I look at what's going to happen with it's quite extraordinary how quickly the ISSB has moved to come up with a draft exposure standard for sustainability and climate in a 12-month period. And that for us is the big uptick, and that's where we see ourselves needing to invest a lot of our endeavour in the coming years. So from our perspective, it's also what's going to be required domestically to be able to meet those disclosure standards, because the one thing we don't want for investors and for consumers is to have fragmentation of disclosure standards globally. That would just be a complete antithesis to trying to decarbonise in a cost-effective way, because it'll just increase the cost of financing.
I think
Just
So I was just going to elaborate too in relation to the greenwashing area. I think the other reason it's becoming an increased focus for regulators, if you put the international work and the disclosure points that Ms Chester was talking about, is just that we know these issues are mattering increasingly to investors. And so firms and entities and trustees are of course responding to that interest by making all sorts of claims in order to attract investors or purchasers of their products. So I think as the issue of greenwashing has become of increased interest to the public, across, as Mr Longo was saying earlier, sort of across the whole economy, we know people are looking for climate-related claims and actions. I think that's another reason why it's very important that we are in there scrutinising those kind of claims.
okay. Will you be investigating the integrity and legitimacy of carbon credits should a firm rely upon those to meet their claimed net zero targets?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, as things stand, the carbon credits, that system is in place, and until it changes and companies are encouraged, or corporations are encouraged to adopt a different approach, and I think it's two different things. I think corporations are entitled to rely on the availability of carbon credits, provided for so long as the system, our economy, finds them credible. Now, I know there's been recent questions raised about the credibility of carbon credits, but that's not something that ASIC directly will be investigating itself.
And who do you think should investigate that? Outside the review, review. So, like, there's the review's going on, and well, that's fantastic. But if there were claims, questions in future post review, who do you because APRA said that wasn't them, and the ACCC said it wasn't them. Who do you think should be investigating it?
So it raises policy issues in terms of the efficacy of what's the market arrangements that have been put in place around the clean energy regulators issuing of those, the methodologies and the issuing of those carbon credits. So really, it's a policy issue. That said, ASIC still does have a role with respect to carbon markets in terms of trading and market operators, and that's where we would be interested in integrity, but it's those players. That's not to say our baseline is that there is integrity in the underlying carbon credit units that are being traded here. So at the end of the day, investors do need to have confidence around that. There have been some claims that have been made, some very serious claims, and they're being looked at by an expert, and that's a report going to government.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thanks, Mr Lassale. I'll hand over to Mr Wallahan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for making the time to appear before us. We really appreciate it. My first question's to the General Counsel, and I believe that person's sitting behind you. Is that right? Are they near the microphone?
Yes, he's just making his way to the table now.
Hi, Mr Wallahan. For the Hansard, Chris Savundra, ASIC's General Counsel.
Thank you very much for appearing and for coming forward. My question is about the acts that ASIC is responsible for, and whether you've been tracking what are the most litigated provisions, and from two perspectives. One is those that are on appeal, which may point to ambiguity in provisions that we need to look at, or two, those that are constantly appearing before the courts and are creating a cost of business that, again, we may need to look at. Do you just have a general view on those two areas?
Mr Wallahan, I'd like to take the question on notice so I can come back to you with a complete answer to your question because I don't have all of the data to hand, but we do obviously track the enforcement work that we do very closely. We've recently collected some of that data for the purposes of the financial services review work that the Australian Law Reform Commission is doing. I probably don't have the time today to go through that data in detail, but certainly in terms of the Corporations Act, I think the most litigated provisions are around the need for people who are selling financial services or products to have a Australian financial services licence, failure to comply with the general obligation that financial services licensees hold. There's then the director duties provisions. There's also significant number of actions in relation to the operation of managed investment schemes which are not registered. And then I think the fifth most common is the continuous disclosure provisions. Under the ASIC Act, it's the top three are false and misleading representations, unconscionable conduct in relation to financial services, and certain misleading conduct under Section 12DF of the ASIC Act. And the top three for the Credit Act are prohibition on engaging in credit activities without a licence, general obligations of a credit licensee, and then credit guides of credit assistance providers. So those are the most litigated from a civil penalty perspective, and that's based off the data that we've recently provided to the ALRC that covers, I think, the financial years 2015-16 through to the financial year ending 2021. In terms of ambiguity, I think I'd certainly want to take that on notice, and your question around ambiguity leading to increased costs on business. But what I would say is that those are issues that I think the ALRC are looking at carefully as part of their review of the financial services laws.
Thank you very much, and that was a very good answer on no notice, so I do appreciate that. Thank you. If I could revert my next questions to the chair. I have the good fortune of having Stephen Mayne as a constituent in my electorate, and he's also a local councillor who does a lot of good work in the area. But last night at a citizenship ceremony, he informed me that fees for company and other searches are free in the United Kingdom, and raised a very valid question about whether we should treat our ASIC database in the same way as a public good that is freely available.
That's actually not a hard question at all, but I do thank you for asking it. I think it's a requirement of the law for those fees. It's not something that we prescribe, but the Chief Operating Officer, Warren Day, has been does a lot of work in this very area. I'll ask Warren to perhaps provide some context, Warren, around this subject and how it works.
For the sake of Hansard, Warren Day, Chief Operating Officer at ASIC. Mr. Walhan, I'm going to have to admit that I actually didn't hear the question because I was too fixated on your dog that went by in the background on 2 occasions.
He is quite distracting. He's, yes, I was distracted by that too. But not as distracting as my children who have gone off to a swimming lesson. But the question is about the fees for accessing the database to do a company search or to pull other information. In the United Kingdom, those searches are free, and it's considered a public good. So the question is whether we should have a similar availability and no fee structure here in Australia.
So no, it's a good question. I mean, there's a lot of debate, and has been a debate for a while. I mean, we have a service, I think, from a previous government requirement so that I think journalists in certain circumstances have access for searching. So that's in place. Search fees do generate a large amount of revenue, and we do know that that fee structure is out of line with a number of other jurisdictions, and you've pointed to one. Really, it is a question for government. We don't set those fees. They're part of the legislative structure. What we do know is that searching is a very simple protective measure for a lot of small businesses, so that they can verify who they're doing business with, so they can understand who the directors are behind that, see what things have been lodged. Certainly, if we're talking about unlisted public companies, the shareholders in those unlisted public companies get benefits to, in terms of understanding what's going on with that company, sometimes outside of the meeting structures as well. So we do know that searching has real public value, and that obviously if it was free, that would probably improve, if you like, that protective benefit that those types of searches give. But at the end of the day, these are things that are really the matter for the government about the revenue that relates to that and what will come from that. What I would say is there's obviously the current program of modernising the business registers, which includes at the first up the need for a director ID, which directors across the country have to have by the 21st of November. But through that process, there will be a simplified, much more modern platform. So the likelihood is the cost factor of running those searches and producing those searches will decrease over time. So there could be a valid argument then to reduce the search fees, if not bring it to zero.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The next question relates to capital raisings and the system that's available for public companies for institutional investors as opposed to mum and dad investors. And many comment that the scales are tipped in favour of institutional investors. Do you have a view on the discounts available in capital raisings for institutional investors compared to mum and dad investors?
Well, that raises all sorts of questions about how we run our capital markets. I think retail investors have all sorts of opportunities to invest in our public markets. The institutions play a special role, whether they're underwriting or whether they're involved in a block trade. They have a role to play too, to raise capital in circumstances where a retail investor or a smaller investor is unable to participate in that. Perhaps your question could be a bit more sort of specific. There's a range of options for investment in Australia for retail investors, whether it's the public market or sort of the managed investment schemes, for example, is another example. So there are a range of options. I don't think institutional investors have any particular advantage that the system doesn't try to take into account. So Daniela, do you want to comment further on that?
I think that sums it up. We can go back and have another look. And I know that in certain circumstances, sometimes the way the trades are blocked makes some difference, but prefer to take that one on notice.
Yeah. And it was particularly in regard to equity offers. Which, many have commented that the better offers are made earlier to institutional investors than them.
If I could take that away and get the team to come back with something would be helpful, I think.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. And no more questions. Chair, back to you.
Thanks, Mr. Wallahan. I'll now hand over to Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you. I appreciate that the Treasurer perhaps hasn't provided you with a statement of expectations yet. Is that the case?
Yes.
Yes. So then operating in the context of what you have, for my benefit, I would just appreciate if you could share with me where your position is on the litigation model as compared to looking at enforceable, what do you call it? Enforceable undertakings. Thank you. So I just appreciate if you could give me
it's a really
where you're currently standing on that.
Yeah. So the statement of expectations. When I was first appointed, I got a new statement of expectations, and we responded with a statement of intent. Statement of expectations about a page and a half long, and I don't have it right in front of me, but I can get it. And there is a sentence in there that talks about enforcement. And then in our statement of intent, we deal with various aspects coming out of the statement of expectations. So that's how it stands at the moment. On the question of enforceable undertakings and enforcement generally, I don't think the existing statement of expectations has a lot to say about that. That's really a matter for ASIC as to how it goes about its enforcement. The statement of expectations document that's in effect at the moment, it's actually a very short document. It's about a page and a half long, and it covers a variety of topics at a very high level, and one of them talks about enforcing the law, and then it's up to the Commission as to how it goes about that. Now, coming out of the Royal Commission, please tell me if I'm not answering your question. Coming out of the Royal Commission, I think it's fair to say that enforceable undertakings were not favoured. That were not regarded as an effective approach, and that was linked to a view that ASIC should litigate more, should enforce the law more, and not rely on deals, if I can put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really stepping back here, and so I started last year with the new statement of expectations. But our approach to enforcement, I think we've been very clear. I've been very clear. Deputy Chair Sarah Court, in particular, has been very clear as chair of our enforcement committee that we are committed and continue to be committed to be a credible, targeted, active enforcement agency. So I'll come back to enforcement undertakings in a moment. So we are actually a very active litigator. I mean, it's something I like to point out to people that, which I'm very proud of, is that we're in court somewhere in the country every day of the week. Very often in superior courts, we're in the federal court regularly, Supreme Courts, magistrates' courts. We have a very active enforcement capability. Our challenge is to make sure it's well directed and focused. So I'll put that to one side for a second. As far as enforceable undertakings are concerned, you will have heard Deputy Chair Court talk about, and in fact Karen Chester as well, about our regulatory toolkit. So enforceable undertakings is part of our regulatory toolkit. And so there will be times when it will be the appropriate result from an investigation or from some misconduct or problem we've found, that rather than getting a civil penalty or going off to court, getting an enforceable undertaking is the best result, and we have published guidance on that. I think it's fair to say in the last 12 months, but maybe twice, maybe have there been 2 EUs? Has there been that many?
Not even that, I don't think.
Yeah. So they're not as common as they might have been in the past. But I do feel that in a proper case we should use an enforceable undertaking, just as we might use an infringement notice, or we might prosecute someone. We try to take the action that's proportionate to the situation as we find it. I might just pause there. Is that?
So I guess I can take from that as you look at each one on its merits to determine. You don't have a particular policy within ASIC that decides the preference of which model you might pursue.
Well, and this is something Sarah Court can discuss in greater detail. As I said in my opening remarks, there are many more matters that we could possibly take on for investigation than we can take on. So one of our big challenges is case selection, is stepping back and saying we know there are all these problems, but which ones are we going to that are so significant and impactful that they require attention. So we have to prioritise. So that's our first challenge, figuring out, well, what problem do we seek to solve? What is the impact we're seeking to achieve? How are we going to achieve it? We have this broad regulatory toolkit. A lot of what we achieve is through regulatory guidance, through reports, through engaging with industry, But a big chunk of what we do is enforcement, where we say, well, you've done the wrong thing, or we think you've done the wrong thing, and here's the action we plan to take to deal with that. And it's at that end of the spectrum where we look at the merits. I think it's the point you're just making with respect. In the most serious situations, we will refer those matters to the DPP for criminal prosecution. If the misconduct doesn't rise to that level of seriousness, well, then there's a whole range of other outcomes. I'll call them non-criminal, but they're quite a range that we can take. I'll pause there. I'm just wondering whether Deputy Chair Core wanted to add to that, or we want to have a follow-up question.
Probably will.
Well, the only other thing I'd add to that answer, Ms Lawrence, is we do have an enforcement policy or document. I think off the top of my head, I was just trying to find it earlier, it's our regulatory guide number 151, but someone will no doubt jump up from behind me if I've got that incorrect. But in a sense, there is, in any event, we can find the right number for you, Ms Lawrence, but the point of my intervention was just to say that document does set out the range of factors that ASIC will take into account when considering what is an appropriate enforcement response. And so some of the things that we will look at when making a decision, do we institute civil penalty proceedings, do we accept an enforceable undertaking, do we issue an infringement notice, are things like the harm to consumers or investors, the size of the entity engaging in the conduct, whether vulnerable consumers have been particularly impacted by the misconduct, the likelihood of it becoming an emerging industry-wide issue that we need to be to act on and be seen to act on quickly. So there are a range of things that we do take into an account. So the committee that I chair, the Enforcement Committee that Mr Longo referred to, when matters come up to the committee with recommendations from the investigators, we work through and think about those various issues and what we think, is this conduct so egregious that it should be dealt with on a criminal basis and referred to the CDPP for a prosecution of the individuals involved? Should it go to a civil penalty proceeding in a federal court or Supreme Court? Is an enforceable undertaking the right outcome here? And as Mr Longo said, we have not used them frequently in the last year or two, but I think my own personal view is they do have a role to play in the right matters. Then we have the option of infringement notices, referring matters to ASIC delegates for banning, for example, so that someone can no longer provide financial advice. So there are a full suite of enforcement or regulatory tools that are available, and part of the job of the regulator is to turn our minds and use our discretion to know what is the right enforcement response in the face of particular misconduct.
Thank you, and I appreciate the detailed response because I know that you're receiving a lot of public criticism in the self-named John Adams review is one, and not so long ago with the Grey Wolf, where Stuart Roberts came out and said, in fact, he felt that this matter should have been investigated. So I do appreciate the detailed response and appreciate the 10,000 claims that you opened with. It's not an easy task. Do you feel there's another way, perhaps, of communicating having more transparency around how you arrive at a decision as to what can and can't be pursued, and in the merits for what process you opt to select might be a way forward to sort of perhaps help people to understand the decision making?
For my own part, as I think was alluded to, I can't remember who gave the answer to an earlier question. So ASIC receives upwards of 10,000 complaints, reports of misconduct every year, and with the recent change to what used to be known as breach reporting, but now we're referring to as reportable situations, we are going to receive ever-increasing numbers of reports for us to work through. So a very important part of our job is the triage process as those complaints and reports come through, and we filter those matters through a range of different factors, some of which I've already referred to, some of which include the particular surveillance and enforcement priorities that we have adopted in a particular year. I think it's fair to say, and I can respond in slightly more detail on the grey wolf matter if that is of assistance, but I think there is no doubt we can always get better and learn from how we best communicate what we're doing, why we're doing it, and as importantly, that much more difficult communication, what we're not doing, and the reasons that we're not able to take particular things on. So
could I just pause you there just for a moment? So earlier today we had an opportunity to ask questions of APRA, and they were making the comments, actually, well, maybe ACCC in fact, but where they've introduced a review mechanism of the mergers and acquisitions and looking at perhaps where they weren't provided the right evidence to make a decision as to whether to support a particular merger, and they felt from their data that they probably got it right about half the time, but they were using that information now to help make better informed decisions about future things that come before them. Is that something that you've also done within ASIC to look at perhaps where matters should have been pursued earlier, or where it has perhaps gone public and you've then taken interventions and the right steps, like what perhaps might change to, minimise some of those concerns that are being raised?
I see Warren's joined us. The whole question of data is very much on my mind and the Commission's mind. So in my opening, I talked about the range of places where we get notice of situations that we might want to investigate. But there's no question the future belongs to data. And so the short answer to your question is if we're able to take reportable situations as a really good example, a lot of that data is actually coming to us in a form that's not actually read by a person. It's machine read and it's analysed using our work in that area. By the way, is still developing, but we've already got some technology that enables us to analyse those reportable situations or those breaches in a way that enables us to draw quick inferences as to what's going on. So, but I'll pass to Warren Day because we're doing a lot of work on what I would call strategic intelligence. But in the end, I think what's most important is that at the heart of law enforcement and regulation is choices. And so at the end of the day, we have to absorb data, information, breaches, reports of misconduct from a wide variety of sources, and a fraction of that will end up in court. And for the general community, it's obviously the court action that is visible and has impact, but part of our challenge is that can't be our only response. So anyway, I'll pass over to Warren to tell us a little bit more about the data story and to answer your question about early detection.
Thank you, Chair. Also, I think, besides your question was the idea of a review. Do we go back and reconsider? I don't think your question's asking, do we reconsider our position? There are times when we do. But it's also about what are the lessons learned, if you like, from our handling of it, and will we go back? And that does happen from time to time, certainly on some of the more high-profile things. So I think you can safely say that in relation to Sterling, there's things about, other things that would have been identified earlier that we could look at and things like that. I could name a number of other matters over the last 10, 15 years that I've been involved in this type of space where that's happened as well. So there's always those types of things because we know that it's not a perfect system, it's a human system, and we have to do reviews of that. What the Chair's pointing to is, we're also beefing up our approach to the data points that we've got in this space. So certainly in our market space, we've got real-time data, obviously what's happening in the markets. And what we do get a number of what we call reports of misconduct from the public about, say, insider trading or market manipulation. what we find is by the time we get that from the public, our markets team are already aware of what's going on there and have already made a decision whether or not there's something to look at or not. If you look at the other parts of our business or the other parts of our areas of regulation, such as financial services and credit, reportable situations, breach reporting's been mentioned. Soon we will get data direct from licensees, so their own internal, what they call internal disputes and complaints. But that's a lag indicator as well. It's not happening in real time, it's happening after the event occurred. So, but we will start to be able to triangulate that alongside the breach reporting data, alongside liquidator data, auditor data, financial statements that are lodged. So that's an area that we really are looking to beef up our approach. What that does mean that we'll also take into account the sort of piece of information we get from the public, and they're not all tip-offs of the highest order. A lot of the times they're just people who just want help because they don't know who to speak to and they don't know how to what should they do. They just need help. So a perfect example happens in financial advice all the time. People say, I think I've got really bad advice, what do I do? And generally in those matters, and that makes up a big volume of what comes to us, we send them to the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, the Ombudsman scheme, because that's where it should go. So this is why these analyses that quite frankly are very simplistic about the reports we get are really, slightly misdirected, if not misconceived, because there's a whole lot of things going on in that, the sets of contacts we get from the general public. There's a whole range of things, and I can talk about that for hours if I needed to.
I appreciate that, though. Thank you. And it's not an easy task from the outset that you are confronted with, and it's a matter of making the right decisions, and I guess just as you say, doing your best to communicate that outwards. With respect to buy now, pay later. So in my electorate, I am aware of people using it to purchase food. So the extremely vulnerable people who, if they're at the point of having to put that on, that type of credit, are clearly in a position where they may not be able to repay it. A quick search shows media outlets spruiking ways in which you can get around different loopholes to be able to access Afterpay and the like in a grocery context in the major retailers. So it seems to be an area which I think you identified at the outset as an area of harm that is something that you're looking at. So I'm just interested as to what you feel ASIC can actually do in this regard, because it seems to me it's around the unconscionable conduct and the exposure for consumers being put at risk.
Well, we do have a number of matters where we're looking at lending-related abuses or misleading deceptive conduct. But I'll ask Commissioner Hughes to comment on our current thinking on buy now, pay later, which has attracted some controversy over the last period of time. So, Sean, did you want to...
Thanks, Joe. Good afternoon, Ms Lawrence. So, as Deputy Chair Chester mentioned before, one of the focus areas for our work on design and distribution obligations does include not just buy now, pay later, but also small amount credit contracts as well. So indeed, the buy now, pay later sector has developed its own code of practice, which replicates some aspects of design and distribution obligations by saying that where they come up with a particular finance model for whatever the goods might be, whether it be groceries or whether it be something of higher value, then the financing model needs to be appropriate for the consumer or the market that it's being targeted at. And that is something, as Deputy Chair Chester mentioned before, we're very much focused on to ensure that they are identifying where cases of harm may arise and where those products may be unsuitable. Through the work that we've done, we've now issued 2 reports in 2018 and 2020 in relation to buy now, pay later. We certainly have identified that there is a persistent cohort of consumers who do experience hardship, who do find themselves in difficult financial situations as a result of the facilities that they take out through buy now, pay later. But at the moment, our regulatory tool remains design and distribution obligations. The Assistant Treasurer, the Minister for Financial Services, has announced a consultation process to look at what the appropriate regulatory setting ought to be for buy now, pay later. It is not a licensed credit product under the National Consumer Credit Protection Act. It's a credit facility. We are working closely with buy now, pay later operators to bring to their attention where we do identify instances of harm, and there is a code monitoring committee as well, which is responsible for the administration of the code that I mentioned before. We would welcome consumers and other concerned parties bringing those particular cases to our attention. I think anecdotally, Ms Lawrence, we've certainly been made aware through not just consumer groups but also from larger lenders such as banks of instances where consumers are preferencing their repayment obligations to buy now, pay later facility operators over licensed credit arrangements such as mortgages and credit cards and personal loans. So it is something that is of concern to us. But the market has responded to a particular niche offering. We can't sit here and say that it's not a suitable or inappropriate vehicle for everybody. But as I say, our earlier two reports did identify this persistent 20% cohort where 1 in 5 users of these products did suffer harm.
Gosh. And just to, the Deputy Chair had made a comment earlier, a question around finfluencers, which was a new word for me too. But just as I was reading these articles where the media, the major mastheads are spruiking using purchase on buy now, pay later, the gift cards through Afterpay in the grocery context to be able to buy your groceries. Is that something that you're also looking at as to how they're using testimonials as, you know, and reporting on loopholes? Because it just seems like it's serving a particular purpose that's not about news. And I'm just concerned that there are so many. I know that the Deputy Chair was referring on Instagram and TikTok and the like, but we're also seeing it in the mainstream platforms as well.
Yeah, so Ms Lawrence, it really doesn't matter what the channel is through which a statement is made. If it gives rise to a jurisdictional nexus for ASIC, we certainly will take action. Now, statements of puffery or exaggeration, which are misleading or deceptive, in the context of a buy now, pay later promotional campaign, will attract the sanctions in the ASIC Act because they are misleading and deceptive. So we would certainly look at those sorts of statements and advertising and representations if they are misleading. And again, reiterating the point before, if the target market determination for a particular buy now, pay later product is not appropriately addressed and targeted at the market it's designed for, and the promoters or the facility operator is not meeting its obligations under that regime, then there are also other powers available to us, including stop orders. So we're very grateful to you for bringing that to our attention. It's certainly something we're interested in.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ms Lawrence. Look, I just had a couple of quick questions and then I'll hand over to Mr Lexale or Mr Wallahan if they want to finish up with anything. I just wanted to touch on the stop orders that had been issued in July 22, I think. There were 3 stop orders issued under the DDO arrangements. Were they the first ones?
Yes, Chair, they were the first ones. So the first 2 related were 28 July. There was an interim order against the company UGC Global Group for UGC Global Alpha Fund Limited, that's the investment product, and for UGC Global Alpha Limited. And the reasons for the stop order, which we found to be quite a nimble tool that ASIC's able to use, is because simply a target market determination had not been made.
And so what's the process that's been undertaken since then?
So the interim order is still in place with respect to the first, UGC Global Alpha Fund Limited. And I think this is a good example of where what can be a disruption can result in a behavioural response. The second product is actually, there's been a decision by the UGC Global Group not to proceed with it. So UGC Global Alpha Limited, they're Downing Tools and not proceeding to offer that one. The third one that you did intimate, there was 3 in July. The third one was Responsible Entity Services Limited for Pleasure Point mine units. And this is another good example where we lifted the order. The order was made on 28 July, and these are interim orders, 21 days. The order was lifted on the 10th of August following a hearing and after good adjustments were made to the target market determination.
And so are they still the only 3 that have been issued?
No, we're up to 7 and counting. There are others being considered as we're here at this meeting today. So there's open corporation funds with Australian Residential Property Fund, that was 13th of September. Faulkner Property for Private Property Trust number 20, 13 September, and Australasian Property Investments for APRIL Essential Retail Income Fund, 30 September. Now, a lot of this has come out of some really good data-based work that was done by our investment management team, targeting what they considered to be sort of higher risk managed investment schemes or fund management products that were high risk, but where target market determinations were not really reflective of a retail investor cohort that could tolerate those risks.
Thanks, that's useful background. And so the DDO regime has been, some time in the development, and it sounds like this aspect of it is now fully in operation. Do you imagine at some point in the next 12 months that you'll undertake a review of this aspect of it and have a look over the various cases and assess them?
A very good question, and we are looking at how we can do what we call a impact assessment of what's really an intervention using the DDO stop orders and the like. That's an area that ASIC has been developing over the last 2 to 3 years, and we had in our last annual report and mentioned also in our corporate plan where we've got regulatory interventions, especially when they're larger projects. At the get-go, we need to identify what is the harm we're trying to prevent here, how are we going to do that, and then we try to get a baseline of ideally data to then monitor whether or not we get that right outcome. DDOs is one we've got it minded to do that. I think the other thing to mention with DDO is that this is the first phase for us on the compliance. We're just focusing pretty much on the target market determinations. There's much more to come, Chair, with respect to it's this whole life cycle thing. It's then, well, what are the triggers for if you have what's called a significant dealing, when you breach the target market determination, when it gets to consumers outside that target market, when the distribution channels haven't worked, it's gotten outside the target market and it's caused harm. What is the responsible entity doing, or what is the issuer doing to make sure that that's not happening? So the next phase for us, we'll always be watching target market determinations, but the next phase will be, are you getting the data that you need from your distribution channels, and are you following through that you're getting good consumer outcomes? So it's this whole consumer-centric life cycle that DDO affords us. So it's not set and forget for the financial services and financial product issuers, and it's not set and forget for ASIC. It's there to be used through the full 360 degrees of the life cycle.
I think that's a really good summary, Karen. I think we're at least 2 or 3 years away from really seeing the impact on, as Karen puts it, the life cycle of these products. Because even if the target market determination is fine, there's nothing wrong with it, the whole point of the system is that 12 months from now, the product that's being sold in accordance with that TMD may not be performing in the way that was anticipated, or consumers might be responding to it in a way that was not anticipated, or for whatever reason, the target market determination is to be adjusted, or the product needs to be adjusted. So at the end of the day, as Ms Chester has stressed, it really is it's quite a game-changing regulatory reform. It really is a consumer-centric series of obligations that are designed to ensure that when, broadly speaking, when consumers or investors invest, that they are being sold something that they're supposed to be sold, and that there's someone looking at the performance of that product across a wide cohort. So I think we're several years away from really seeing what's working and what's not working. I think the key message, I think that Ms Chester stresses at the beginning, that this regime was introduced last October. So we spent quite a bit of time working with industry and with industry organisations to sort of set our expectations about how this regime was supposed to work. And we're now entering a phase where we think that it's time for it to work. So we have a number of targeted surveillances going on across a whole range of products to see that people are doing the right thing.
Just
that is, sorry.
I was just going to say one quick PS, and I think just going back to a question that the Deputy Chair had asked of us, and I'll probably get into trouble from many ASIC colleagues for not having the wishing list in front of me of what else we wanted, but to do the work that we did for those original 7 stop orders was quite difficult because we don't have recurrent data rights when it comes to management investment schemes. So we're not spotting the sterlings early enough. And that's a real game changer for us, because to really be, it comes back to the point that the Chair made earlier about if you want to be a digital and a data enhanced, if you want to be a smart conduct regulator that can get in there before the reportable situations, everything else we've got's a lag indicator. When you think about where we're getting all the new data now, it's reportable situations, it's complaints, internal dispute resolution, it's complaints with AFCA, external dispute resolutions. All of that does tell us the consumer experience, and what we'll get from DDO will tell us the consumer experience as well, but they're still all either just after time or late in time. So where in the markets area we've got live data and we can see things happening live and we can step in and disrupt, we can't do it in all the other areas because we don't have recurrent data. So that's the wish list that I should have recalled earlier.
Now, so the last question here. So, I mean, I appreciate that context around the full life cycle. I mean, even the target market determination is going to be a really important step in that there are a lot of worthwhile products that went in the hands of the wrong customer, not worthwhile, nor not suitable. I mean, it presumably can get quite tricky. I mean, one example that was flagged with me was a funeral insurance product where I think the primary demographic that they identified was an older population, but a secondary demographic was a much younger population. And it just kind of struck me that it's going to be quite a nuanced area to determine where TMDs are appropriate, and a number of criteria might come into place, and they might be different criteria for different kinds of products. So I'm just interested in, you know, how's the work going in terms of determining where TMDs are appropriate and where they're not, and the development of different criteria for different types of product.
Yeah, so it's interesting that you mentioned fuel insurance products, because we are looking at very closely at the moment at certain target market determinations in that area. I think the first thing I'd say is at the moment, our priority is sort of doing a risk-based assessment. So where you see us doing surveillance activities around TMDs, it's areas where we've already sort of got concerns, where we think there are poor products or products being targeted at vulnerable or consumers that we wouldn't consider that they would be appropriate for. You're right, it does become very nuanced, because a lot of these are effectively, there's a lot of investment decisions embedded in any pooled product, and we're coming up with those issues now. You know, what is the relevant diversification that you should have for investment in? So say, for example, for a crypto asset with one underlying crypto product, is what sort of level of diversification should somebody expect? What sort of allocation should they have from their portfolio into that? That would be appropriate. These are the sorts of questions that come up in TMDs. So I guess from our perspective, we're going in on risk-based targeting when we're looking at these things, and then whether or not we think the TMD is really materially inappropriate, i.e. harm-based and materially inappropriate.
Yeah. Look, I think this whole regime is going to be an ongoing area of interest for the committee, and it's quite an innovative piece of work. So it'll be interesting to follow how it's implemented. Are there any additional questions from any of the other committee members still online, or Ms. Lawrence?
No, fine, thank you.
Okay.
I just had a quick one, Mr. Chair. Obviously, and it's an operational one, if that's okay. There's skill shortages right across the economy. How are you dealing with that, and is that having an impact on your operations?
Well, yes, it is having an impact. We're not immune from the pressure on skill shortages and labour in Australia at the moment, and frankly, a lot of our people are highly sought after. There's a lot of the regulatory changes we've seen in recent times have made our people even more attractive. So yes, we're very conscious of the need to sort of bear that in mind. In terms of attrition rates, we haven't seen any significant uptick, but it's something that we're certainly carefully monitoring. Maybe I'll ask Warren if he wanted to make any other comments about that. The
only other comments I'd make about that, and endorsing fully what Mr. Longo said, is that we still see ourselves as a potential benefactor, of what's going on in the marketplace. We know that there's a lot of competition out there for talent, as you say, in terms of shortages. We see ourselves as providing very interesting work. We've got a high value proposition. We're a very good, flexible employer. So we see ourselves as a big opportunity to sort of pick up people who might want to have a change somewhere else. As Mr. Longo said, our attrition rate has popped up a little bit, but not anything that causes us a great deal of concern. And in fact is much lower than probably some of our other government counterparts, and probably much lower than industry. So, at the moment we see that as a good place to be, and as I say, we're just trying to work, on our employee value proposition and the support we have for our existing staff, and hopefully attracting more staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that. Thank you all for appearing before the committee today. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections of any transcription errors. I'd like to thank all of you for your time and for attending today, and I declare today's public hearings closed.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Chair.